dam was Hello Liberty, who's a greatest stakes winning dirt sprinter. She's a lovely put together filly. I really like the way that her frame is. She's well balanced, she's athletic, but she's one of the ones that was acting fairly green in the paddock out in the racetrack. Didn't want to link up with the pony, was rearing up and spooking at the crowds back in the paddock. So it feels like mentally she may need a start. But I like the fact that Junior Alvarado gave her that solo warm up, probably because he couldn't get her with the pony, but also indicating to me that he knows her. And he does work a lot of horses for Bill Mott. Concerti, number 2, Joe Sharp sends another Mendelssohn out in here. She gives the impression that she should be quick. She came in very sharp. She's built in that typey kind of fashion, very indicative of a sprinter, built downhill too. But Joe Sharp's numbers leave little to be desired when it comes to 2-year-olds debuting on the dirt. So that has all pushed me towards the one who has run on the inside. Run for Your Honey didn't do much running, albeit on the turf. But while the siblings have been better on the turf, the dam did her best running, albeit going long, but she's by Tapazar, who's actually a pretty precocious sire that gets a lot of dirt sprinters. She has developed so much from her first to second start. She's really strengthened up, especially behind the saddle. And first time out, she was steady significantly at the start, and so it was kind of, over before she could even get running, going the 5 furlongs on the turf. So I want to give her another shot here. She adds blinkers for Mike Maker, just a shortcut, but she's warmed up beautifully out on the racetrack, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, 2-1 favorite right now with a filly with a race under her belt on a different surface, and a lot of times, that turf to dirt move can be a very good thing.
Yeah, I watched the replay of that first race. She did get knocked around a little bit at the start. And it looked like to me she wasn't really handling the turf. Flavian Pratt was on her that day, and she bobbled a couple of times around the turn. And coming into the stretch, Flavian reached back and tapped her a couple of times. She bobbled 2 more times, and then he said, that's enough for today. Maybe it was the Belmont turf course that day, a little chewed up or something, but she didn't look like she was handling the turf, so that's where I went.
Yeah, it's a confusing race, right? Because you got a bunch of first-time starter, and you have a horse that ran one time that you can probably put her as a first-time starter because she had such a brutal beginning. So you got, 5 horses. Maybe she got some experience out of that race. The 6 is taking some money. I like how the 6's works have gotten progressively faster going into the race. But again, it's sort of a crapshoot when you have horses that are getting bet. And, Gary made a good point. These Solominis have been running. And Bill Mott, he's rolling right now. Junior had a win yesterday. So the 4 is getting a little bit of play here. And I've noticed when I was in Kentucky, when Joe Sharp's horses take money, they run, Gary. And you know that, too, as well. When his horses take money, they usually fire. I know it's a short field, but this horse is taking a little bit of money, this two's.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder why he entered on the turf, but he's willing to leave her in today. So I think that's a positive sign.
Tough one to sort out. Who will step forward to kick off this Friday card here? 8-5 now as Run for Your Honey starting to become a pretty solid favorite in this group for Mike Maker, looking to get on the board for the first time.
Yeah, so wide open this race. Looking at the tote board, the only one they're really throwing out is the 3 horse in here. Watch that one jump up and win.
Yeah, right? Gary, I wanted to ask you, Gary, because we got significant rain last night, and then it kind of stopped. We got a little bit this morning. You look at the racetrack right now, it's good and harrowed. You think it's going to be fast by the end of the day? And explain to everybody when they harrow the track, basically. Go ahead.
Well, they open it up to hopefully dry it out a little bit. If the rain does hit again, earlier it was showing it's supposed to hit again after like around 3:30. So if that does happen, they'll put a seal over the top of it or float it. But they opened it up to give it a chance to dry out a little bit even more. I think that if we don't get any more rain, it may go fast, but I don't anticipate that happening with all the humidity that we have in the air today. Wind is, there's a little bit of a breeze, but it's not going to dry out a whole bunch more than what it is. But it's not muddy. It's good.
Yeah.
Making their way to the gate here in this first coming up. Again, early stakes action coming up on this Friday card. In that 4th race, we're going to see that Wilson shoot for the first time this summer. And Chad Brown has 2 fillies dropping out of the Grade 1 Acorn. That's a seed and Randomized. Will both line up in that race. You got Saez on Unsung Melody in there, sprinter stretching out. But first things first. That man right there, Tyler Gaffalione, he had some, I guess, some unexpected company on his home turf with Luis Saez showing up, and they tied for the meet title, or in that brief Ellis period they were there, each with 20 wins apiece.
Yeah, when Louis came over, there was a discussion, okay, Gaffalione, will he be able to hold that title? Because he had won it, like, I want to say 7 years in a row over there, and they ended up on a dead tie. But they were way clear of the group. Two talented riders. That just shows you, like, you know, the colony we have here, Gary and I were just talking about it. You're inserting Tyler and Louis into this colony. My goodness.
Well, Saez, of course, a guy who won it back in 2021. The only one not named Ortiz to win that riding title in the last 8 years. And there's Gaffalione in with Run for Your Honey, the 8-5 favorite. So dirt for start number 2 for Mike Maker. Blinkers go on that filly. Concerti, first-time starter for Joe Sharp. Luis Saez next door. And Frank Miramati will kick things off here on this Friday card from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank.
Some check is the last one to load. She walks in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Book of Wisdom gets the first call. Concerti is flashing sharp speed, and now it's Concerti to take the lead. Book of Wisdom in second. Awesome Check on the outside third. Run for Your Honey in Astoria Park is 4 lengths off Concerti. With good speed into the far turn, leading the way 1.5 lengths to Book of Wisdom in second. Run for Your Honey is only 2 lengths off the lead. Awesome Check just outside of her. Astoria Park pushed along 4.5 off the pace. The opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. They're chasing Concerti with 1/4 mile to go. Book of Wisdom still only 3/4 back in second. Run for Your Honey has work to do. Now 4 lengths off the top pair. Then Awesome Check and Astoria Park. They turn for home. Concerti 1.5 lengths. Book of Wisdom shifting in just a touch, but trying to close the gap inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Concerti a 2.5 length lead, and she is gone. Concerti sharp in victory, taking care of business by 3 lengths. Book of Wisdom second best. Run for Your Honey third, and then Awesome Check.
Concerti, strong start and finishes here in the debut for trainer Joe Sharp, and Luis Saez, his first win of the meet.
Yeah, she jumped out of the gate very alertly, went right to the front, never looked back. It looked like the 4-horse Book of Wisdom had a chance coming into the stretch, but she found more the last 16th of a mile, Paul.
Yeah, she did, Gary. I mean, I looked over you. I said, this race is over. I mean, it's really tough to go by Louis anyway down the stretch. The 4 got a little bit high-headed, but when they went to the far turn, the 2, 4, and 6 were all trying to go to the front end, but you could see that Louis had less pressure. I mean, you know, you could tell that Manny Franco was really asking the 6 to get up there and was just not up to this filly's level, just ran off. So there was 2 fillies by Mendelssohn. This ended up being the best one.
Yeah, and I tell you, with the fractions, the intermediate fractions here, 22 and 2, they went 45 and 4. This track is not heavy and slow. I mean, it's deeper, but it's not out of sorts.
Out of sorts, yeah.
5-2. That's your third choice on the board with a victory to start off this card. Concerti, Joe Sharp, 3 Diamonds Farm. We see those Silks win a lot on this circuit. And Luis Saez, 2-4-1-6 finish.
So when we go take a look at the start here in a little bit, watch the hands of Manny Franco on the 6. He's sending gear, and you can see Concerti on the inside. Luis Saez pushes a little bit right here, but then he kind of just drops his hands and kind of lets her go after she gets to the front end. Look at Manny. He's pursuing as much as he can with the 6. He just can't kick up with this filly.
Now, this filly, she was a lot quicker than the rest of them. The second stride, she got up underneath Louis once he got her in rhythm, and she's taking him around the turn. He's not asking her a whole lot right now. She's just taking him. That's a good feeling. When you're not getting a lot of pressure, she was well within herself in the way she finished up running. Nice effort.
Speed's so dangerous, especially in these young 2-year-old races. If you can get out to an, convincing early lead. There's trainer Joe Sharp with a first-time starter winner here. You can be very dangerous, and Concerti was Here to kick off our card on our Friday action. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Move into the pick 4 maiden special weight where we will stretch out. Coming up next on Saratoga Live.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, opening weekend. And fans in the spirit to get summer started here in upstate New York. Did you have those moves, Paulie, back in the day?
Oh, yeah. I used to bring out my cardboard box, and I used to go right in front of the Kmart and drop a little pop and lock like he was doing right there and try to get some coins in the cup.
Skills right there. I watched breaking back when I was a kid. I used to spin on the back.
Oh, listen. Breaking was the thing if you're an 80s kid, okay? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Look at those moves. Our program brought to you by NYRA Bets. This is where you can play all the action. To get signed up, started, go to NYRABets.com. Card underway. Luis Saez, 2021 riding champ here at Saratoga with a victory for Joe Sharp with a first-time starter. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning conditioner Joe Sharp and Concetti. She just looked ready, Joe. She looked quick, and she pounced today.
Yeah, I mean, she's been a filly that showed us a lot of talent from day one, and she just has a really good mind. And, you know, obviously with these 2-year-olds in these short races, it's very important to get out there and take a deep breath. And she seemed to do that today. Louis did a good job of getting her on the lead, and, yeah, it was very exciting.
Her first jump wasn't the quickest, though. Louis had to ask her a little bit, but it seemed as though she was just so well prepared that she was ready and able to handle that early on.
Yeah, you know, we kind of timing-wise, we got a little bit we kind of only had one gate work, and but we had stood her a bunch, and she left there quick that day. So I told Louis in the paddock that she might be a touch slow leaving there, and he's the best about getting them in forwardly place. But it was fun, you know. Obviously, Kirk and Deb are here, and then we also, the breeders, Frank Crigliano with Bella Cavella, we also trained for him as well. So So it was neat. Everybody's here today, and it was a good day to win.
Absolutely. And two, you'll be looking forward to tomorrow with the Kelso. Obviously, weather, we'll see how that cooperates with us. But Anaconda, a horse that you've experimented with what distance he likes to run, and he's responded well. What is his best trip?
You know, I think the mile is great for him, especially here in this configuration. I think he'll handle it well. I do think he tends to like a little bit firmer ground, but though we got rain, at least it's not it's a very fresh turf course, so those will tend to be a little firmer than what it would be with the moisture. So we're confident. He's doing great. Had a troubled trip last time, but the horse is doing really well.
Awesome. Well, wishing you the best of luck with him. Congrats. Here, nice way to kick off the day.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Joe Sharp with Concetti. She was impressive first time out, guys.
She was, and yeah, as for Anaconda, absolutely got off slow, troubled trip last time out in the Grade 3 Poker, and only beat 3/4 of a length behind Emmanuel and Filo de Ariano. Is going to be in that race tomorrow as well. So it could be a big run from Anaconda. Concetti in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $7.60 for the win to kick things off on a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. We'll get into the pick 4 coming up next in a very intriguing maiden special weight in this race at 1 1/8. Dreamlike, who as a maiden for Todd Pletcher was put into the Grade 2 Wood Memorial and looked for a moment early stretch like he was going to win that race. He only lost by a head in the end to Lord Miles, that 59-1 upset winner.
Yeah, and he didn't have the best of trips going into the first turn. He had to steady a little bit, and then he was in a pocket going around the final turns, going into the final turn. Got packed a little bit wide, fought hard to the battle all the way through the stretch, beaten ahead in the Wood Memorial, back in a maiden race today.
Yeah, he lost the 1-5 as a maiden, but you know, I thought he lost to an okay horse. His numbers on paper just lay over this field. You're going to find out today whether he's just the kind of horse that just likes to run second or not, because if he runs those other races, he should really beat this field by many.
He is 1-5. We expected that. We'll see if he can seal the deal in his 4th try to break his maiden. Ortiz brothers off to a hot start as expected, and that man right there, he'll have the mount on the 1-5 favorite coming up here in race 2 next.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
My favorite part of Saratoga is everything.
Excitement here, and the people coming here with their families, kids from all ages, from 7 to 77.
As a child, my father would bring me up here almost every day of the meet to watch the races when he would come up and stay until about the third race, and then we go home. And the camaraderie and the people that are in this area are just so great.
First time that I rode here and the meeting was over, when I left, I was very upset because I was not upset because I have a great time over here, but I was upset because I was leaving.
My favorite part is going in the winner's circle here, of course.
Welcome back to Saratoga.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to everybody that comes to Saratoga.
Welcome back, Saratoga.
Yeah, everyone excited that we are finally underway here in upstate New York at the most competitive meet there is in this sport here at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Good crowd on hand as we get into opening weekend here in an early stakes race on this Friday card out of the Wilson Chute that was brought back for the first time last year, and we'll see it for the first time this summer in the Wilton Race 4, where Chad Brown has the top two choices here, seed randomized, both coming out of the Grade 1 Acorn.
Yeah, and they both didn't run well. They ran 5th and 6th, Gary. They, Exceed was 5-1, randomized was 6-1. They were kind of bet the same. Exceed had a little bit more experience, and you know, I don't know which one you like more, but I think, you know, it's a really tough call, to be honest with you. But Exceed is talented, and so is randomized.
There she is in the 8 bells when she finished 3rd, and the day of the 8 bells. The fractions were pretty fast early on, going 7 furlongs, and she got a little bit ranked. She was wanting to do a little bit too much early on in the race, and Flavian was kind of in a fight with her, and then he let her roll going into the turn a little bit. She was stacked about 4 wide, made this huge run around the turn, then she flattened out a little bit and just kind of hung. So what's going to be interesting is randomized right to her outside. She's got speed. Then the 2-horse, Unsung Melody, for Johnny Ortiz, she's never run over 6 furlongs before, and she's lightning quick. So if Unsung Melody and Randomized get hooked up early on, that's going to put a seed right in the garden spot early on, and I favor her a little bit over Randomized.
Because of the trip. Yeah, I'm kind of with Gary there. I do think Randomized is the kind of horse, if you look at both Chad Brown horses, maybe they both need a lead, but you look at Exceed, the best races she had was sitting behind horses, and maybe she'll get that today. Now, it's only a 4-horse race, but last year, the Wilson Chute, it didn't favor anything towards speed or closers. It was actually pretty fair. So, you know, I think I would play it the same way this year.
Yeah, you'd think with that setup, and it starts like a reverse L, speed can really dominate. Unsung Melody looks like very tough in there, but yeah, it did not play that way last year. We'll see what happens here in this short field in that 4th race here at Saratoga. Meanwhile, the Coronation Cup, all races, as we mentioned, off the turf today. This will be race 9 on the card. This race completely changed. Still intriguing, though, coming off the grass with the top 3 finishers from the Jersey Girl at Monmouth, all returning. And L Street Lady, the winner of that race over Unified Alliance and Wild Hawk. And at Saratoga, you don't necessarily want to launch from as far back as she comes, but she was impressive in this victory.
Yeah, she was. And Manny Franco just let her settle down the backside, rode her with a lot of confidence that day. It was 6 furlongs. Now they're going 5.5 furlongs today. She did most of her work late here in this race, but she had made the lead by the time that she had run 5.5 furlongs this day in the Jersey Girl. But she's going to be spotting these other 2 fillies some links. We'll see what happens. Still an interesting race.
It's an interesting race because, you know, Wild Hawk, the 6 in there, and the 7, they both are going to be the speed in there. If it rains, I think Wild Hawk's got a big shot. If it goes to a fast track, the 9's going to be tough in there. But I do think the 6 is a better horse with some moisture on the racetrack and would have a better shot because Gary makes a good point. You don't want to be too far back. The 6 and 7 have to go at each other, and the 6 wasn't that far behind Wild Hawk. Yeah, listen, the 30-1 morning line was for the turf. That horse is going to be like 5-1.
We don't see a ton of sprinters come from very far back on this race. We saw Bell's a 1, obviously, on a big graded stake the other year or 2 ago for Neil Pessin. Yeah. You got to be pretty talented to do it.
Yeah, true.
But she's looked pretty talented so far. Looking forward to that. Top 3 out of that Jersey Girl returning in the Coronation Cup. Meanwhile, it's pick 4 time. Race 2 will kick things off. Let's go to Maggie.
Here in race number 2, that is Dreamlike for Todd Pletcher, and he ran well. I'll give him credit. In the Wood Memorial, it was a forwardly dominated race in which he had the Dreamlike trip, being able to save ground and be forward that day. He also added blinkers on that occasion, and he'll keep those blinkers on again, and I noted that it was probably a good thing because in his previous race at Gulfstream Park, he was just kind of running and stops and starts, as our good friend Richie Migliore likes to say, running with that emergency brake on. So I don't think he was necessarily doing that in the Wood. I actually think he was wanting to hang on other horses, but he is coming back here off a bit of a layoff, and with that, he looks incredibly fit, but he's also facing some older company. Many of these are 3-year-olds, don't get me wrong, but he just kind of hasn't really kicked on. A lot of these 3-year-olds are bigger than him, are bigger and stronger than he is. He was also fairly distracted when he first walked into the paddock. He was a little bit coltish. He's settled down since, now having the tack on him. But I just thought there were a few question marks with this guy, but he is a likely winner, though. This is a very good-looking group in here, and we'll take a look at the horse to his inside, who has had his chances. He's the 4-year-old, number 2, Mount Craig, for trainer Ron Moquette. And I remember talking to Ron last time this guy ran, going the 1.25 miles, and he said, we were trying to get him out of the gate a little bit better. He doesn't break well, and I know that they were trying to work on him with that, but I thought he ran okay given that race, and he had a little trouble getting out of the gate. He kind of ranged up and then was a little bit even late. So getting back to the 1 1/8 miles, I think makes a lot of sense here for Mount Craig. Comes off a bit of a layoff here, but looks incredibly fit and just really well turned out, much the same as he was going back to that May 2nd effort at Churchill. And then moving on to number 5, Moore's Law. He's the lesser fancied of the 2 Chad Brown runners, but I like him more. I have been really wanting to see Moore's Law try a distance of ground. He wants every bit of the 9 furlongs. And furthermore, when I had seen him over the winter/spring at Aqueduct, he didn't look nearly as fit as he does today. And 2, since they put the tack on him, he's woken up. And I think that's always a good sign when a horse might come in a little bit quiet and then they put the tack on and it's like, oh, game time, and they puff up a bit. So, Greg, I thought there were some alternatives and other ways you can go if you weren't too enthralled with the heavy favorite.
We've seen stranger things, certainly at this racetrack, with a reputation for upsets. Look at what the Ortiz brothers have done at Saratoga. 7 of the last 8 riding titles have gone to these 2 brothers. I ride last year.
Yeah, they've just really dominated. Luis Saez, the only one that's been leading rider in between that 1 year. One of the other of them wasn't. It's going to be interesting. Now we got Flavien Prat in the game. Look, you can go really deep here. May not get the jockey you want. You don't have to get upset. You're going to get a good replacement jockey.
Right? I mean, like, at the end of the day, you got about, what, 4 or 5 that are already got their plaques in the Hall of Fame next to the guy next to me, with Johnny V and Castellano, those guys. And then you got Irad and Jose are on their way, barring injury, and some other guys. I mean, you got, like, literally 6 or 7 Hall of Famers that are going to be in that room by the end of the day. It's crazy.
And here's a look at it. Almost every day it's like this for Irad Ortiz Jr. A lot of short numbers that he'll have mounts. 3 to 5 coming up. Well, actually 1 to 5 right now, but 3 to 5 in the morning line. He'll be on Randomized, 7 to 5. Alice Rocket would have been a major player in that race. Scratch came out of off the turf, but all meet long, he is going to have major opportunities, and he's the favorite to win this meet title again.
Let me ask you something, Gary. When you get the race card and you know, obviously you want to be 3 to 5 every race, but is there more pressure on you to be 3 to 5 every race, or 6 to 5 every race?
I'll be honest with you, and I do the same thing now. I pull up the daily racing form before the odds and the numbers are out, and that's how I do my handicapping.
Yeah.
And I'll know if I got a shot just by race setup or whatever. I tended not to look at the odds, and
because it's swayed the way you're riding or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, don't let that board dictate how you're going to ride a race, or getting your head, I don't have any shot in here, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I've been in that spot before too. You start getting a little bit of a slump, and you're looking at the horses that you're riding, and what am I doing on this thing? This isn't going to help. And then boom, all of a sudden but they're young. They try on. Listen, this is Saratoga. they just want to ride. They want to ride every race if possible.
Yeah.
I mean, we see him riding horses, you know, the lower class horses as well. They're not cherry picking. These horses are being offered to them. Steve Rushing, their agent, he does a tremendous job of keeping things separated, doing his handicapping, and giving each one of them the best chances that he can.
Post parade coming up. We will start with Heroes Medal, trained by Al Stahl, and Tyler Gaffleone rides.
Yeah, you know, this horse had a couple bad races, then woke up in his last race at Ellis Park at 1 1/8, so 20-1, not the worst long shot.
Mount Craig, we'll see next. This horse looked like he might have a really big future, and he just hasn't put it together. He's had some problems out of the gate as well.
Yeah, and he's by Arrogate. He actually ran a good race opening weekend at Churchill Downs. It was 1 1/4 miles, so we know the 1 1/8 isn't going to be any problem for him. He was second that day.
1-5 favorite. He just missed by a head in the Grade 2 Wood Memorial on the road to the Derby.
Yeah, the horse to beat, and the blinkers on last time for Rapoli Stables in St. Elias.
Okasik, first of a pair for Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt will be aboard, start number 3.
Yeah, and he sprinted first time out, going 3/4 mile. Got a decent buyer that day at 83, and then he came back on a sloppy track. Heavy favorite that day. Was third, beaten 20 1/4 lengths. We see Chad throwing back in, going 1 1/8 miles.
Jose Ortiz on the other Chad Brown, Moore's Law.
Yeah, and it is a horse that Maggie thinks can get the distance or wants more of the distance at 14-1. Giants Causeway on the bottom side in the Klarovich colors.
Ride Up was forward last time out, backed up to third for Linda Rice.
Yeah, he's going to be forward again today in this race, I believe, from that 6th post position. Dylan aboard for Linda, who had a win opening day here yesterday.
And Exude, another Bill Mott runner, his only dirt start on a fast track. He ran third at Gulfstream going 1 mile.
This would be my long shot. You make a good point. The only fast track race was a grinding third. He's by Tappet of a smart strike mare, so he should love the distance, and Mr. Mott and Mr. Alvarado have been a potent combination of late.
Pick 4 pool, 109,000 and growing. Want to remind everyone you can feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests just about every week. Register now. You can win cash prizes and seats into the following week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. Eastern today. Go to NYRA.com/contests to get signed up, started, and learn more. As we get a look here at Moore's Law, Jose Ortiz aboard this 14-1 shot. Take a look at what Jose has lined up for the afternoon. Dots Dollar, big scratch, would have been a heavy favorite later on this afternoon. Unfortunately, some of his day cut short.
Very short, and those days are disappointing when you come in, when you have a storm like we had last night, and you look at the board, and when I say the board, they've got the programs up for all the ballots and everything, the scratches are marked in there. That's the first thing you do when you walk in the jocks room, is look and see how many you're going to wind up riding. And look, we've got a lot of turf racing here at Saratoga. You know who's more than likely going to scratch, who's not. It changes your whole day. And if you're going for leading rider and you lose 3 or 4 horses on a day, look, but the meet's early, and you know, hopefully this is not going to be a soaking wet summer up here, and we won't lose a lot of turf races. But yeah, it's disappointing when you walk into the room and it's like that. You're looking forward to riding 6-7 races on the card, and you're down to 3.
A rat on the 3, the 1-5 favorite, his brother on the 5, Moore's Law. We fully expect these two to battle just like they did at that Belmont Spring Summer Meet. It came down to the last race of the meet, and Jose was able to hold off that charge from Arad, who had been suspended late in the meet, would certainly cost him some wins. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I'll be taking the younger Ortiz in here, as I do like Moore's Law. I feel as though he's just really going to relish this 2-turn 9 furlongs, because in those 1-turn races, he's kind of off the bridle and having to be niggled at the entire way. I know I'm taking a much slower horse on paper based on figures, but why not? The price is right, and he's making a great impression on me. But taking a look at Chad's more fancied runner in number 4, Okasik. Now, look. There's 2 ways to think about it, and I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure which foot I stand on. He could have not liked the track, and furthermore, he was really quiet in the paddock that day back at Belmont, and he is wound for sound today. He's getting a very aggressive warm-up from Fabian Pratt as well. I mean, in the paddock, he was on his toes, jig-jogging the whole way around there, and he was quiet as a church mouse back on that Preakness day at Belmont. The other foot that I kind of want to stand on is that I don't think this guy gets better with more ground. I think he is an out-and-out sprinter. He's built that way. Today he's acting that way. We'll see. Look for him to be prominent, though, early on. As a long shot that just makes a wonderful and lovely impression is number 1, Hero's Medal. It's Alstall. His horses typically do that to me. But he's big, he's good looking, he's tightened up quite a bit since I saw him 2 back. And I spoke to Alstall in the paddock just now, and he said in that mile and a quarter race at Churchill, he said, I just wanted them to send him. I just wanted to get a race into him just to move him forward from a fitness perspective, from a sharpness perspective as well. And it looks like he's done that because his last race was a step in the right direction over at Ellis and those speed-dominated inside tracks. And he was on the wide, grinding trip the entire way, and he still was able to secure, albeit a well-beaten second, behind a gate-to-wire winner. So look for him to possibly use underneath. You know he's going to get the distance, Greg.
1-5 favorite, though. They all got to beat this one. Race goes through. Dreamlike off that performance on the final prep in New York to get to the Kentucky Derby, and he ran big that day. Yeah, he had an inside trip early, but he was pinned in for a little while as well. And then when he did swing outside, he fought to the wire.
Yeah, he did. And like I said, he had the steady pretty good going into the first turn. He kind of got cut off, and he looked like he was in a spot he really didn't want to be in. Jose got him out of that spot and was just stalking, but he looks like he's going to tire right here. And the way he fights the last 200 yards here, I thought was super impressive. I mean, 3 heads bobbing on the wire.
Yeah, it was a great finish. And you're right, he hung in there. I mean, he's got the worst of the bobs there. I mean, this is the Wood Memorial by a half a length, and they were hitting each other down the lane. It was a dogfight down the lane between those 3 horses. So, you know, listen, he's going to be really tough to beat in here unless something unimaginable happens where he, you know, stumbles at the gate. I would think the 4 is probably his competition in here when you look at least at the PP's Okasik. The where you have with Okasik, he lost 65 cents on a dollar. In his first race, I get it, he got an 83 buyer, but that was only a 5-horse field.
Harrodsburg pretty talented, though.
Well, you got to put in perspective, too. A lot of people were like, okay, Dreamlike, you're going to take 2 to 5. He ran in a 12-horse field. Okasik hasn't ran, in 2 races, hasn't ran against 12 horses. So, you know, where are you going with the 3 over the 4? How are you going the 4 over the 3?
1863 Club, some of the best views, not just at Saratoga, but any racetrack in the country. Great new addition just a few years ago as fans take in opening weekend here at Saratoga. And for now, beautiful weather. We got hit with that, you know, we moved those post times forward last night, and great job by New York Racing Association to get ahead of the weather and beat it. And then just as you'll get up here, pretty nasty storm for about a half an hour that eventually passed.
Yeah, for a lot of people out there that don't know and they're wondering, oh, well, you know, it's dry, they're off turf. There was tornadoes, trees were falling down. There was a lot of wreckage there going on around in this area. Hopefully everybody is safe as well.
Yeah, when we got back to the production trailers last night, the power was already off after the late show yesterday. By the time I got home last night, all of my lights were flashing. The power had been off. But it blew in, lasted like a half hour, and blew out. But, man, I haven't seen it rain
like that in
a long, long time.
Yeah.
Making their way to the gate, and you know, we'll see if this 2 to 5 favorite can put it together. But if this horse does, if this horse puts it together, and if say he moves forward off that Wood Memorial, it's potentially a horse that can be in some of the bigger races this year.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
and you've got to think that Todd Pletcher is using this for possibly a prep for something else. I'm not going to.
You know, the West Virginia Derby's coming up. There's a lot of other Derbies still coming up. You know what I mean? And yeah, you're 100% right. Why not?
Well, he's leaving Forte here for the Jim Dandy. Maybe he'll head to the Haskell.
There he is. Can he deliver and get that first win under his belt here in his 4th try? Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. We're set for the second. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramonti.
Thank you, Greg. And the favorite just clicked down to 1-5, Dreamlike. Rating on Right Up, who will follow Moore's Law into the gate. And the gray Exude to complete the line. Exude walking up. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a bobble from Mount Craig. Ocasek is going straight to the front. Exude has speed. Hero's Medal along the inside is in the mix in the early stages. And just behind them is heavily favored Dreamlike, who secures a spot down at the rail, only 2 lengths off the pace. They're followed by Mount Craig. Right Up is second to last. The early trailer is Moore's Law. Hero's Medal will take him on to the backstretch, the long shot leader over Ocasek. And the opening quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. It is Hero's Medal leading the way by 3/4 of a length. Ocasek is in second. There followed a 3 wide Exude, and then comes Dreamlike comfortably fourth, 2.5 or 3 lengths off the leader. Mount Craig is just inside of him, followed by Right Up, and then it's a little bit of a gap back to Moore's Law. They went the half in just under 49 seconds. And it is Hero's Medal who's been there every step of the way. Ocasek is right on his flank second. At the rail, Mount Craig takes third. Dreamlike in between rivals. Exude is just outside of him. Dreamlike currently fifth, but he's only about 2 or so off the leader, very much in it. Then comes Right Up, and Moore's Law has trailed throughout. 113 flat for 6 panels. Hero's Medal pushed along, trying to maintain that lead. Has it 3/4 of a length. Ocasek is in second. On the outside, Dreamlike gets breathing room and is set down, and here he comes now. And Dreamlike takes off. A little bit of bumping between Mount Craig and Hero's Medal, followed by Ocasek, a belated bid from Moore's Law. He almost won the Wood, and he's going to dominate this maiden field. Dreamlike streaks home by a half dozen lengths. Moore's Law second best. It was a photo for third that went to Mount Craig over Hero's Medal.
Dreamlike dominates this group here, gets that maiden breaking win, and potentially now on to much bigger and better things.
Yeah, and he's matured since the Wood Memorial with the trip that he got there. And Irad just riding with a ton of confidence.
Yeah.
He was in the pocket there. He waited until the 5/16 pole. When he tipped him out, it was a quicker acceleration than what I thought I was going to see, but he accelerated.
Yeah.
He put this race to bed in a hurry.
It got tight there somewhere in the rail, and Frank right now, Miramati, just said over the loudspeaker, there is an inquiry, so hold on to your tickets. I think the 5 who came up running second has nothing to do with it. The 3 horses on the inside really kind of played bumper cars a little bit. The 1 came over on a horse that was trying to come up the rail, but Gary makes a really good point. You don't see that kind of acceleration, especially on the dirt. You see this kind of acceleration on the turf. So now you know this horse is a legit horse, just had some unlucky races. You know, sometimes you look at a horse like this and you think, okay, does this horse maybe have seconditis, thirditis? What are we going to see? No, this horse is okay. He's been beaten by pretty good horses.
Yeah, including a narrow defeat
in
the Derby Prep, major one on the New York circuit. Let's take another look at this incident, what's going on in the stretch of the stewards you're taking a look at.
Yeah, what's going to happen here is the 1 horse is going to tighten it up on that horse that's down inside. He kind of bounced off the inside fence, came out and ping-ponged the 1 horse out into Ocasek, and the inside horse, he wound up running third in there. So
yeah,
there was banging around, but it had nothing to do with your second place, first
you
or
make a
second.
good point, Gary, because the 1 kind of hindered the inside horse, right?
Yeah.
But the inside horse outfinished the 1, which is kind of crazy. Wait. Oh, the 2 got the bob for third?
3-5-2-1.
That's why they're looking at this, because when you look, oh, it was 2 on the inside.
It was the 2 horse on the inside.
Inside,
yep.
Okay, so, yeah, the 2 ran third, so why are you even looking at it? The 1 infracted the 2 beat the 1.
I'm not sure. He tightened it up on the 2.
Did the 2
right
come
here?
back out at him?
Yeah, he made contact with him, shoved him into the fence. It was caused by the 1. He bounced back off, ricocheted off the rail. He actually didn't hit the rail, but he got close enough to it, and he protected himself, came back out into the 1, but the 1 started it.
But you know what?
Dreamlike.
I give credit to Luis Saez on the 2 because he got infracted and he kept on riding, and he still outfinished the 1, so they'll probably hold the placings here. But if he would have not outfinished the 1, they probably would have put him up. But you got to give him credit for outriding, keep riding.
Todd Pletcher, another talented 3-year-old here, one he was trying to sneak into that Derby, still as a maiden in the wood, did not work out. Backed off a little bit, and maybe one not going to be the best thing for this horse.
Yeah, and he's got to be pleased with this performance today. Huge effort from him. I like the patience that the horse showed. He was waiting for the cue from Irad the entire trip, and when he gave him the cue, it happened in a sudden way.
Yeah, those little shortcut blinkers, you see they put him on last start. It resulted in a great race. He's come back now fresh, and just the acceleration right here.
So again, 1 to the outside. There's that initial bump, and it looks like it's the 1, and Tyler Gaffleone coming into Mount Craig the 2, and Saez. I'm not quite sure what it is.
I wonder if they're taking a look at the 4. Now, the 4 is 3 deep. He's all the way on the left side. Does he come all the way in?
There, maybe.
I think it just gets held up. Listen, the stewards had to put up it was a good job by the stewards putting up an inquiry because they saw something. But now when you take a look at it, I was the 1 infracting the 2. And since the 2 already beat the 1, I think it's just going to stand.
I won't disagree with you.
Meanwhile, is it too early to say it? Man, we just saw leading rider at the meet, Arad Ortiz Jr. gets number 3.
Too early. I have my dark horse. I'm telling you, my dark horse is Split the Brothers, or maybe win, is Flavian. If it does not rain a lot and we get a ton of turf racing, I think he's got a shot.
First ever Saratoga last summer, yeah, for Flavian Pratt. Wound up in a tie for second with Saez. Over 40 winners.
You guys are gonna think I'm being ridiculous here, but the leading rider, a lot's going to depend on the weather. I'm serious. If we have a wet summer, Flavian rides a lot of horses for Chad Brown, a lot of the top horses. If we lose a number of races on turf,
that's a good point.
It's going to hurt. Yeah, it's going to hurt Flop.
Gary Contessa probably still flying high. Becky's Joker is a maiden, taking the first graded stake of the meet in the Schuylerville. We'll look back at opening day right after this.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins fully over Bluegrass.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. A popular winner in today's second race as Dreamlike gets the job done. We did have that brief inquiry where we did see the disqualification of number 1 Heroes Medal. He was put 6th, and so that moves number 7 Exude into 4th place. But no doubt about the winner, Dreamlike, dropping out of the Grade 2 Wood Memorial here with winning conditioner Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And Todd, Dreamlike, he ran a valiant race against a tough field, and it was a big spot for him to go on. Talk about the development of this horse. It feels like there has been an improvement with the blinkers.
Yeah, definite improvement with the blinkers. He's a colt that's always shown a lot of talent, but sometimes not totally focused. The blinkers made a difference, but today's the first day he really polished the race off and finished strongly. I thought it was by far his most professional effort.
I was going to say, it seemed like he kind of went to hang on horses. He kind of was running in spots, but to kick away like that, now breaking his maiden, what does that give you thoughts about his future?
Well, we think he has, a big future. I think the question is if we want to get aggressive again, or maybe bring him along a little more methodically and try an allowance race in between now and the Pennsylvania Derby or something. But talk to Mike and St. Elias team, and we'll come up with a plan.
Well, at least a talented one in the stable, but one that has proven his talent is Annapolis. And if the weather cooperates with us, we'll see the Kelso on the turf tomorrow, coming off a win in the opening verse. A little bit of a layoff. How has he been doing?
He's doing well. Yeah, he's trained super for this. I hope we get a suitable turf course tomorrow.
Well, Todd, wishing you the best of luck with him. A popular horse here at the spot. Congratulations with Dreamlike today.
Thank you.
All right, guys, as we are checking out the drama in-house of why we saw Moore's Law disqualified and put behind Okasik.
Heroes Medal, right? Actually, the 4th place finisher DQ'd. So 3-5-2-1 becomes 3-5-2-7 in here.
Yeah, good call by Gary, because Gary said, you know what, the 2, they might take the 2 behind the 4. What ended up happening is when the 1, Gaffleon came in on the 2, he reacted and then came out on the 4, Gary, so he fouled 2 horses.
Yeah, and that forced, his horse he was getting really tired and just overreacted.
Well, Dreamlike, impressive, and it does sound like potentially Penn Derby for this horse down the line.
Yeah, and he said, what, maybe a setup race before the Penn Derby? Like I said, there's so many different derbies down the line, and obviously this horse is very talented.
This one of many that's come off the grass today. So, mile and 16th becomes 1 mile on the dirt here for race 3. Life, Love, and Laughter, and Quarrel now taking the majority of the money with Who Remains, 4-horse field. All these changes, though, they present, a lot of times they really present opportunities. We got a Big Six carryover today after 1 day of the meet already. And if you can narrow things down, it's probably going to overpay what it should.
Yeah, there's not a lot of horses in today, so I think you're going to get a lot of action, because a lot of people are looking at the card going, okay, there's a lot of scratch here. I can play a lighter ticket and maybe be able to pay. If it pays $400 or $500, you'll probably get inflated because of the carryover. So, but still, it's still tough to pick 6 in a row around this race, man.
Schuylerville opening day, traditional opening day feature for 2-year-old fillies, and it was a shocker. Graveyard living up to its name once again. 21-1 shot. Becky's Joker, first-time starter, breaking her maiden in her debut in a Grade 3 for Gary Contessa.
And so professional. I mean, set in the pocket there, came through that hole that he was pointing her into, or was tight at one point. He didn't hesitate. And this filly really lengthened. She's going to enjoy more ground, and it was pretty cool to watch. Left everybody in her wake.
Yes, she
Gary
did.
Contessa saying after the race that, look, the reason they bought her was they were going to pinhook her. They were going to resell her, and she was too big. He said, so I got to keep her and train her. And he said that she'd been training very, very precocious leading up to the race. I saw Javier out in the parking lot last night after the races. He was already in his car. I was headed in for the storm. Congratulated him. I said, did you know anything about this filly? And he said, no. He said, Gary told me early in the day that I was riding a freak for him in the Schuylerville. He said, I started laughing. He said, he was right.
And he was still in
anyone.
jockey mode after the races because coming out of the parking lot, tried to take the inside away from me.
Was that you that tried to cut him off?
No, it's a reverse.
You're not allowed to come up the rail even in the parking lot with Javier Castellano. But yeah.
First Saratoga win, by the way, for Contessa since July 24th of 2019.
But she won easy.
Yes.
And you know what? Gary makes a good point because, you know, when Gary Contessa said, you know, how tall and how big she is, she's physically taller than the whole field, and she's going to love a longer distance of ground. You're right. And I'm sure Gary went home and celebrated, and he also got, I would say, 100 phone calls about the sale of this horse.
No question. He had actually left New York March of 2020 during COVID. What a way to come back. Owner Lee Pekoik as well. These two have been together for about 35 years.
That's great.
They had that other good one, too, that 2-year-old filly that won the Spinaway, Sipacan Harbor.
Look at me celebrating. This is before he goes to the windows to collect on that $44 return.
Hopefully he shared that, what he knew ahead of time with a few of those fans. Shocker. Right off the bat at 21-1 here to kick off our graded stakes action here at the meet, and many more surprises I'm sure to come.
Yeah, the thing is you're not surprised, right? it's Saratoga.
It's Saratoga, and it happens up here. It happened to me a few times on each way, going each way. I won some big races up here on horses that I thought had moderate chances, and the favorites didn't show up, and you capitalize.
The crazy part is whenever you come to this racetrack, you hear steam about all these horses. My horse can run, this horse can run, that horse can run. They all can run. You know what I mean? They're all coming up here with intentions to win. Not a lot of people are coming up here to lose.
Yeah. Third race we'll get into coming up. 4 will line up in a race that was, again, meant for the turf. Comes off now shortened to a mile distance here in this allowance optional claiming field. And currently favored, it's the one Life, Love, and Laughter. Jose Ortiz, actually going to be the dirt debut for this filly from the rail.
Well, I would think the horse is the horse to beat, obviously off the turf efforts. I like the horse Quarrel, the 7 in here, because I think the horse has run at least a good race over the dirt, gets Lasix, gets the blinkers on, short field, and I can maybe get to the front end. But I thought it was those two horses.
Well, Phillies got their chance on opening day yesterday. The boys we're going to see on Saturday in the Sanford, and maybe one of the most dominant 2-year-olds we've seen to this point all year long. We're going to see the line up. Here's the Sanford Stakes. By the numbers, Nago running back in 1913. How about a Fleet Alex? One of the most talked about Triple Crown runs with all that trouble he had in the Preakness. And we got to see him early on as a 2-year-old. John Velasquez, he's won the Sanford 7 times in his Hall of Fame career. Few of those teaming up with this Hall of Famer. Todd Pletcher, who last won it back in 2021. Green Tree Stable, remarkable 8 victories in the Sanford. And the biggest upset, Man Award losing to where we created what that word means by legend. And how about 2-year-olds to sweep that series? City Zip, the last to do it for Linda Rice, the great Secretariat. Winning the Sanford onto a championship season. We're going to see the horse I was talking about, Gold Sweep, for Steve Asmussen. Just a lights-out performance in the Tremont. He is an odds-on favorite. Jose Ortiz will have the call 3 to 5 morning line.
Yeah, and he was so impressive breaking his maiden in the Tremont. He had one out previously at Ellis Park. That comes here to Belmont Park, gets that one race, and what he put on a show here. 2-year-olds just aren't supposed to do that. Got a huge buyer that day of 91, almost unheard of, and he lengthens. Watch his ears as he approaches the wire. His ears are going to flip forward, back and forth, telling me that he wasn't even all out yet. Just on cruise control, taking his jock, and that was fun to watch. Look, yeah, this is the graveyard of champions. Anything can happen. Everybody showed up here with their running shoes on for this race, so we'll see what happens. But I think I'm going to just sit and watch and enjoy.
Yeah, they might need their Air Jordans on to catch Gold Sweep. You know, when he lost first time out, he got a tough beat. And that was actually a loaded race. 3rd, 4th place finishers have come back to win. He's going to be tough. And it just shows you Steve is still one of the best 2-year-old trainers, and he's so dangerous second time out. You know that too, Gary, and he has his horses loaded. Yeah. There's some other ones in here, but they're going to have their running shoes on to beat Gold Sweep.
Had a pretty good 2-year-old named Gulfport last year, wound up getting beat by Damon's Mound.
Yeah.
This horse looks like he might be a little bit better than Gulfport. That was a tremendous effort in the Tremont. It'll be a short price. We'll have that race for you, the 10th on the card on our Saturday coverage. Grade 3 Sanford, the first of those 3 big stakes for 2-year-olds. We'll talk more about equipment changes in our Paddock report with Maggie Wolfadale when we come back with blinkers. That's coming up when we return.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Corgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set to move into race number 3. Moved off the turf, was a mile and a 16th, now 1 mile. Main track, and 4 fillies will line up. That's what's left in here. 6-5 favorite Quarrel for Bobby Rapato. Javier Castellano, who was on that 21-1 shot, debuting upsetter in the Schuylerville Becky's Joker for Gary Contessa. He'll ride this filly here. Blinkers on, getting Lasix, and showed ability in that debut on dirt on a race that was taken off the turf.
Yeah, I mean, she got a decent buyer that day. Like you said, the blinkers going on, first time Lasix, third race off the layoff, off the turf onto the main track. She's run long. Ran decently long on turf, albeit by turf. Looks like she can, all signals are pointing to the 6-5 that you're seeing on the board.
Well, she can control the race. I mean, she's putting blinkers on. All the rest of these horses are turf runners that have really haven't even shown speed on turf, you know what I mean?
Well, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, well, we do see one filly as you guys talk about the dynamics of this race, putting blinkers on. That's number 7, Coral. And when I spoke to her trainer, Bobby Robato, he said, look, her speed and aggressiveness wasn't necessarily a problem as a 2-year-old if you go back and watch the replay of her first 2 races, which took place on the main track. But as he said, coming back in her 2 starts as a 3-year-old, she showed maybe just a little bit more reserve and a little bit more calmness. So he didn't think about putting the blinkers on until her last start, in which she is applying these French cut blinkers. As you can see, a close-up visual of them. They close a horse in a bit more. So as he was saying, in that last race, he felt as though she got a little uncomfortable being surrounded by other horses. And once they put them on her today here in the paddock, she lit up like a light bulb. She's far more aggressive. And so I think the plan is, too, to go to the lead. And furthermore, as this is her 3rd start off the bench, this is the most fit, ready that she has appeared now as a 3-year-old. As we'll move on to number 1, who's a big question mark in here, getting to the dirt for the first time, Live, Love, and Laughter for Mike Trombetta. Now, this dam of this one, a sister, full sister to Dr. Shane, who was a stakes-winning New York bred as a 2-year-old on the dirt, but this gal looks all turf meant. She has a turf hoof. Now she's sharp, she's well turned out in that respect, and I like the flat mile for her to try the dirt for the first time, but I just think this might be the wrong surface for her today, Greg.
We'll find out coming down Champions Way. Thank you, Maggie. 8 minutes away from this third on the card, 6-5 favorite. You know, a filly who in the debut, it was a good sealed track. Race taken off the turf, got a 71 buyer in that performance and showed that she has ability on this kind of surface.
They just declared the track condition as fast now. So that was on a sealed sloppy racetrack. She'll handle this just as well, I think.
Yeah, we will find out.
I hope.
There's Javier. He'll be aboard this Daughter of Speightstown for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, you know, you look at the race, obviously the 2 has the experience on the dirt, and so does the 7. I just think the 7 can control. We'll see what happens.
8-5, Life, Love, and Laughter kicks off the post parade, and Jose Ortiz rides.
This is a filly got blinkers last time out for the first time, and she improved. It was her best effort. Now she has to transfer it to dirt.
Next door, Modern Love, a daughter of 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin.
Yeah,
been exclusively on dirt.
Yeah, she showed run her second out. Came from well off the pace to get the money at Tampa Bay Downs. She was going to try turf for the first time, but she handles dirt just fine.
Quarrel, here's the 6-5 favorite, making all those changes.
Yeah, blinkers go on, Lasix. That's why I think Javier Castellanos will take the initiative in this short field and probably try to lead him all the way around.
And 9-2 on the outside. This is Stephanie's Charm. Blinkers come off.
Blinkers are coming off. She's had 12 tries. She does have the 1 win, but she hasn't showed a lot of run here in quite a while. Tried the dirt 2 times, the first 2 starts of her life, and didn't show anything.
Compact field yet again here in this third. You can play all of today's action, including a huge pick 6 carryover after just 1 day of the meet. With Naira Bets, get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Promo code SPOT200. Take advantage. Pick 6 today begins in the 5th. Go to NairaBets.com and play with us all summer long. As we get back to, and the only one in the field with a victory on dirt on this surface, and it's this filly here, Modern Love.
Yeah, and you know, Gary mentioned it was an off-the-turf event, 2 back on January 14th of 2023. Here's the race. She swung way wide. It was only a 5-horse field with Sammy Camacho aboard. She was the favorite, so she did what she was supposed to do. And it probably means a lot in this race, considering, you know, nobody else in here has won on dirt. She has a win on dirt. Everybody else is coming off turf. Is it a great number? Not particularly, but it could definitely win this race.
Yeah, and Ian Wilkes taking over for Chad Brown. She's been in his barn for a while, training at Churchill Downs, and she must be training forwardly. Her workouts are decent at Churchill Downs, and first time Ian must like what he's seeing her in the morning's training to leave her in this spot.
And back to the favorite here at 6-5. And Quarrel, and you talk about, you know, Modern Love, the only one having that win on dirt. This filly didn't win that debut, but got a better figure than that winner on dirt. As we take a look back.
Yeah, it was labeled as a good racetrack, but you could probably go as it was more sealed. And, you know, she's a tiny bit green in this effort. It was her first career start, but look how clear she is from the 3rd place finisher. I mean, that's why I think she's the favorite here. Everybody goes back to that number. It's probably the best number, and she's 14 and a half lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher in that race.
And, you know, it was a sprint where she was up close early. She puts blinkers on. It just looks like she could control in this race, too.
I would think so.
We'll see if that's the plan. You would think it is. Be aggressive. Javier Castellano, 2 wins yesterday, including the Schuylerville on Becky's Joker.
Yeah, I don't.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say I don't see any other speed in this race.
And Frank Miramati making that announcement that Gary had just talked about. Track upgraded to fast. Good news as we get set for the third here. Let's go back to Maggie.
And sometimes when you see a heavy rainstorm that we anticipated and they get that good seal on the racetrack, just that kind of water coming down will tighten up the racetrack, and we will see it not quite as exhausting as it seemed to be early on in the day yesterday. So I like the fact that we kind of had the rain and it dried out so quickly that we have this fast track now for these horses to participate over. But number 2, Modern Love, she is the most experienced over the main track. The only time I saw her was in her debut back in November of her 2-year-old season, going the 6.5 furlongs. And my notes say once longer. And yeah, so she got it in her next start and she won. I liked her a bit more in the paddock than I did out here on the track, but and 2, she was one that was just off the bridle the entire way, and it feels like she needs a somewhat slow pace up front to be really competitive. I don't know if she's going to really get that today. I think there are some horses to go here, including, like I said, Coral, and I wouldn't discount number 1, Life, Love, and Laughter, from being forward with Jose Ortiz aboard. She's very sharp. She continued to do so and be so out on the racetrack, and while I don't love her on this surface change, she's moving incredibly well. She arguably looks best out on the track, and if she had a 1 dirt race to kind of give you a gauge on how she might perform, I'd pick her, but I'm going with Coral. She seems like a safer option here because we know that she can handle the dirt, Greg.
As we showed you, yes, and it looks like, and there she is again, and looks like she's, I believe, going to control in this race. Paul, you seem to agree.
Well, when you look at the race, you do have the 1, and Maggie is right. The 1 has shown tactical speed. The 2 has come from off the pace in races where they've gone 49 for the half. The other horse in this race, the 8, is taking the blinkers off. That horse comes from downtown. That horse is going to be dead last. So if you look at Quarrel, 2 back, this horse stumbled at the gate on the turf and still was able to cut out 45 and is putting on blinkers. So I don't know how the horse doesn't get to the front end, to be honest with you, unless somebody really pushes.
If somebody does push with that towards the outside draw, the 8 horse has no speed whatsoever. So if Javier decides that somebody's doing too much early on, he can stop just sitting off of a horse's hip and lay second on the outside. Doesn't have to worry about getting in tight. So she's got that going for her too.
And this will be out of the Wilson chute, and you see that. I don't know if we can get a look at it, but they have that temporary rail up. These 4 horses will be lined up to the outside 4 stalls on the gate.
Yeah, and it's a good thing they have that rail up right here because the horses go to open space, obviously, right?
They do, but the reason they're doing that because they're basically breaking, running straight towards the rail. Even when they've got a fuller field, they'll move that rail out. They'll move them out as far as they can because it takes the hook out of the turn and makes it more like you see Formula One drivers straighten out a turn, go into, and that's basically what they've done here is they've straightened you out to throw you into a more direct turn into the backstretch, if that makes any sense to you at all.
Yeah. I will say, though, like, we have seen a couple horses, if you do duck in a little bit on the 1, you got to get out of there a little because the rail comes up and you got to back up a little bit. But with this 4-horse field, they're able to move the field towards the outside, so they should be fine here.
Yeah, we did see some gamesmanship, too, with riders early on last year at the meet with the return of this Wilson shoe, with riders trying to pack some guys into the fence.
Well, that's why you're seeing the way they've set this up as they have is so takes a little less of that gamesmanship, tightening up, whatever you want to call it. It takes an advantage, a bigger advantage away from the outside horses, causing the inside horses. Look, if you've drawn down in that 1 hole in a full field, and you break a little bit slow,
you're in trouble.
You might better take back because you're going to get crammed up, up against the fence.
And getting an unexpected preview here of this Wilson shoot with the Wilton coming up next in race number 4. And that, too, will be a 4 filly race coming up in that early stakes action to kick off a middle pick 4.
And that's going to be completely different. There's a lot of speed in that race, so we'll see what happens in this race and see how speed does hold up and what happens. But in the next race, only a 4-horse field of fillies, but Unsung Melody, the 2, probably going to be your third choice in there, might be the horse to catch. That's going to be an interesting race.
I think the cool thing about the Wilton, some of the jockeys were skeptical about it. Going in, they actually had a trial race, horses breaking from the gate prior to the meet opening up last year, and they ran races on it, and it played very, very fair. It didn't seem to favor any type of runner, come from behind, middle, or speed horses, but maybe a small disadvantage to the horses drawn down inside in the fuller fields. But with these shorter fields, there's not a lot that you really need to worry about unless the horse just takes a bad turn.
Quirrell the 7th, the favorite with Javier Castellano. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Stephanie's Charm goes in. And they're off. Life, Love, and Laughter is going straight to the front. Taken in hand immediately, and in front by a neck to Quirrell in second. It's 2 more back to Modern Love, and Stephanie's Charm is on the outside. Life, Love, and Laughter is the leader by about a half a length. Quirrell now presses, and these 2 race together as one. Quirrell takes the lead as they straighten up for the run down the back stretch. Life, Love, and Laughter is in second. It's 2 more lengths back to Stephanie's Charm on the outside of Modern Love. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Down the back stretch, Quirrell on the outside. Life, Love, and Laughter continue to duke it out. 2 more lengths. Stephanie's Charm has 2.5 to make up now, and Modern Love is tucked in along the inside. Life, Love, and Laughter by a nose. Quirrell on the outside. That's been the story so far, as Modern Love creeping closer in third. Stephanie's Charm is tailed off in fourth. Approaching the quarter pole. Life, Love, and Laughter now starting to edge a little bit clear of Quirrell. Another 3. Back to the third place runner, Modern Love. 3/16 of a mile to go. Life, Love, and Laughter leads it by 2. Modern Love gathering a little bit of momentum on the outside now, brushing slightly with Quirrell inside the furlong pole, closing a little bit on Life, Love, and Laughter. Life, Love, and Laughter, 3-length lead. Modern Love clearly into second, but no match for Life, Love, and Laughter, handridden to a 2.5-length score. Modern Love was second, Quirrell finished third, Stephanie's Charm checks in fourth.
First time on dirt, Life, Love, and Laughter, as Maggie anticipated, was forward early on and able to last this mile distance on the dirt.
Yeah, and a good ride by Jose Ortiz. I told Polly, turning into the backstretch, I said this filly, Life, Lover, and Laughter, she was running much more relaxed than what Quirrell was. Quirrell was pulling on Javier. They didn't go that fast early on, but Quirrell had her ears pinned. She looked like she was trying to do too much. And sometimes you can take the run out of them by taking too much hold. In the meantime, Jose just kept his filly nice and relaxed. She was galloping around the turn. He wasn't asking her. He wasn't taking her back. She got in a nice rhythm and just powered away.
Yeah, good job by Jose Ortiz to just drop his hands. And there you see Mike Trombetta, the winning trainer, probably texting his owner saying, hey, we just got in the winner's circle. But you could tell, listen, when a turf horse that's never been on the dirt, Greg, gets to the front end as easy as she did, you knew that she was going to be tough to beat.
Wins it 8-5. Second choice on the board here. And maybe after this performance, see some more dirt in her future. She's shown some big ability, though, on the turf. So at least, Connections, they have options with her.
Absolutely. That was impressive.
Jose Ortiz with the victory. She's too good for this group. And she took a little heat, throughout much of this race.
Yeah, Quirrell folded.
She didn't panic. She was down inside, and I thought that she was going to start wanting to run off when they were going head and head as they turned into the backstretch, but her ears were up, and she was nice and settled and didn't panic when Quarrel came up on her outside, stayed in that rhythm, and he was able to just inch her out, and keep her in that rhythm.
Another look at your winning trainer. Michael Trombetta wins with the Elkstone Group and Jose Ortiz. Here at 8-5 in race 3. We'll be back out of the Wilson chute with the Wilton when we come back for 3-year-old fillies in race 4. Stay with us. We're Saratoga Live on the way after a break.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Nominate.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, and race 3 in the books. Life, Love, and Laughter with a victory.
Congratulations to a filly by Lemon Drop Kid out of the Freud mare. Too foo-foo for you.
Ha. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And Jose Ortiz with another victory. $5.40 for the win. Modern Love, Quarrel. Quarrel battled with this one. Their eventual winner early on and then backs up to third. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning owner and breeder, Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group. And Stuart, a homebred for you, getting the win up here at the spa. The guys are just kind of poking fun of the Dan's name, Too Foo for you. But we're both very familiar with that one.
Yes, we are. It was actually named after the dam's trainer. Very, very preppy kind of guy, and sometimes he's just a little too foo for all of us.
Those pink pants that he likes to wear. We're talking about my husband, Tom Worley, of course. But talk a little bit about Life, Love, and Laughter. We were talking about it in the paddock, and you said, well, I guess this is the right field to try the dirt. But she was actually pretty impressive powering away, taking them gate to wire.
She did. She ran nicely. You know, Michael Trombetta had said that she trains really well on the dirt in the morning. She's obviously run only as a turf horse. But, you know, when the race fell apart, we figured we'd give it a shot, and she proved Michael right.
Yeah, she was moving really well in the warm-up, too. But talk a little bit about breeding horses and just that extra sense of reward, accomplishment, and just being proud of them when you've watched them from conception to making it to here at the great race, the beautiful Saratoga racecourse.
Well, it is. It's like having your child there. I mean, particularly if you fold them or they're when they're being foaled and you watch them raised and you go through all the difficulties that, young horses have, and then they come through and then they can run at Saratoga, and then you have friends and family here and running at the greatest racetrack in the country. It's wonderful. And when it's your horse, not one you bought, not one, but you helped create, you did the breeding and all that stuff. There's no better feeling in the world in this sport.
It's so true. It really is like watching your kids. Could not be happier for you. Congratulations with this win here.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
I love catching up with my good friend Stuart Grant with life, love, and laughter, getting a win here on the second day of the meet.
Congrats to those connections. Winning any race here, it means a lot. It's a special place to be at this meet. Up next, we're going to see that Wilson Shoot again. We have a stakes race in the Wilton. Chad Brown will have a seed. We'll have Randomized. This race named after town just northeast of Saratoga, basically right next door. Created back in 1818. And former President Ulysses S. Grant passed away there.
Oh, my goodness. If you ever go into Wilton, you hook a little left. On the right-hand side, there you see Ulysses S. Grant. You got probably the best ice cream around Saratoga. And if you keep going a little bit further, you go to Nove, you got the best pizza close to Saratoga.
Yep.
So Wilton is a nice little destination.
Dairy Haas, Nove.
That Dairy
nice
Haas
double-double.
is no joke, and you're going to have to wait in line if you want sprinkles.
During COVID, I waited 45 minutes plus to get ice cream there. The lines were insane. Wilton coming up next, again out of this Wilson Shoot, and just 4 fillies will line up, randomized and a seed, both for Chad Brown and both coming out of the Grade 1 Acorn. They disappointed a little bit in the Acorn, but both have impressive races on the resume, including Randomized. That second start, that maiden special weight victory, got a huge number in that performance as we get a look at the Wilson Shoot and will they'll break out of here.
Yeah, and both these fillies are cutting back in distance since that Acorn. I think they found it maybe a stretch too far for them.
Yeah.
So they're getting that break in distance today.
See what happens here. You have Unsung Melody as well, Luis Saez. This should be the one you would think who's going to be in front leading the way.
I would think so. I mean, obviously the 2 Chad horses are going to be very dangerous in here, but we just saw last race what happened when they go a little bit of distance ground and the horse gets loose on the front end, and you got Luis Saez aboard, and sometimes he can be tough to go by.
Yes, he can. Already with a win to kick off today's card. Wilton coming up next. We'll have the story of the return of the historic Wilson Shoot right after this here on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Wanda, 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, Ralph now 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney Viewing Stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney Viewing Stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney Viewing Stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
So many great little areas around Saratoga to catch action, and if you get an opportunity, head over to that Oklahoma training track and see those workouts from that Whitney Viewing Stand. It's fun.
You see every top horse, every top trainer, most of the top jockeys out there every morning that Saratoga is running, getting their work in. A lot of trainers prefer to train on the Oklahoma track. It's a little bit deeper than the main track is. The horses can get very, very fit over that surface.
Fans taking advantage of the picnic areas, the lawns, as we continue with our opening week coverage. And there's a look again at that Wilson chute. Last summer, Naira brought it back. Used to be a regular feature of the track until 1972. It allowed the return of 1 mile races on the dirt for the first time since a brief period back in the summer of '92. Here's Maggie Wolfendale with more on the historic Wilson chute.
The Wilson chute has returned. Named in honor of Richard T. Wilson, former president of the Saratoga Racing Association, the Wilson chute will be used for 1 mile races on the main track at Saratoga. The Wilson chute was a component of the 1902 master plan to enlarge and improve the racetrack after a group of investors, including Wilson and William C. Whitney, purchased Saratoga Racecourse in 1900. The resurrected chute follows the original path of its predecessor along the clubhouse turn just west of the 1863 club. The Wilton Stakes, inaugurated in 1930, shortly after Wilson's death in his honor, was conducted from 1930 to 1958. It was the most prominent race the chute was used for. Due to government wartime restrictions, the 1943 to 1945 editions of the race were shifted to Belmont Park. In 1954, the Wilson Stakes was permanently transferred to Jamaica Racetrack and was renamed as the Wilson Handicap. The distance was adjusted from 1 mile to 6 furlongs. The race was removed from the New York calendar in 1959 when the Jamaica facility closed. Winners of the Wilson Stakes include Devil Diver, Discovery, 830, Equipoise, Gallarette, Tom Fool, and War Admiral, who are members of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Wilson was also a prominent owner and won the Travers Stakes with Gallivant, Hannibal, and Wilderness.
Oh, it's good to have it back and brings another, opportunity to card a different type of race. It's 1 mile on the dirt.
Absolutely, and it's a lot of fun riding on different, with different obstacles, I should say. You've got the downhill turf course at Santa Anita where you make a right-hand turn, then back to your left again. The unique starts at Belmont Park, going a mile and a 16th with a little jig, a little jag. makes you have to think a little harder. A lot more strategy involved in those races.
I like it. I mean, because you think about whenever we watch international racing, they're going left, they're right, they're going straightaways, they're going uphills, they're going sideways. We don't have that many courses around here, so when you have a unique course like this, it's really fun to watch. I mean, and see like if there has been any trends. Now, we've only had it for like a year and 2 races now, so we still don't know what the trends have been, you know. But I like it. I think it's a cool little race. It's got the quick little hook. You got to get in position early, so you know it's fun, especially full field too.
Yeah, going to be a compact field coming up in the Wilton. Just 4 fillies will line up with more. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And we'll start with the fastest, at least on paper, of them all, and that is number 2, Unsung Melody, for trainer Johnny Ortiz, as she comes in here and will try this 1-mile distance for the first time, stretching out from the 6 furlongs. Now, she is one that wears a lot of calming equipment when she comes to the paddock and even to train in, as she is wearing her earplugs. As of now, not sure if they're going to remove them prior to going in the gate. I will be talking to her trainer, Johnny Ortiz, in a moment. But she also wears the titanium hood, which isn't something that covers their ears. It has titanium in it, and it's meant to be a calming property for these horses. Kind of makes them a little bit more secure. It does the trick with her, as she is calm, cool, and collected. The front wraps do go back on, but with regards to her trying this distance, she's got some size, scope. She's rangy. There's a lot of stretch to her. So to me, it feels as though, looking at her physically, she should be A-okay, at least at this mile, with this kind of 1.5 turn that we have out of the Wilson chute. So I'm on the positive end of the spectrum for her. The problem is she'll likely have to deal with the speed of number 5, Randomized, who, as they said, did not like the kickback last time out in the Acorn. So they will be aggressive with her. It's a shorter field than what she faced that day. I still think shorter is better for her. You look at her next to Unsung Melody and you ask somebody, which horse has been running longer distances? You would say Unsung Melody, because Randomized is so compact, built so downhill. Everything about her says sprinter. And I know she won going a mile, breaking her maiden quite emphatically. I wonder how good that race actually is. We'll see. She is the big favorite as of now, is number 4, Exceed, her stablemate. I love the 1-turn mile for her. I think it suits her well. She's a little bit more of a calm type, has a more laid-back demeanor, and a little bit more size to her too. I think this is the right spot for her, as she was hard on the bridle early. It looked as though she was uncomfortable in between horses, and then she just kind of faded along the rail that day. But with a shorter field, she doesn't have to worry with so much traffic this time around in this Wilton Stakes, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Coming out for the post parade here momentarily. 8-5, 6-5 of the 2 Chad Brown fillies, breaking right next door to each other. Flavian Pratt on the 4 seed. There he is. And Arad Ortiz Jr. with the win on today's card. He's got 3 for the meet on Randomized with that big maiden win. And maybe it is a fair question to ask if that was a true figure in that race. Huge move forward in that race. And then just obviously you step up to Grade 1 Company, different world from a maiden special, but didn't back it up.
Yeah, I mean, they said she didn't like the kickback in the race. That means she needs to be on the lead. Well, she's got 2 things going for her, and that is she's fast. She's drawn outside. Thing she's got going against her is Unsung Melody down inside. Maybe she will settle just off the pace without the kickback hitting her in the face. What the kickback can do is just make a horse panic. That not only start climbing up and down their action changes, but they kind of go into panic mode, and they want to do too much. They're trying to run off with you, get out of the kickback. Look, I don't like it when I get dirt thrown in my face either.
Luckily, you got the goggles you could put on. Here's our post parade. We start with Just Catherine and Javier Castellano for Jose Jimenez.
Yeah, drew mud the last time out, and this filly did improve last time, and Javier's pulled off upsets before. Longest shot in the field.
Saez going by on the speedster Unsung Melody.
Yeah, and she looked nice and relaxed out there, a little bit on her toes. It'll be interesting to see if she gets wound up at all.
Here's Pratt, had 2 wins on opening day on a seed.
Yeah, and I like this filly today. I think she's going to get the right kind of setup with Randomized and Unsung Melody doing battle on the lead.
And here's her stablemate, Randomized, outside with Arad Ortiz Jr.
It's going to be very interesting what Arad decides to do. Does he push forward? I think he pushes forward and makes Unsung Melody try to go as fast as she can and maybe just tries to sit off her flank and try to avoid that duel if he can, because that might include a seed. So it's going to be very interesting how Irad kind of handles this race, because if you let the two go for a long ways around the racetrack, she can get dangerous.
There she is. She's the only multiple winner in this field as well. Standing by with her trainer. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm pleased to be standing here in the paddock with Johnny Ortiz. And Johnny, your first time having a string up here at Saratoga. What prompted the decision to bring some up here this year?
You know, we've been looking forward to coming to Saratoga for a long time. I mean, since I got my trainer's license, you know. But you know, we wanted to make sure we did it, you know, the right way. We built our barn up, we built our clients up, and you know, now I feel like we could take a shot with the big boys here and see what we're made out of.
And you are in a stakes for your first starter of 2023. Talk a little bit about Unsung Melody. I know she wears kind of a lot of calming equipment. Is she a nervous type by nature?
She is, but it's more for me, you know. It really is. You know, just I like keeping horses calm, and you know, I like horses letting them be as tranquil as they possibly be, especially in the paddock, in a new surrounding like this too. So we just take every extra caution, you know, just make sure we just let her be happy.
And two, talk about stretching her out for the first time. We were just discussing her physique says she should be able to handle a mile.
Yeah, you know, my dad broke her, and he always thought that, you know, she's got distance in her. And, you know, when my dad says something, you always, you know, you kind of agree because he's always right. And, but, you know, with time, we've seen that her gallops out are nice and long, and her physique, like her physical frame actually looks like a two-turn horse. She's long legs, long body, long neck. So hopefully this is the time to do it.
I could not agree with you more. Wishing you the best luck with her and the rest of your summer here at the spa.
Thank you.
Always good to catch up with Johnny Ortiz. Great insights here with Unsung Melody, guys.
Talented young man. He had Barber Road on the Triple Crown Trail just the other year. At 16 years old, actually started out as a hot walker for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Yeah, he does an excellent job with his horses, and he's really built the stable up over a short period of time. In reality, I mean, just over a couple of years, he's went from having, you know, 17, 18 horses to multiple barns, satellite barns, and now here he is in Saratoga.
You can get $20, boost your bankroll with a Travers Bankroll Builder. Went up to $120 towards the Travers Stakes when you bet select races with Naira Bets, including this Wilton Stakes. Go to nairabets.com. You got to opt in for that promo. Bet $50 on the Wilton Stakes coming up, and you'll get that 20 in your account. Here's the 5. Here's Randomized. Huge maiden effort, start number 2 in that 3-year-old debut. And off that performance, Paulie, it looked like we might be seeing a future star for Chad Brown.
Yeah, she was absolutely dynamite this day, and she pulled a 92 buyer. Now, she had Lasix. Her other 2 races without Lasix, she hasn't run that well. I mean, you know, in her last race, Dorth Vader ran giant in that race, and she was like forwardly placed. Both of the fillies were forwardly placed, and they just kind of crumbled and pretty mischievous took over. But this was very, very impressive. And then, you know, I think Chad tried to freshen her up from the acorn, and maybe she was just a tiny bit too fresh. But Gary makes such a good point in here. The 5 seems like she needs the lead. The 2 has to go, right, Gary? So, I mean, even the 1 at 7-1, this is another horse that can come from way out of it, because maybe can come into the exacta. If they just cancel each other out, the 4 is going to be sitting such a good trip.
I'll be honest with you. If we see the 2 and the 5 right next to each other right now, and they're probably going to be in that same position we just saw them on in the race. Randomized really, really on her toes with Irad, pulling on his arms, jiggy jogging. She's wound up. She's going, I can tell you that. The question is, how fast are they going to go?
Well, this filly here, I mean, you look at the resumes of everybody in this group. She's got the race that she held up against a couple of monsters in this division. I mean, Red Carpet Ready, big-time talent, Money's Gold, had run, I think, the fastest figure of any 3-year-old filly in the country in a Tampa race.
Yeah, this was the giant upset. I want to say Money's Gold on this day was 1-5 or something in that area, and got kind of caught sleeping. She's going to try to make a move back on the inside. So, you know, the line guy on the side, or the chart caller, said this horse hung. No, the horse did not hang that ran third. The two fillies in front of her are very good. So
Agreed.
I think the comment line hanging.
Yeah, no.
Because Money's Gold was 1-5 in that spot, and Irad had her on the rail, and he got kind of caught sleeping a little bit, and the other horse went on with it.
Two serious fillies in front of her that day.
Yeah, now this filly, I mean, she got hung a little bit wide. She was a little aggressive through the backside in the 8 bells, and Flavian, he had to reach and grab her a couple of times. They got around the turn, and she made this big sweeping move, and it was a sustained move. And I read the same thing on the comment line, that she hung, meaning that she just didn't follow through with her job. She didn't give up. Those other two fillies, when they hooked up, they were running to the wire, and she was actually making ground on two horses that are very, very good horses.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, biggest price on the board. Paulie mentioned Just Catherine. Maybe she'll get a setup here. Javier Castellano. Let's go back to Maggie.
With the man on her back, Just Catherine could be pulling the upset special. You know, a lot of times we see longest price and a short field. They're able to work it out and get the win. Now, Javier Castellano gave her a very aggressive warm-up, and as we saw him with 3 wins yesterday, and just coming off the back of an excellent spring and summer, winning his first Kentucky Derby, winning his first Belmont Stakes. He's got the mojo this year, and it's been quite the comeback story. When you look at his stats, you know, from 2021 even, and you look back at 2014, 2013, and 15, those were some of his best years, and then he dramatically fell off, and now he's just building it all back together again, and it's quite an accomplishment, to be honest, and just a relationship that he's forged with his agent, PJ Campo. I think they have a great working relationship. As Just Catherine, like I said, Javier gave her a great warm-up and really got her moving. Last time out, it was her first start off of a little bit of a layoff. Sunset Louise was able to wire the field that day while she was wide throughout, but she really kind of stayed on. Very fit, a little bit unassuming in the paddock. Wasn't one that really caught my eye, but definitely moved up when I watched the warm-up from her and just how well she's moving over this racetrack, Greg. But I chalked it out in here with number 4, Exceed. I just think, as you guys have hinted at, she sits the right trip.
Thank you, Maggie. Yes, 6-5. Flavian Pratt will be aboard for Chad Brown. Slight second choice. It's her stablemate at the same price, who has just a little bit more money from the betting public. Unsung Melody, though, with Saez, the 2. She should be leading the way. Interesting at 3-1.
Very interesting. And how this race is going to play out. It's always interesting in these short fields. It becomes more of a jockey's race.
Let's go to Frank Miramati. Here is the Wilton, race 4 from Saratoga.
Thank you, Greg. The jockeys on the 2 favorites, Flavian Pratt on Exceed in the colors of Juddmonte, and Irad Ortiz Jr. and Randomized for Klarovich Stables. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very quick start for Randomized. And on the inside, Unsung Melody. And those two hook up, but Randomized is faster and takes command. Unsung Melody wisely backs off in second. And then comes Exceed as they race in single file, followed by Just Catherine. The pace advantage belongs to Randomized, leading the way a length and a half as they swing on to the backstretch. Unsung Melody, a clear-cut second. Exceed joined at the rail by Just Catherine, who's headstrong and coming through now to take third. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Irad Ortiz Jr. controlling the pace aboard Randomized. Coming to the half-mile pole, leading by a length and a half. Unsung Melody second. Then it's Just Catherine, and Exceed is at the back. The Chad Brown runners, first and last, rounding the far turn. Randomized continues to dictate the terms. Unsung Melody has been second throughout. Just Catherine, and now Exceed in that pink cap with 3.5 lengths to make up, coming to the quarter pole, and Randomized going on strongly. Unsung Melody second. followed by Just Catherine. On the outside, Exceed with plenty of work to do. They're coming inside the final eighth of a mile and Randomized in complete command. Opening up to lead by 3. Just Catherine, a solid effort, but she's still 3 lengths behind, and it's going to be Randomized. Randomized has won the Wilton. Just Catherine, Valiant in defeat. Then Unsung Melody and Exceed.
Aggressive tactics from Murat Ortiz Jr. That had to be the plan going into this, and it works out. Gate to wire win for Randomized.
Absolutely. He was taking no prisoners. He sent her away from there and established the lead and forced Luis Saez pretty much to have to take back, get to the outside. He was trying to keep his filly relaxed. He did for a little while. In the meantime, Exceed, she was in deep water. She was pulling hard back behind those intermediate fractions. And look, Just Catherine, she ran huge to run second, but all credit to Randomized. She was back to the filly that broke her maiden today.
It's 2 wins now from 4 starts. Randomized, both those victories. Gate to wire wins at a mile distance. And Murat Ortiz Jr., 2 wins through the first 4 on the card on this Friday afternoon. 5-1, 2-4 finish, 6-5 on Randomized. Well, the prices when we come back. And up next, Pick 6 carryover on this Friday card.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
We're back on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live, opening week of the premier meet in the country on our FS2 coverage and early stakes action in the books in the Wilton. Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Paul LaDuca with you. And Randomized, Murat Ortiz Jr., he knew what the plan was from the outset. Got to the front, goes gate to wire for the win.
Yeah, and if anybody thought that that maiden win was a fluke, she showed today that it wasn't, Paulie.
No, you know what, Gary, she did exactly what you always used to do when you ride. You catch a flyer on the break. You know the other horse on the inside is your speed. And Irad put it to Louis. And Louis is the kind of guy that will keep on sending, but Irad had enough momentum to go, I'm going to go to the front end. And the race was basically over after that because it was really going to be tough to catch her.
Welcome to those just joining us, by the way, on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Good to have you with us for this continuing opening week coverage from the summer place to be here at Saratoga. Randomized. Now 2 wins the last 3 starts, dropping out of a grade 1 to take the Wilton. $4.60 for the victory. Just Catherine trying to run down a lone leader. Not an easy task, especially the way the track's playing today. Got to give her a little extra credit.
Yeah, you know, Gary mentioned she ran on well, and they were like 8 lengths clear of the third-place finishers, so they ran pretty well. And that's how you can create value. You get at $17 on that exact in a 4-horse field.
Yeah,
Crazy.
she ran huge.
Yeah.
For those joining us just now off the turf this afternoon on this Friday card, Greg Wolf, Gary, Paula Duca, and Coronation Cup we still have ahead. Obviously a lot of changes in that race coming off the grass, but we are going to see those top 3 finishers from that stake at Mama, that Jersey Girl lineup again.
Yeah, and when you look at that race, it looks like those are the 3 horses to beat in there, right? I mean, they were really stacked up in the Jersey Girl. They were right by each other, and it looks like those 3 are going to be probably the toughest. It's going to be really interesting who goes off as the favorite in that race because they were so close in the Jersey Girl.
Yeah, Elm Street Lady, she's the main track only. She won that race.
Yeah.
But she comes from pretty far back, so we'll see if she's able to do it. It's been, you want to be forward at least today so far.
Well, here's the other thing. The 6 I thought was included in that race, but now without the rain, might not be the same horse. The 9's going to be really tough to beat in there.
Yeah. Let's go back to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Rod Ortiz Jr. Randomized. She was aggressive in the pre-race and the prelims. Irad, and you were aggressive with her out of the gate. Won the race for you.
Maybe another filly got speed on the race. Come from 6 Fulham, but the plan was to let her do her thing, and my filly chose some speed early. If I can make the lead, that will be fine. And I just let her break, and she broke good. After that, I go for the position, and I think she broke better than the other filly. She got advantage right there. I said, why not? So let her do her thing. Then I sit, and she listened to me. She waited for me. She relaxed well. And when I let her go in the stretch, she took off.
I was just talking to somebody, and it feels like this Wilson shoot, you have to have speed. Do you feel like it rides that way, too?
It's great when they break good out of the chute because it's a little turn right there in the gap. And I just get advantage. Maybe you win a lane or maybe 2 lanes some cases. It's good. You don't want to lose any lane in this track and in this kind of races. You know, everybody have a shot. I think it's a big advantage when you break good.
Irad, we're going to see you get rolling here. You going to turn the tables on Jose this meet?
I would love to. It's not easy. It's a lot of good jockeys in here, a lot of good trainers. Everybody wants to win. I'm just happy with the support they give me so far, and I'm enjoying and keep working hard.
That you did got a win here in this first stake of the afternoon. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, the Wilton Stakes to an aggressive Rod Ortiz and Randomized, guys.
Maggie, thanks. Of course, that man there won this meet last year. But Maggie referring to that Belmont Spring Summer meet when Jose just enough to hold off his brother to take that riding title.
You know what? I was watching closing day, and the look in his eyes, he looked like he was possessed. I mean, the focus. There was no smiling. When he walked out in the paddock, he was on a mission, and he'd won 3 races early on the card. And I said, man, he's got a shot. And he had the eye of the tiger going, but Jose had enough to hold him off by 1. He had that suspension towards the end of the meet, which hurt him a little bit. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. I know they're both competitors, and it'll be fun to see how it turns out, whoever else is going to be involved.
I thought the more amazing part about it, they won 105 races combined for the meet.
It's amazing.
That's ridiculous.
And, you know, yeah, the charge Gary was talking about on the final day, Arad was 5 back of his brother, won 4. Race by race, start thinking, oh, it's tightening up a little bit.
The best part about it is we go to the last race, right? And Jose is in the winner's circle. We interview Jose, and he's like, well, you know, it's okay if it ends up a tie. Come on, Jose. I need you to come on the set and say you didn't want your brother to win that last race. You hoisted that trophy with a big smile. And then the best part about it, we end up finding out with that crazy great smile that Jose talks a little bit more trash than Irad. You would think it'd be the other way around.
Yeah, that was one of the big surprises we learned at the most recent meet. It's Jose, who's a little more of the talker between the two. Pick six carryover, $109,000 after just 1 day already. Right. Something to look forward to, and it's coming up in the next race here. So 5.5 furlongs meant for the grass comes off now on the main track, and this will start off the $109,000 pick six carryover. New York Breds, maiden special weight. Right now it's Whiskey and Wine, Shug McGahee. Mild 3-1 favorite.
It's a tough field. This is the toughest, obviously, of the pick six fields because a lot of the other fields there's a lot of scratches in here. And so I thought the 5 and 9 were very, very, I thought the 2 horses you had to use in here, but there's many others that you can use in here as well. Race number 6, it's only a 3-horse field. I mean, if you want to play with fire, do you not all the race or not? He's single. I thought in race number 7, the key horse in there is going to be the 7 Airport or No More Talk. I also thought the 6 had a little bit of a look. Race number 8 is the tricky race. Here's the thing. In race number 9 in the Coronation Cup, can they beat L Street Lady? Do you want to put your hopes in that horse for your pick 6? Because when you look at these other horses, they do have speed. This horse is 1. And then the last race, you have to throw in some of the also eligibles, the 15, the 16 in that race. I read Ortiz. I will caution on the 16. And I know a lot of people have come in, 16's lock in the last. That horse was lone speed last time, got an easy lead and won. I think he's actually vulnerable a little bit. I think you need to use him. But I think this pick 6, even though it's
not
shorter
as easy
field,
as it looks.
it's not as easy. Yeah.
I'm with you. A lot of these field sizes reduce coming off this surface. Still tough here, isn't it?
Yes. It's tough to pick 2 in a row. I tell that all the time, well, okay. I had like 5 buddies call me today. Hey, you want to put a pick 6 tick today? The fields are down. I'm like, no. I didn't pick 2 winners in a row yesterday. Why am I going to try to pick 6 today? No. Like I've been here before. It's not my first rodeo. Maybe like 10, 12 years ago, yeah, I'd be firing away. But at the end of the day, like, you got to pick your spots. If you love it, I don't love the sequence. If you love the sequence, go play it.
Yeah, well, you may not. Someone else may have a really strong field. You do attack for sure. Yeah. But we know this, too. With that big carryover anyway, it is going to overpay what it should.
Yeah, that is kind of true, yeah.
Polly, I didn't play it either.
Maybe the 3 of us put a little something together. Paulie was partaking in this earlier today before we came on set. So many new food options here at Saratoga. A lot of upgrades always happening, keeping this racetrack, maintaining the historic feel to it, but keeping it at the forefront. Well, that looks tasty, doesn't it? With all the top food options.
Yeah.
Online there, or did we get it right
no,
after
it wasn't.
we left? Okay.
Finish Line Pizza is up. You get the Finish Line Bar. You got so much. I mean, listen, they turned this into mini New York City. They got a macaroni and cheese truck. They got a pizza truck. You name it, they got it here. They got people dancing. We got bands. We got Shake Shack. We got taco stands. What do you want?
You got it all here, including some of the very best lining up. And the Grade 1 Diane, our first Grade 1 of the meet. We'll see it tomorrow with live coverage in Italian. Looking to go back to back.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And today's sneaks from the inside of the Jack Forte has come under a ride now. And he's going 3 wide. And he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure. And he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside. Cape Rock along the rail. And Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
It will be good night
to win it by a length and a half.
It is all Shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes from that win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Beautiful Friday afternoon as we continue with opening week coverage. And time to start your weekend with Woodchuck, the original American Hard Cider and the official hard cider sponsor of the Saratoga racetrack as we look ahead. Brought to you by Woodchuck. Man has dominated the Diana, seeking an 8th victory in this race. Chad Brown, he's got 4 of the 5 who will line up, but really just one of them matters. An Italian. Take away the Breeders' Cup, and she has put together 4 consecutive Grade 1 wins.
Yeah, she won this last year, dominating on the lead, and she wasn't setting leisurely fractions. She was rocking and rolling, and runs them off their feet. I don't see anybody that can go with her tomorrow, guys. I think it's going to be an instant replay of what we saw last year.
Well, I mean, you know, in this race last year, I don't think people realized she went 1.8 miles. She cut out the fractions in 1:09 and change. So I keep on trying to say this. She's so fast early. She might be faster than the rest of these horses late, too. So that's what makes her so dangerous. I understand there's other Chad Brown horses in this race that are very, very talented. And you're looking at a horse on the outside that's 5 for 7 that is a Grade 1 winner and is, you know, her stablemate's going to be like 1 to 5 because she does stuff like this, and she has $1.9 million in the bank as well.
She's incredible. She's been first or second in 10 of 11 career starts, but it's of late. I mean, even her defeat in the Breeders' Cup, she ran huge in that race. Yeah, outside of that, 4 consecutive Grade 1s, including last year's Diana, and there just doesn't seem to be anybody in this race tomorrow that could put any pressure on her early in the race.
No, in the Breeders' Cup, she wasn't favored that day. The filly that beat her Tuesday, very, very good filly, obviously. So it's tough to say you could beat her tomorrow.
It's our ABR race of the week, compact field. We'll have live coverage early on the card. It'll be on FS1, 2:46 Eastern start time, race 4 on that Saturday card in the Diana. Terrific day of racing on the first Saturday of the meet. And you say, well, look, just 5 are going to line up, 4 from Chad Brown's barn. Just to see this filly, or mare, I should say now, in action is worth the price of admission.
Well, I think everybody got, what ended up happening last year, everybody got fooled. Because when she ran at Belmont in the Just a Game last year, she stopped. But she went 1:08 and change. And she had so much pressure. So when she went to the Diana, everybody's like, she can't stretch out to the 1.8 miles. Well, she went 1:09 and she blew them away. And she just won the Just Game. She might be in better form as a 5-year-old, which sounds even more scary.
What happened in 2021?
Right?
Charlie Appleby was the lone man to stop the run from Chad Brown. Wow. Althika. Outside of that, Chad Brown has dominated this race, and it looks like it's going to continue on Saturday.
That looks like the Atlanta Braves pennants that they have up that they won so many in a row.
It really does. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll check in with the horse not named Empire Sky, who I do think will be very tough in this spot for Kate DeMasi. But he has had his chances. So let's take a look at one who has run and has only run on the dirt as this race off the turf and is scheduled at its 5.5 furlongs. But Rusi is one that has been kind of sprint it. He has that early foot, but it just seems as though a better horse kind of beats him to the lead. Oftentimes, as a first-time starter, actually for Horacio de Paz, Golden Arm was able to wire the field that day. Rusi, to me, has been a horse that's taken a while to get kind of truly fit here for Jimmy Bond, and he finally looks that way today. He's a bit more tucked up. He looks spectacular and so healthy in his coat. He's just dappled head to toe. Now, my true thought with him is that 5.5 is probably a little bit too far. I feel like he's a horse that would benefit from the 7/8 or the 1-turn mile, and so he can flaunt his speed and get into a comfortable rhythm. I don't know if he gets to do that today, but there is a marked improvement with him from a fitness perspective as he makes his start back today at the Spa. A couple of first-time starters. We'll take a look at number 4, Street Rod, ships in from Laurel for Horacio de Paz, ridden by Luis Rivera, apprentice rider who has been having success at the Jersey Shore. It's funny, this horse has a lot more turf pedigree, being by War Dancer. The dam won 11 for 37 on the turf. This is her first foal, but he doesn't look totally turf meant, to be honest. I think he probably would have been fine on the turf, but I think it's interesting that they leave him in here, and the fact that he doesn't necessarily have the proverbial turf hoof, and he's been really professional. He looks like a quick, handy type. Maybe needs one for fitness, though, and the same could be said for number 6, Charming Jim, who is a son of Unified, who I think is better on the main track. And there's some turf throughout the pedigree, but it's a little bit more dirt meant, and he looks fine for getting on this surface for Mark Hennig, who reaches out to Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. He's sharp. He is wearing a substantial pair of blinkers as well. So he looks really ready for this debut, Greg. I think he's a bit interesting here. Mark Hennig looking for another win at the meet.
Find out who's ready to roll. If either of these first-time starters can get something going here. This one 5-1, Charming Jim with John Velasquez.
Mark Hennig and Johnny V pulled up with a huge upset last night in the last race.
Yeah, they did.
Was it the last or the next to last?
Third to last, I want to say. Yeah. You know, this is a tricky race, as don't forget tomorrow the Meadowlands place. Is Jiggy Jog in?
10 p.m. to midnight on FS1. You will see it. So be sure and join us Saturday evening under the lights at the Meadowlands for some of the best in the sport.
Greg, you've watched that filly Jiggy Jog. She's special, huh?
Really, really good, yeah. Just keeps doing it, too.
She keeps winning, huh? Yeah.
Post parade coming up. Almost an extra $400,000 bet into this pick 6 carryover. And we'll have a lot more than that before the gates open. And a favorite, illogical one here, Empire Sky, the 9.
Yeah.
Off what this horse did on that first try on a dirt surface, beginning of the year back January 12th, I should say, at Aqueduct. That a repeat of that race, does that win here?
What do you think, Gary?
It's hard to read. I mean, we've got maidens, we've got first-time starters. If one of these first-time starters jumps up and surprises you, I mean, the 6 is taking action right now. It dropped from, well, 12-1 on the morning line, but you got to cut that back with all the scratches. But it's a tough read.
Here's one of a few first-time starters in the field. Henson. This is a son of Verrazano.
Son of Verrazano shipping in from Finger Lakes. Does show a couple of bullet workouts, but dead on the board.
Some big works in Maryland for Street Rod, first-time starter.
Yeah, and Horacio de Paz, he can win with the first-time starter. And be noted that all these works at Laurel were on the dirt.
James Bond and his main man, Luis Saez, with Rusi.
James' horses usually fire here. I have a feeling this horse is going to run a big race.
Charming Jim is the first-time starter Maggie was touching on for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, and a decent workout on July 1st, blowing out 3/8 or a half mile and 48.3 from the gate.
A mile on the turf last time out. Whiskey and Wine will cut back and now on dirt.
Yeah, this horse is taking the early money. Been working at Monmouth. Comes in here with a bullet drill.
First-time starter, Kid Creasa for Linda Dixon.
Yeah, another one shipping in from Finger Lakes, been doing the morning workouts there. Nothing fancy on the workouts and nothing fancy on the board right now.
2 dirt starts and very credible efforts in both those for Empire Sky, that favorite right now.
Yeah, for Kathleen DeMasi, she does a great job with her horses. Blinkers have helped this horse out. Now, he just hasn't been able to just punch that ticket late to get to the wire, but he's been close.
And 4-1 outside, Scherzando, who was behind Empire Sky when they met at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and Scherzando's had 8 tries on the dirt with no luck at all so far. Gary Siaka, Jose Castellano trying to do it again, Javier.
Jamie Torres temporarily off Kid Creasa, gets back aboard on this first-time starter by Big Brown. Getting set for the debut coming up and the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, and listen, that whole family is turf. We've seen all the Creases run on the turf, so maybe this horse is just getting a little bit of a race, the 8 here, and then they'll go on the turf. So how do you want to start your pick 6? This is a really good pool considering, you know, what we had with the scratches, because I told you, I think a lot of people think they can get to this, and it could be tricky. So get on in. You got almost 600 and some odd thousand. I would think by the time they spring launch, we might be looking at $750,000, boys.
4 minutes away to get your tickets together. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with trainer Mark Hennig, sending out Charming Jim here. I know I had to chase you. I really just want to watch how he warms up. And I think we all breathed a sigh of relief when Johnny got away from the pony and he galloped off beautifully, Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to get through that post break because I know he kind of has a tendency to want to climb on top of the pony if things get too tight. But he, he did well now. So hopefully this warm up continues okay.
He's taken some money, 9-2, originally entered for the turf. Were you thinking about storms in the forecast, or would you have rather seen him on the turf?
I really didn't have that strong of a preference. It was just kind of the timing of the race that worked out, and I figured he has enough turf on the bottom side to try it. And I thought he's just the kind of horse that would like an experience without a lot of kickback in his first try. Hopefully he doesn't get a lot today, but so that was the thinking going to the grass, the date that it was available and the fact that I thought he would deal better with a race with experience with no kickback. But hopefully this is a smaller field and he'll be able to negotiate it.
I was going to say, he seems sharp, though. Do you anticipate early speed?
He's fairly quick out of the gate. I think, the Bond horse is probably quicker. There's probably a couple in here, but, hopefully he can keep his face a little clean and come running.
That guy on his back's pretty good at, riding horses, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, Johnny does all right.
Mark, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with him.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Charming Jim, first-time starter from the Hennig barn, guys.
9-2, and there he is with a Hall of Famer and a man who's won more races at this historic track than any other rider in history, John Velasquez.
And he just keeps padding it. Johnny, to me, is riding as well as he was 20 years ago. You think about the injuries that he's been through and fought back from, and look, he comes out and works in the morning as hard as he did 20 years ago. And he looks no different to me horsebacking right now when he's finishing in a race. His form is identical to what it was. He's more polished even now than he was 20 years ago, and he's a much wiser rider. He's always had his ears wide open and his eyes wide open, and just a guy that is a student of the sport. And it's fun to watch. I enjoy watching it. And oops, a little shake and hesitation right there.
51 years old and still at the top of his game. I want to remind everyone, Naira Bet's free-to-play contests are here. Free way to play the sport of kings from anywhere. No deposits required, but real prizes are awarded. Get in on the action at freetoplay.nairabets.com. So the favorite, and that price getting even a little bit shorter as fans eagerly anticipate this pick 6 carryover. Empire Sky. So two dirt starts, both at Aqueduct, both hitting the board with numbers that make this horse deservedly the favorite. We'll see if we can get over the top today.
The problem is this horse has gait issues, and that's always been his problem. Right here, you think you're gin. Like, you're supposed to win. Now, I would call this hanging. But the horse got left in the gate, and he always kind of, when he gets left in the gate, he doesn't have enough punch late He got close on this day. He almost got the number home. But his last 2 starts, he's broken 6 of 8 and 6 of 7. And it's cost him at the end with the punch. Now, the horse on the inside did come out late in that race. I don't think it cost him. But at 2-1.
He's whittling away at that lead.
A little bit. He needs to, hopefully, he can, if he gets out of the gate a little bit better, he is the horse to beat. But do you want to trust him at 2-1? I mean, I like him. I think he's the horse to beat. I think the 5 is the sneaky horse with Louis aboard. So that horse is going to be on the send. And if none of these first-time starters show any speed, the 5 is going to be on the front end.
I like the action that the 6 is getting. Charming Jim with Johnny right now. Mark seemed, I don't know if you got a little bit giddy there, like he was happy with what he was seeing. He got through that post-parade.
He didn't really care if it was turf or dirt either with that interview. So
Source is he's a handful. He's been gilded, so still was wanting to jump on the pony, Mark said, prior to him getting away from the horse, but he was on his toes. He's calming down a little bit right now, but Johnny kicking the feet out of there, just trying to get him to settle a little bit, give himself a little breather as well.
Still at 9-2 on the board, getting set for his debut coming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
Nobody I want more in the irons on my selection, or even if I was a trainer and a horse that I was running, and John Velasquez. He's handled Charming Jim with aplomb. I'm going to go with him here. He continued to impress me, and while I am scared of the horse that Paul was talking about, Russi, I think he's very, very alive and dangerous here. I'm not going to be surprised when Empire Ride gets the job done, but he's had his chances. And I never gravitate to these 0 for 8, 9, 10 types of runners. Or you could have Scherzando at 0 for 17. Maybe he'll break through today. But let's talk about number 7, Whiskey and Wine, a little unexposed for Shug McGahee, a New York bred that was just very awkward out of the gate. Last time we saw him in February, a mile on the turf. It looked like a pretty good field that day. He didn't show much, to be quite honest. He's a very tall, very scopy horse, so I didn't necessarily, when this race originally carded for the turf, get the turn back in distance to the 5.5. But I just still don't get it back to the dirt where he showed nothing. He's not a bad looking type, but he is not suited physically to these conditions at all. And I feel like 9-2, people are just relying on connections there. Greg?
Yeah, Shug McGahee, Tyler Gaffleone. We'll see if this horse can make an impact. This horse took some money in the debut. Did not run really at all on that muddy track, but debut effort, a lot of times you can just put a line through.
Yeah, you can. Just obviously this horse is getting bet off of what the word around the racetrack or how this horse has been working in the morning. Because how can a horse be 9-2 from 8-1 morning line that's beaten one horse in 2 starts?
Meanwhile, 2-1 favorite Empire Sky. See that extra 700 grand bet into this pick 6, and I'm not as down on Empire Sky as some. 0 for 8, but only 0 for 2 on dirt. So that's the stat that kind of matters here.
I like the way you have glass half fill, Greg.
See if Kendrick can get on the board. But there are a couple of interesting firsters, including that Street Rod with those quick works for Horacio to pause. The 6, Charming Jim with Johnny V. And as you said, Paulie, these connections here, the Bond Barn, especially when they go to Saez, they start to heat up here when we get to Saratoga. Pick 6 carryover. 109,000 from yesterday. First day of the meet. Kicks off in this race here. Good luck to all playing. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you very much, Greg. Assistant starters getting a little nudge to Charming Jim, who obliges. And here's Scherzando. 9-2 on the board as he loads. They're in the gate. And they're off. Russi is hustled out of the gate. Henson has plenty of early speed too, and they're joined by the gray Street Rod. Scherzando on the outside is in the mix up to claim 3rd. Charming Jim, Pink Silks, fourth, racing in between horses. On the inside, Whiskey and Wine is trying to make some headway, who's only about 3 or 4 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Kid Creasa. Empire Sky on the far outside. Street Rod has shuffled back. The opening quarter zipped in 22 and 1/5 seconds. It's Henson leading it by a head, pressed by Rusi and Scherzando, a 3-wide third, coming after the top pair now. Then Empire Sky rallying outside Whiskey and Wine as the field turns for home. Rusi and Henson are head-and-head coming to the 8th pole. Just behind them, Scherzando and those line blinkers third. Far outside, Empire Sky is gathering some late momentum and posing a threat. They're coming to the 16th pole. Henson digging down deep in his debut. Rusi alongside, and here's Empire Sky swooping to nail them both on the money. Empire Sky gets up. Tight photograph between Henson and Rusi, and then it was Scherzando.
Empire Sky goes from last to first. Kendrick Carmouche, the victory for Kathleen Damazzi.
Yeah, and you know, he broke well. He broke with the field, but he dropped back immediately. He's got that big old long stride, and Kendrick was kind of just let him do what he wanted, but he kept him on the outside. He was wide around the turn, kept him out of the kickback, and you could see him start to lengthen just when he turned into the stretch. And right here, he really starts reaching out. Granted, that might have looked like he started reaching out. These two battling. The first-time starter, Henson, ran huge. Looked like he got back up to run second. And 5, Rusi under Luis Saez. He was on the lead, so they were tiring a little bit. Got the perfect setup with those two out there. But congratulations. Finally got the job done.
You know, Rusi broke so sharp, you would think, and you're right, it's very close for second between the 5 and 2. But the 2 just kept on stinging the 5 down the stretch, and you're thinking this horse is going to go to way at 25-1. And Joel Cruz did a great job of keeping, you know, him interested in the race, and the 9 just overswept. The 2 and the 5, the 2 colts on the inside ran too well to lose. The 9 just swept right by. But I'll tell you what, that first time starter, the 2, he ran dynamite to get underneath Rusi the whole time away around the racetrack. Rusi, I think, just went by him just because the 9 went by. They could have, like, you know, drafted each other. But no, you got to give props to the 9 and Kendrick Carmouche. He kept the course forward enough. And go back to the start, Gary. You were saying the 9 broke well.
He broke with the field. I mean, broke right with the field.
Yeah.
And then with this big long stride, I'm wondering why they haven't tried this horse long. They stretched him out a little bit. The furthest he's ever been is 6 furlongs. And he's got that long stride to him. Maybe he is just a come from behind sprinter. Maybe that's what he wants to do. But with that big long stride, he's kind of a plotter that just won going 5.5 furlongs. I think you can see, how do you have a plotter that wins going 5.5 furlongs?
From last to first, going 5.5 with a wide trip.
With a wide trip. The more you look at it now, after watching that replay, he was wide the whole way. And I get it. He got a little bit of a setup, but he was the best.
You know what? Kendrick was thinking like me. He said, maybe if I go wide, we're traveling. He stretched him out today.
Yeah, he did. Got him what he wanted, a little extra ground. 2-1 as the favorite. Starts off this pick 6. Empire Sky, Rusi, Henson, Scherzando. 1, 2, 3, 4 with a 25-1 shot in there to complete the trifecta. Pick 6 carryover underway. Late pick 5 still to come. We'll be back right after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. And the pick 6 carryover. First leg in the books. Empire Sky from last to first. Wide trip, did not matter. Kendrick Carmouche, Kathleen DeMasi, and the favorite kicked things off.
Yeah, and of course it's taken him a lot of tries to get there, but he looked good doing it today. Kendrick did a fine job riding.
Maiden breaker coming up here in the third try on dirt. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Kendrick and Olivia Carmouche on the team, on the Naira team. Liv with the guest services. Liv, how'd you get this job?
My dad, obviously. But it was a great experience being able to work with Pam, and I'm so excited to continue the meet with her.
We got a pro here. I'm scared.
Mama and Daddy teach him pretty good.
Kendrick, talk a little bit about Empire Sky. I know it's kind of been tough to figure out what he really wants to do. And here he is winning an off-the-turf 5.5 maiden race from way out of it. Talk about your kind of plan going into this one today.
Well, I wanted to warm him up good because he usually breaks pretty good, but then he want to get in his galloping mode. And Katie just wanted me to let this horse run his style, and I let him drop back a little bit. The reason why I was so far back, it was 5 of us across the track, and I didn't want to push nobody down. I just wanted to let my horse have a smooth way going around the turn because I really think he is a grass horse, so you don't want to mess that flow of things going. But once I really got to him at the quarter pole, I knew I was a winner. You could have felt him like gaining confidence, and you know what that do for a jockey. We just got to ride him home and look good.
Exactly. To talk a little bit about riding for somebody that you've kind of built your career up with Kate DeMasi.
I have to say, Katie been a part of my career for 22 years. She still don't stop putting me on winners. Her whole group, Peter Stables and her husband, they do a good job with breeding horses, keeping mares that they had in the past and breeding them to PA-bred stallions. They done such a good job since I've been there. I can only imagine what she done before, but it's all about the future. I'm just happy to be with my Parks people. They still support me. You know, it's a blessing. It shows you that all the work you put in at one track, it holds up to go somewhere else, and the respect at that level too. You know.
And here you are winning races for them at the premier racetrack in the country. So congratulations.
Thank you. And Katie, we got one at the Spa, Louisiana, in the house, baby.
You knew it was coming, Greg.
Love it. Hopefully many more to come from Kendrick. Always a smile on that man's face. He's so positive. Good to see him get a victory and put in that hard work. He dominated, put in a lot of, paying your dues at smaller racetracks and then winning those titles at Parks, and now one of the premier riders on this circuit.
He did, and he talks about Kathleen. Kathleen was his main person that put him up on a lot of horses at Parks. And Gary, you've been through that. You had somebody that had to get you along first to get to that next level, and Kathleen was one of Kendrick's big supporters,
Absolutely. They follow you throughout your career. I have people that watched me throughout my career at every small place that got me to the bigger place along the way.
Underway in this pick 6. Late pick 5 is next. Another race that was meant for the grass comes off. Mile and an eighth. First allowance race condition coming up in the 6th to start off the late pick 5. And even money on Oglethorpe. Dylan Davis will get the call. Had that maiden win at Keeneland at a mile and 16th that makes him look like he's a major player in here. And the horse to beat.
Oglethorpe was the catcher in Bad News Bears?
Was he?
Or was that Ogleby?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. He was eating a candy bar. But only a 3-horse field. And good luck picking the winner of this one. I thought they were all
strange things can happen in these small fields, can't they?
Yeah.
They can.
See what happens here. Good luck to everybody the rest of the way in the pick 6.
Oglethorpe's from slap shot. That's my bad.
There you go.
Old-time hockey.
Yeah.
Coverage continues after a timeout. Late pick 5 ahead with the next crew coming up. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday afternoon. Beautiful conditions here on the second day of the meet here at the summer place to be in upstate New York. Enjoy.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion,
spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Off and running in the pick 6 that you're playing on your Naira Bets account. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nice hat, brother. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Salute to the fans who attended yesterday, all 29,102 of them. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. In case you were wondering why we make such a big deal about opening day, that's why. An incredible day of thoroughbred racing, from the big crowd to the unraced filly who stole the show in the main event, and the results that led here, day 2 in this pick 6 carryover. We'll take a closer look. Opening day stats, favorites, 4 for 10, biggest upset of the maiden, Becky's Joker, Schuylerville Stunner. At 21-1, the only double-digit winner, average payout around 13-17. Well done, handicappers. 3 jockeys won 6 of the 10 races. All sources handle more than $20 million wagered. Memorable opening day at Saratoga. What else is new as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richie Migliore, the man who saddled more than 4,000 winners. Tom Amos, guys, I don't know, have either of you ever won a greatest stakes race at Saratoga with a first-time starter? Either of you?
I can't lay claim to that, Tom. How about yourself?
No, I can't say I've done it. But, you know, Becky's Joker, who won yesterday in the Schuylerville, ran a really, really good race. She laid back off the pace. Her effort, as good as it was, perhaps some of the other horses that have already had experience and have already won, maybe they were a bit disappointing, but I thought her effort was really good. You'll be hearing a lot more from her.
Can't wait to see what she does next. And sticking with the opening day theme, Tom, lasting impression from yesterday's opening day, what will you remember most?
You know, I walked out of here after training around 10 a.m. and the fans, everybody was getting settled in. And I'm a veteran of Mardi Gras in New Orleans. And, you know, families coming in, setting up their picnic tables and setting their beer and coolers. That's what I saw yesterday. I saw a festive atmosphere, and I really thought we got a great day of racing.
Yeah, I agree. Great day of racing, great energy here. But I thought the 2-year-old performance, Sugar High, certainly.
Yes.
You know, she broke her maiden with a faster figure, but she was facing maiden. So I don't want to, you know, discount the way Becky's Flame.
Becky's Joker.
Becky's Joker, excuse me.
Look at Gary Contessa.
So well.
High fives all around.
Yeah, a lot to celebrate, didn't he? I mean, Gary just got back into training, and he's trained for Lee Poitquake for a long time. And the fact that he had a maiden that blew out in 34 and change, she tipped her hand, she could run. How encouraging is it for you as a trainer when you have a first-time starter, not even in a stake, just in a maiden race, sit off the pace, take the kickback, split horses?
Very professional race. You know, there's a lot to be made of the time of the stake race versus the time of that dominant maiden we saw in Sugar High. Look, we're at Saratoga. we're going to see a lot of great maidens. And I think Sugar High is one of those great maidens. But when you start comparing a race earlier in the day at 5.5 furlongs to a race later in the day against experienced horses and an inexperienced horse taking on those horses at another half a furlong or another 110 yards and start making comparisons between those two races, I think that's a real mistake to do that.
Another, the good news, the weather. It stayed dry until a little bit later on. The bad news is once it started raining, like it really started raining, and we have no turf racing today at Saratoga. Segue to the feature, 12th running of the Coronation Cup, off the turf of the main track, fast main track, 5.5 furlongs, 5 defections, 4 remain. Works out beautifully for L Street Lady, the only runner entered. Main track only as we welcome in our handicappers, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin on the Paddock set. Guys, we knew this was a possibility off the turf on the main track, so how does the handicapper pivot now and handle this Coronation Cup?
Well, you've got 3 horses that actually all 4 of them have run credibly in their dirt races. And for those that don't know, Coronation Cup, the horse this race is named for, she's a half to that guy, Sea Hero, the statue out in the paddock. Her dam was Glowing Tribute. She was a Rokeby runner and a pretty fine one at that.
I didn't know that, Andy.
That's the lesson of the day.
Anytime I hang out with you, you always teach me something that I didn't know before.
It's a learning experience. It really is exciting for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what I look forward to every summer, is just the lessons that you teach me.
But are you remembering any of them?
Most of them.
So you, Jonathan, because I have some inside information on this, are trying to beat the 3 horses out of the Jersey Girl. I am not. Now, I am doing something that will surprise Maggie Wolfendale. I am going to trainer switch to her husband, Tom Morley, who I think is supposed to be the speed of here. I'd like to see Javier pop out of the gate and try to wire the field with Unified Alliance, who finished second in this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, the 9 L Street Lady, it deserves to be the favorite in this race, right? How short are they going to make her, I think, is probably the biggest question. She ran well. She's run well in her last couple of starts. On paper, she deserves to be the favorite. But we see it here at Saratoga often, and sometimes you have to remind yourself that tricky things happen here. People show up with good horses, and I thought the 3, Anna's Arabesque, is that what we're calling that one?
It is Anna's Arabesque.
I named it. I think this horse is a little bit interesting. I thought some of her turf races were nice. If she can get loose on the front end or send away from there and get a comfortable situation, I think she could win this race.
So we're both looking for different horses to be in front in this race. And we were talking a little bit off camera, and Levite, and you guys can go on this. If Tom had ever had a good meet in Saratoga, he could talk about it as well. But Phil Bauer came here last year and had an exceptional meet. It's pretty hard to do that. It's incredibly hard to do it 2 years in a row.
Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, making their presence felt the last couple of summers. We'll see how they do here in 2023. That Coronation Cup coming up a little bit later on. Race 9 post time around 5:44 Eastern. Plus, more on the Schuylerville. Over the last 9 years now, favorites 0 for 9 as a first-time starter. Becky's Joker shake things up in front of 29,000 plus. The late pick 5 coming up. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner.
Day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
My favorite part of Saratoga is the horses. It's the best horses are here.
It's a good feeling when you come here, you know? I love it when everybody comes to Saratoga.
It's great racing, great people. It's an event. Everybody comes here from around the country, and the whole world is watching.
You can hear the crowd, and you come back. You see a lot of kids. They want goggles. They want to say hi. They want to shake your hand.
The horses is special here. They get good treatments here, and they get lots of grass, lots of carrots, and so they're happy to get lots of kisses.
Saratoga is the best meet in America, and I think the fans make it very special.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Excitement of a brand new season. Welcome back is right to Saratoga, and welcome back to Saratoga Live. And the excitement of the late pick 5 if we only have 3 runners in the 6th race. Off the turf, on the main track, now listed as fast. The distance now, 1 1/8. $149,000 purse 3 will vie for post parade. This shouldn't take long. There is Blue Devil, Kentucky Shipper. Just missed it, 8 and 18 to 1.
This one's ran well last time, although the pace was slow.
Dylan Davis, 3 to 5.
Yeah, another one that's had some good dirt races. A little bit over bet to me at 3 to 5.
And finally, Alfio, Javier Castellano, now a 3-time Schuylerville winning rider.
Was in a race when the pace held together last time, but ran credibly, stalks on the outside. Oglethorpe is the horse to beat, and the horse I'm assuming is named for the movie Slapshot, which you better have seen, Jonathan. But I thought the number 11, Alfio, was the possible upsetter. You have not seen Slapshot?
We're only a couple days in. I thought we'd get a little further along.
You handle this, Lafitte.
Before you start yelling at me about movies I haven't
Richie, you
seen.
take this one, okay? Richie, you've seen Slapshot about 15 times.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't know Oglethorpe, right?
Well, I mean, look, more importantly, would you believe that Paul Newman was the star of that movie, Slapshot?
Wait, Jackie, have you seen Godfather yet?
Oh,
that was like a theme on one of last year's show. We gave you a year. You've seen it, right?
Yes. I have seen it since because I just couldn't handle the humiliation. I'm married into an Italian family at this point. I had to get it done.
I heard Jonathan's actually saw a movie a night last year to try to catch up. He's still way behind, but he's getting there.
Tom got to the set. What are we going to talk about? 6 analysts, 3 horses. What direction's the show going to go in? Now you know.
I have a feeling it's going to take some more turns.
Speaking of that 6th analyst, as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show, standing by in the paddock. Acacia, now your front side, so yeah, don't leave anyone out here. 3 of them. What do you think?
Well, Lafitte, might as well talk about all of them in this group. But starting with your favorite, Oglethorpe, I got a chance to catch up with trainer Danny Gargan walking out. And first of all, I would love if one day we'll get a chance to see Oglethorpe back on the grass. And he agreed. He said he is more of a turf horse in the way that he moves. But that said, we know that this horse can run on the main track. And I asked Danny what he thought happened last time. And he said he felt like the shipping really just caught up with him. Ran him down in Florida, then went to Keeneland. And after that race, he stayed at Keeneland. And Danny said he actually didn't even himself see the horse before he ran at Belmont in that last race. So he said immediately after that, they just kind of pulled the plug. He sent him right to Saratoga, and he felt like he's really gotten back on track physically and mentally. And shipping versus running out of your own stall can make a big, big difference for a horse. And today, Oglethorpe gets to run out of his own stall. His coat looks terrific. Mentally, he was great in all the prelims, and he warmed up well on the racetrack. The number 2, Blue Devil, is a wild card because he's only ever run on turf and synthetic before. He does have a little bit of speed, and the way that he ran last time out, though, he kind of hesitated ever so slightly at the start and then rushed up. So he has the inside post. Ricardo Santana took him immediately away from the pony, gave him a big warm-up, and when it's only 3 horses, it's very much a rider's race, and I'll expect he'll be aggressive with this guy early. The number 11, Alfio, I was a little bit hesitant about him going 7 furlongs last time out because he's such a big, lanky type of horse. I definitely appreciate the added distance. He looks like a horse that wants every bit of the mile and an eighth. He's also a little bit stronger than he was last time, too. He's been a little bit quietly handled out on the racetrack, but one thing we know about this guy, distance is his friend, Lafitte.
An asset for this guy in Alfeo coming up. Just 3 runners in the 6th race, kicking off the late pick 5. Richie, and I always want to circle back when we have some of these smaller fields for the 3 jockeys and why it's believed this is more of a jockey's race and that kind of rider strategy plays a bigger role. Why is that?
Because you're aware of where everybody is at every moment. In a bigger field, guys have an opportunity to get lost. Legitimate pace works out. In a 3-horse field, there's no place to hide. And if you're on the horse to beat and you go to the lead, someone is going to put pressure on you. If not, they're going to look to trap you or pack you out. You have to ride more defensively in a small field.
Yeah, and all 3 horses have similar styles. They all have what I consider tactical speed. I look for this field to break from the gate, be tightly bunched at that point, and I think, as Richie says, it becomes a rider's race at that point.
Andy, JK, what are you looking for specifically, strategically, with these 3 riders, these 3 horses, and Oglethorpe, who we're looking at the 4-5 favorite? What are you looking for early on?
Well, you know, I always agree in general with Richie on these kind of riding, the way they're riding. You ride the best horse, you ride it like the best horse. But Oglethorpe's the key to the race because he's a little bit suspect. I mean, he was absolutely horrendous last time out. Now he's got better races on the go back, but you can't. I picked him. I'm not making a statement to beat him. But you can't trust him here, can you, Jonathan?
No, but I mean, look, I think it's hard to ignore that he is probably the most likely winner just based on some of his back races. But this is one of those tough races where, you know, it really is a rider's race because they all kind of look similar on paper. You can knock every single one of them, but there's things about every single one of them that you like. And it's all about who's going to work out the best trip.
Well, I mean, I think there's an important distinction, though, we're not making. Blue Devil has never raced on the dirt before. So we have no way of knowing if he can handle the surface at all. And for all we know, he'll be better on the surface. But in general, and Tom can talk about this as well, you would think the trainer would have tried the dirt with him one time if he thought he could handle it and he'd worked well in the morning.
Yeah, look, I agree with what Andy's saying. And this horse trains off the track outside of Louisville at High Point Training Center. 99% sure that's an artificial surface that they're training over at High Point as well. So it is a new experience. But Andy, the family likes the dirt. His brothers and sisters have shown good ability on the dirt. And his mom, although being by Lemon Drop Kid, was a winner on the dirt and her only win.
But Tom, isn't that almost a negative? The fact that he has such obviously he has an overt dirt pedigree, but the fact that they haven't run him on that, to me, is an even bigger negative. Wouldn't they have tried him there first if he had shown him anything? Why would they run him on a synthetic right away and then go right to the turf long in his second start? To me, it's more of a negative that he has a dirt pedigree. So I agree with you.
Yeah, look, I think that's fair. But, I mean, every trainer has his own ways. I can tell you this. I'm a friend of Jeff's. He's a very good trainer. So whatever his reasons are, I don't want to speak for him, so I don't know. But as we often do handicapping, and we try to assume things that we see on paper, I would have to agree with your statement, Andy.
So he's a good trainer, but bad judgment and friends.
No, I did not say that.
Andy, you follow the track trends very closely. 5 races into the main track. Have you noticed anything one way or the other?
It seems very fair to me today. Yesterday, I think there's a very strong argument that the rail, just the inside, the very inside was dead. Not the case today from what we've seen.
4-5. Oglethorpe, Richie?
Yeah, I think in this race with 3 horses with very similar styles, you want to impose your will on your rivals. You don't want to allow someone else to dictate terms. If I'm riding this race, Tom, with the trainer's blessing, I'm coming out running. I want to seize control of the race and then dictate the tempo.
I think all 3 riders are thinking the same thing. I think you're going to see these horses come out of the gate, and it's going to be a question of who wants to say uncle first and back off the pace. But I think out of the gate and going to the first turn, you're going to see 3 horses going as a team into the first turn, everyone trying to take over the race early.
Love that shot. The starting gate in front of the fans here, just like they kicked off the meet in the opener yesterday. 1 1/8. All set for the late pick 5. Oglethorpe, the favorite. Frank Miramati standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Blue Devil on the inside, Oglethorpe in between, and Alfio will be the early trailer, 3 wide, however, as they move into the first turn. And so it will be Blue Devil racing a bit off the rail, taking command, and opening up 2 lengths on Oglethorpe, who runs along in second. Down on the inside, Alfio with the lime is third, 3.5 lengths off front-running Blue Devil, who's able to go through the opening quarter in 24 and just under 3/5 of a second. It's Blue Devil, the controlling speed by almost 2. The favorite Oglethorpe runs along by himself in second, and then comes Alfio. This is the way they came out of the gate, and they'll sail down the backstretch in this order. Blue Devil, comfortable on the front end by a length. Oglethorpe has to get a little bit closer at this stage, coming to the half-mile pole with Alfio now 2.5 off the leader. Blue Devil will take him into the far turn, 1 length in front of Oglethorpe. Alfio has trailed throughout, and now they're starting to sprint. The half went in 49 and 1, but they're quickening now. It's Blue Devil, the leader. Oglethorpe is just right off his tail in second. 2.5 more. Alfio is 4 lengths off the lead, and Blue Devil is trying to get away, and he's doing it very nicely on the front end. Oglethorpe is fully extended and 3 lengths behind as the field turns for home. Blue Devil set down with a 3-length advantage. Oglethorpe and Alfio. They're coming through the stretch behind Blue Devil under Ricardo Santana Jr., who didn't have to use his skills on this dominant winner. Blue Devil by a block. Oglethorpe second best. Alfio checks in third.
Might have a dirt horse after all. Blue Devil by many to kick off the late pick 5 and an aggressive ride, Ricardo Santana, Richie.
One rider seized control of the race. Now he had the horse underneath him to do it, and Blue Devil was very good, so I don't want to underestimate his performance at all. But when you get to go that comfortable on the lead, and basically it was like a morning workout and everybody's following each other, he's supposed to have a lot left to finish. Blue Devil, nice ride, Ricardo Santana, great job. Jeff Hiles, I don't know him, but obviously he was waiting for the right moment to put this horse in the dirt,
Yes,
Tom.
he was.
And he's a good judge of character.
He was waiting for Andy to say something about him before he put him on the dirt. He took him all that time to set it up, and he did a great job of it. But truthfully, you know, the 2 horses behind our winner, Blue Devil, they just didn't run well. I mean, nobody gave no one gave Blue Devil any resistance at any point in the race. And look, Ricardo Santana turning for home. He looks over his inside shoulder. You guys see how far off the rail he was? Even down the backside as well. I know Andy said the rail is good today, but these riders in this race.
Yesterday.
No, I think he said today the rail's much better.
Yeah,
but these riders today, these riders today, they're not interested in using the rail in this small field, that's for sure.
Well, I also think some of it, Tom, was him race riding Oglethorpe and Dylan Davis a little, right? Kind of keeping him packed out a little.
Discouraging him from trying to challenging him and being wide.
Listen,
I agree with that.
Blue Devil was the best. I'm not trying to make a case that anybody else was going to beat him today in this 3-horse field. But you want to give yourself the best chance. Dylan Davis on Oglethorpe, you have to come out more aggressively. Heck, man, you're on Oglethorpe. They should be afraid of you.
Just as they loaded into the gate, you said to me, like, if I'm handicapping jockeys, I'm looking at Ricardo Santana, and I know he's the most aggressive.
He's the most aggressive of the 3. And I think it's really important when you're handicapping races, particularly small fields, to handicap the riders, maybe not as much as the horses, but certainly factor it into your handicapping.
But it also helped that he had the inside post.
Sure.
So if you want to get ahead of the 2-horse, and you're the 8 or the 11 in here, you not only have to go as fast as he's going out the gate, you have to go at least a couple lengths faster to move over and get to that spot. And as you pointed out, Santana stayed off the rail to make that job a little bit more difficult for anybody that was interested in doing that.
Yeah.
Blue Devil, that effort. Winning trainer, Jeff Hiles, Ricardo Santana. Blue Devil like Trajan Langdon, Bobby Hurley, and Christian Leitner out there, making it look all too easy. 2, 8, 11 results when we come back. Plus, the scene following last year's Diana in Italian. Looking back, hard to believe she was 8-1. That was her first Grade 1 win. She's won 3 since. Tomorrow, for Diana, title defense.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run.
classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Iconic statue at Arlington for decades. And now in Saratoga at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, John Henry, the Bart. Arlington Million One, world's first ever $1 million race. Sixth race you just saw at Saratoga, not $1 million purse, but $149,000 purse. Blue Devil only had to handle two others and did so convincingly, finishing up with authority.
He really did, and he won with his ears pricked forward, and I'm sure they'll be looking to run him back on the dirt, Tom.
Well, one thing's for sure. If they enter for the grass and it comes off, they're going to run again.
Even better.
Now you know. Over to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And very happy to be joined by trainer Jeff Hiles. First Saratoga runner, first Saratoga winner. Jeff, how does that feel?
You know, it's just nice to win a race anywhere, but to win it here, it's pretty good.
A longtime Marine, former assistant to Kenny McPeak, and now bringing horses into the winner's circle at this iconic race course. Can you talk a little bit about the journey to getting to this place?
Well, it's been a journey. You know, it hasn't always been the easiest, but you just keep going with it and do the best you can, and you'll end up where you need to be.
Ricardo was aggressive with Blue Devil, and obviously it was his first start on the dirt, but it seemed like he handled it just fine.
He's been training exceptionally well, and his last breeze at High Point, it was just his best breeze he ever had, and that's over the dirt. So come off the grass today, we thought let's take a shot and give him a chance. He's never been on the dirt before, with the exception of training, and he shipped up extremely well. He's been bouncing on his toes all week, so it's a good experience.
I can certainly understand why. Congratulations. Here's to many more Saratoga victories.
Thank you very much.
A good way to start the meet, and he's undefeated at the Spa Lafitte.
Not many can say that, Acacia. Terrific story. First Saratoga starter, right to the winner's circle, guys. What, do you remember, Richie, what do you remember most about your first Saratoga winner?
Relief.
End of a long day, right?
I wrote, it was opening day 1981. I was 16 years old. Came in here off of Big Belmont. Rode every race that day. It was pouring rain, sloppy track. And finally won the last race, went 1 for 9. So relief is the best word I could use.
Yeah, you know, for me, it makes you feel like you belong. I mean, this is the majors when you come to Saratoga, and it's the best of the best. And when you win a race, first of all, the crowd is so knowledgeable about everything that's happening, and they're so appreciative of the horses' efforts. It really feels good to be in the winner's circle. You feel like you're a part of something. But make no mistake about it, it's the major leagues when you get here.
He was pretty reserved, but he is never going to forget that moment. Blue Devil by many in the 6th year at Saratoga. And the pick 6 with the carryover, it's been chalky most of the afternoon. That pool up over $737,000. Empire Sky 640, Blue Devil 530. Race number 8, 7 coming up in 22 minutes. Started a late pick 4, just a $16,000 claimer. It's older horses, 3/4 of a mile sprint, 4 defected. The early favorite, number 3, no more talk, 9-5. As for tomorrow's stakes schedule, first Saturday of the meet, you knew it was going to be good. 3 of them. The Kelso, Sanford 2-year-olds, and Grade 1 Diana. 85th running. Let's go by the numbers in the Diana. The first number, well, it's 1939. First running, Diana, the mythological goddess. Everybody knows that. Who was fastest, right on cue in Italian. 9 furlongs, 145.06. Most wins, the number is 2. 8 total. 2-time Diana winners included. Forever Together. Most wins by a trainer. You guessed it, Chad Brown, 7. Probably 8 this time tomorrow. Most wins by an owner, 6. Rokeby Stable, that's Glowing Honor, back-to-back in 88 and 89. Most wins by a jockey. Is there a record Johnny V doesn't hold at Saratoga? 6-time Diana winner. And now this is elite. The Diana Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf sweep. Only 3 have done it. Sister Charlie most recent with, who else? Johnny V. Diana, winners, crown champion. The number is 8. Perfect Sting, 2000. The Diana, by the number, so much prestige, history, tradition. The Diana, Richie, do you have a personal favorite when the Diana is brought up? Like what comes to mind?
Well, I had a few, but the one I settled on was the 1981 Diana, Della Rose with Eddie Maple. I was just a huge fan of this filly, and I loved the way she would make those kind of brush middle moves around. It almost like she ran better on her left lead, and that got her momentum into the stretch, and she just blew by them here. And you know, Eddie Maple was somebody that was so much of a mentor to me, where our lockers were always side by side. And one thing Eddie taught me: when you lose your head, your butt goes with it.
Should have that on a T-shirt, Richie.
I cleaned it up.
You cleaned it up.
The other one was Tate's Creek and Jerry Bailey. He put on a clinic that...
Shudmont for Bobby Frankel.
Yeah, won by a nose over Voodoo Dancer. And he also won on you by a nose that day over Carson, or that weekend over Carson Hollow.
In the test?
In the test. One of the greatest races you're ever going to see. And that led him to the mount on Medaglia d'Oro. I know he and Kent DeZormo were vying for it. I talked to Jerry about this. And Bobby Frankel said, whoever has a better weekend riding stakes for me, Kent was on horses and stakes in California, Jerry here in New York, will get the mount on Medaglia d'Oro. And Jerry got the better of that deal.
Yeah, but
he put on a clinic.
My old man got booted off Medaglia d'Oro after finishing 4th in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
He could have been canned after the Wood Memorial, not his best moment. Grade 1 Diana, ABR, race of the week. Take a look at the field. 85th running is mentioned. It's early, by the way. Heads up, race 4. $500,000 purse. Chad Brown trains every filly or mare not named Feb Rover. Post 2 in Italian. 2-5 odds-on favorite. Andy J.K. in Italian. Like, I remember how fast she ran last year. What I had forgotten is that she paid $18 to win.
Well, the interesting thing is it was the start for her. I mean, she has lost a race in the last 5 when she finished second in a very good effort in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. But this was her coming out party after flashing that speed and finishing, I think, 3rd in the Just a Game. She's too fast for these horses. And at the end of the day, I'm not so sure the technical analysis, who was second to last year, isn't better than anyone she's facing in tomorrow's race. She runs her race, she's going to win. The only way to beat her is to hope she doesn't run her race.
Yeah, and the tricky thing about her is, if you're trying to beat her, the tricky thing about her is that because of her style of being forward, she's never at anyone else's mercy. She's always going to get the best trip because she creates her own trip. She doesn't, I don't think anyone wants to look her in the eyeballs, and I think if they do, they'll pay the price for it. She doesn't have to worry about if the pace is slow, and she's going to try to close into that because she's going to find herself on the front end. She has become extremely good, and I said it earlier this year, I don't think she'll lose a race this year, including tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens to the Breeders' Cup because I think it's longer than 1 mile and 3/16 this year. So it'll probably be too long for her, and whether or not they try to run in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile, which would be tougher for her. But she's terrific, and she needs to use her speed, and I think Richie would agree with that. I would not let market segmentation sit on her flank and hoping where you run her down the stretch. Use your speed. Make them run a little bit to keep up with you.
I don't care who owned or trained market segmentation. Market segmentation took advantage of a situation last time, finding herself on the front end. That's not necessarily her. So let's just stop now with the fact that she's not going to go hook in Italian earlier, because she should have never done that. I don't care if Todd trained the horse.
Oh, anybody that thinks that when she's sitting second in Italian, it's like letting her win. Honestly, you have no clue what you're talking about. She has to sit second to her and hope in Italian just doesn't run her race. Otherwise, she cannot beat her in here. She's really that good. And going back, Richie, my favorite Diana, 1978, I want to say, when Weah beat Pearl Necklace, two horses I know you loved. And even your Della Rose race, Richie, was a Rokeby horse, finishing second. They could have had another winner.
It's the truth, yeah.
He can talk Weah all day long. If we need to kill like 37 minutes on the show, and he can talk Weah all day long.
Well, she was spectacular. She was special, and she won grade ones on turf and dirt. David Whiteley trained, oh no, I'm sorry, Angel Penner trained her, yeah.
Grade 1 Diana, first of 17 Grade 1 flat races of the meet. You'll see it right here on Saratoga Live. That is No More Talk, who's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The current 8-5 favorite to be ridden by Rat Ortiz. Defending Saratoga riding champ, defending Eclipse Award winner, won 2 races yesterday, 2 today so far. Ortiz looking to do more damage. Next on Saratoga Live, Game Face, a Rad Game Face.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New at Saratoga this summer. Such a great cause. Naira just dedicated the brand new Backstretch Healthcare Clinic. It helps expand existing services offered to members of the Backstretch community. The ribbon cutting ceremony taking place on Tuesday.
We couldn't be more grateful to be able to provide end-to-end services for the Backstretch workers and give them the care that they deserve and what they need. Everything from primary care, women's health, men's health, behavioral health, as well as addiction medicine if it's necessary.
Something that impacts people's lives so personally as healthcare, I think it's so gratifying. She loved the Backstretch workers. They were her family. And this was Mary Lou's dream, and I'm just fulfilling her wish.
Mary Lou's dream, such an important cause in giving back, Richie, to the Backstretch community.
And her and John Hendrickson were always in the forefront of that, whether it was putting on barbecues or making sure that people had access to health care like this, fixing up the dorms, along with many other people like Michael Dubb, the efforts that are being made. What a lot of people don't realize out there, Tom, is that the Backstretch is a community unto itself. It's its own, almost like its own city. Sure. And you have, you know, dormitories, places for people to live, restaurants, right, the track kitchens for people to eat.
Chapels.
Chaplaincy. Now healthcare on top of childcare. I mean, it really is a world unto itself.
Well, and in New York, I think they're ahead of the curve as far as the racetracks I race at and what they're doing. Churchill and Louisville is pretty close, but New York is definitely ahead of the curve in how they operate with their backside, and they care for the people that literally are the backbone of this industry, that make the industry go.
Sport doesn't happen without them. And just great to see it, the outreach to the Backstretch community here in New York. As the racing continues on this first Friday of the meet, you see the updated odds. Race 7 started late. Pick 4, $16,000. Claimers, 6 furlong sprint. And while No More Talk is the favorite, you're looking at Gandy Dancing, currently 7-1. Over to Acacia for this race 7 Paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, I'm going to wait to talk about No More Talk on the track and see how he warms up, because I think you can learn a lot from him based off of that warm-up. So I wanted to touch on a couple of others dropping in class, starting with the 1A Gandy Dancing for Gustavo Rodriguez. A better distance, a better level of competition today, just facing significantly tougher horses and a very quick horse in Daddy Knows last time out, and also cutting back to the sprint distance into the 6 furlongs, at which he's had a lot more success. He looks tremendous today. He's really well muscled. He's really done well since Gus has claimed him. He's been marching around the paddock here, strutting his stuff, and he has a great record at Saratoga too, for what it's worth. I don't know if he's necessarily good enough versus what he faces in here. Is for the level the race came up pretty salty, but I like him getting back to this spot and again this level of competition. The Rodriguez brothers well represented, as Rudy will send out the 7 Airport, and he's the one that really benefited from the scratches, given the fact that he does have early speed with the likes of Print Track coming out, Poppy's Pride. Maybe we'll see Jose Ortiz just be aggressive with this guy, and I think he runs his best races when he's on the lead. He was kind of chasing last time out, and while well beaten by No More Talk, he also drops down to the $16,000 level. He's dappled out from head to toe. He's really powerful in his hindquarters behind the saddle. He has that typical kind of quick sprinter look, and again, given the scratches and how this race is now made up, he's the one that really could benefit the most. The number 10, Striking Speed, goes out for Charlie Baker, another one who was beaten by No More Talk, and he was kind of in that up-close pressing position. He is a very big horse, and Joel Rosario will climb aboard, and he's one that I think really kind of takes a little bit of time to get his feet underneath of him, and he did make that first move to take over the lead last time. He's pretty sharp here in the paddock. Physically, I love how he's done coming up here to Saratoga. Let's see what kind of trip he pulls today as we'll head over to Andy and JK.
I mean, I guess the conversation has to always start with the favorite, and you and I were talking about it a bit off camera. You like No More Talk than I do. I don't trust this horse at all, but obviously his good races make him dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, his last 3 races are, you know, he runs one of those races, he's going to win. And here's the one concern I do have. Doesn't have a ton of early speed, you know, did get shuffled a couple of races back, but he overcame that shuffle. He kind of got shuffled out of there and then circled horses. He didn't give up when he got into that bad position. He just feels like he's the best horse on paper. And in a race where the rest of them kind of look the same, I just wanted to go with the one who I felt was the best.
Yeah, I feel very differently about him. David Jacobson, his trainer, who had been training for years and then was not out of the game for a while and came back, has always been an extremely streaky trainer. And when this horse was winning, in my opinion, he was sort of inexplicably getting heavily bet, even with IRAD, getting what I thought were good trips. We seem to disagree a bit on that, which is fine, and getting it done. And his last race, in my opinion, was not a good one. And David Jacobson, who was white hot when he was winning, is won for a whole bunch in the last month or so. So to me, I think this drop down's a little bit suspect here, and I'm going to try to beat him. And I'm going to try to beat him with Bust and Shout, who benefits like Acacia 7, the 7 benefits from the scratches as well, and I think he can be sitting second. And I thought his last race was a step in the right direction, and he's a big price.
8-1, Andy's top selection, and Bust and Shout with Kendrick Carmouche looking for a second win this afternoon. We pay so much attention to the stakes races, Tom, the 2-year-olds, the future, but this is just an old school $50,000 claiming event here. Some throwbacks, some grizzled vets in this field.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, they talked about No More Talk. Andy was talking about how much you can trust the favorite. This horse has had a lot of racing this year. He's a 9-year-old. I mean, at some point he's going to say uncle.
Acacia will be watching him closely on the track. Post-parade, Acacia loved what she saw from Gandy Dancing, a 3-time winner here at Saratoga.
Another trainer who struggled mightily over the last year after starting out white hot. If you could find that old Saratoga form, who knows?
Bust and Shout, New York bred, Roddy Valente homebred.
Yeah, Andy's pick, a lot of times when horses ship from Finger Lakes, they get a little ignored here. It's a mistake.
6-5 favorite, No More Talk in the money, in 43 of 85 lifetime. There he is.
He is the horse to beat with Irad, as often the case, and I thought Tom made a very good point about him having already run 10 times this year.
Lots of tread on those tires. Irad Ortiz looking for a third win this afternoon. Then an outsider in high tone. Florent Giroux rides Anna's Arabesque in the Coronation Cup.
Yes, 7 dirt races in a row, none of them fast enough, in my opinion, to win this race.
Number 6, First Deputy. Dylan Davis takes over.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a little bit interesting on the cutback and the drop from 32,000.
4-1, number 7, Airport. The defections, on paper, look like they aid his cause with his speed.
No question about it. He is the controlling speed in here, unlike his last race, and I think it gives him a chance.
And on the outside, a striking speed, third to No More Talk at Belmont late May.
Third time Charlie Baker. This horse is starting to kind of trend back into a direction that might find some of his back races. I think he's dangerous. I think he's a little overbet at 4-1.
Late pick 4 starts here. Grizzled Vets, $16,000 claimers, post time in about 6 minutes. Another look at No More Talk. There he is. Brad Ortiz in the irons. No offense to No More Talk, but Ortiz will be riding some faster, more talented horses tomorrow. Arad's Saturday Stakes mounts in Italian. Diana, she's pretty good. The Kelso, Annapolis, 8-5 morning line favorite. And in the Sanford Call, the Cavalry, tough post, not impossible. Richie, it has to be a lot of fun for a rider to go to work on a Saturday at Saratoga, knowing you have those type of mounts in the marquee events.
When you look at your dance card and you look at the dance partners that Irad has, you're going, man, I can't wait to boogie. But I will say this about Irad. It doesn't matter if it's a $10,000 claiming race or a grade 1. He rides with the same enthusiasm and intensity, and that's one of the things I admire about him.
And that's what we're going to see in the $16,000 claimer from Irad Ortiz. And Acacia, you said you're going to pay close attention to No More Talk once he hit the track. What are you noticing?
Well, he's showing me everything I wanted him to, Lafitte, because sometimes when over at Belmont and when he kind of stopped that streak last time, it's just a little bit dull in the preliminaries and in the warm-up and just not really picking up the bit and not having as much energy out on track as you'd like to see. It wasn't the case today. As soon as they got out of the post parade and he was prancing around in the post parade as well, he kind of pulled like, okay, I'm ready, let's go, let's go. And he went right off for a big solo warm-up. So I did really like to see that. I am with Andy. I don't know if I completely trust him in this spot, but I have no qualms with him from my standpoint down here physically and what I've seen from him in the past comparing to today. The number 2, Bust and Shout, will come in from Finger Lakes, as JK mentioned, but he's run some good races against much tougher competition on the NYRA circuit in the past. And I think given the fact that he's recently been running on the turf, his form perhaps is a little bit dirtied up and maybe just a little bit tricky to get a read on, but I think he fits in here, as is always the case. Kendrick Carmouche giving him a big warm-up on the track, a 7-year-old by Bustin' Stones, and they just run. And I just think comparing to his previous dirt races, albeit at Aqueduct, but in the past against much better company, this is the right spot for him. If he gets out of the gate from the inside post, that really could be the key, as he does have some tactical speed as well, Lafitte.
Bust and Shout, Acacia. All right, Andy, this is your top selection. He breaks from the rail. What do you want to see right from the onset?
Well, he's got to go. I mean, I don't think he's as fast as Airport. Obviously, I'd like to see him in front with a slower pace. And to be fair, he's only won 1 race stalking in second in his career. He is a horse that's most effective on the front end. But I thought his last race was at least a step in the right direction for a horse at one time was good enough. And I more had negatives on a lot of horses. Maybe some of it, Jonathan, is because I've been looking at them all year long and watching them. And I thought he was a bit of a new face. I agree with what you said, by the way, about striking speed. I think he's a bit over bet, 9-2. But I also think he has a lot of things to recommend, which you also said.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity to take a step forward. I mean, you know, to your point you were making earlier about the pace situation, you know, Bust and Shout, drawing on the inside. And like you mentioned, he's had most of his success finding the front end. Don't they have to send him away from there?
He's
like,
got
why
to
would
go.
they grab him in race?
No, he can't grab him. He's got to go. And, you know, a similar situation to that, by the way, would be Kendrick Carmouche when he rode the horse that beat No More Talk last time, which I know some of us were there and will remember it. I believe Richie was on. He sent him hard out of the gate, Kendrick. He had the rail. He wasn't the speed. But Kendrick said, I'm going to try to control this race from start to finish. So I think that's not a bad analogy from him to Bust and Shout. But obviously, if Airport is faster, if he really wants to go. But you know what? If they create enough separation, Maybe Airport can go and he can go outside of him. He's not getting that by being passive, and Kendrick's unlikely to be passive here.
And Richie, what were you noticing in terms of watching No More Talk and Red Ortiz in the warm-up there?
Good warm-up, really got in the bridle, looked like he was moving well, free. You know, these horses can be, you know, muscle-bound. They can be a little bit stiff starting out. I know how I feel in the morning when I get out of bed, right? It takes me a little while to get going. But I also believe in big warm-ups for another reason. Horses are a flight animal. And if you give them a good warm-up, it helps them build into that exercise that they're not going to dump or drop all their red blood cells when the gate opens and you ask them for their run out of the gate. You're going to incite them. A horse will hold up to 1/3 of their red blood cells in their spleen and only use it when they come under extreme duress. If you don't regulate that and warm them up so they build into that, they're going to dump a lot of those red blood cells the first eighth of a mile.
Yeah. How many? How much?
Up to 1/3 of their red blood cells.
And
everybody knows that.
Look, more realistically, No More Talk's a 9-year-old. You know, when I get out of bed at age 61 now, you know, it takes me a little longer to get going.
61.
So, you know, I need to warm up too these days. 85 starts. No more true of a thoroughbred than a horse like No More Talk, who has done it all the hard way through his career and is always a competitor.
Well said, the hard way. He's 6-5, though. Your top selection is not. At 8-1, give us the sales pitch as you try to smoke out a long shot with First Deputy.
Well, I picked First Deputy, the 6-horse, early in the day before all the scratches. And Lafitte, you mentioned it. Many of the scratches are indeed speed, which First Deputy needs. He needs a lot of speed up front to close into. The scratch of the 5, the 8, the 9, they were all going to keep company with the 7 Airport and and our 1 horse in this race. And with, the 2, Bust and Shout. So with those horses all gone, I don't get the pace I want. And First Deputy is a hard horse to ride, Richie. You know the kind of horse I'm talking about? Like, from the time the gate opens, you got to be on your bike and push.
If you're not pedaling, he's not running.
Right. And so he's a hard horse to ride. And I don't know if they got a fooled last time or not, but he's got some back class to go to. 9-1, 8-1 is pretty tasty.
Perfect segue to Richie's top selection and the race shape on paper now favoring Airport, pictured with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I just thought with the scratches that he has an opportunity maybe to get a bit more comfortable. You know, he does have to deal with Bust and Shout, and the last thing Kendrick Carmouche is passive. He is an aggressive rider, usually seizes his own destiny, you know, out of the gate. He's not a guy who's going to get his position going backwards, if you will. That being said, I also thought that Rudy Rodriguez's barn really kind of came to life. If they weren't winning, they were running well the last part of Belmont. And that's a barn, Tom, that I feel like hits cycles. And when the barn starts going good, you want to ride that gravy train.
I think our favorite Airport, our 3-1 choice Airport, you're going to know after the first quarter of a mile if he's going to run his race, because he is a one-dimensional speed horse. And whatever Kendrick does on the 2 Bust and Shout, if he can keep up with him early, and I don't think that Airport is that much faster than the 2-horse Bust and Shout out the gate. If they're head-to-head after the first quarter mile, you know, then the race goes to someone else other than the 7-horse.
Well, and Bust and Shout is by Bustin' Stones, the most underrated stallion in North America.
I
am. Well, this horse gets 16% winners with his sprinters, 15% with off-track. Now, the track's labeled fast, but it's got a little bit of underlying moisture still in it. He throws hard-knocking horses.
Final thought on Airport. We all love Rudy Rodriguez, and you were talking about cycles and streaks. A Saratoga to forget last summer. Important for him to get things going in the first few days, I think.
Absolutely, and he's too good a trainer. His horses look good. He just had a bad run last summer.
To the new voice of Saratoga, remainder of the load and call, post-time race 7. Frank Miramati standing by.
Thank you so much, Lafitte. We're waiting on Gandy Dancing. Number 1A, but well out on the outside. Striking Speed coming up to complete the lineup. Going in. And they're off. Airport gets the first call. At the rail, Bust and Shout is flashing early foot, and Striking Speed 3 wide up and on the pace 2. Then comes No More Talk, well spotted 4th, now moving up to claim 3rd. High Tone is racing next on the inside of Gandy Dancing, and it's 4 more lengths to First Deputy. They're chasing Airport into the far turn, less than a half mile from home. Striking Speed under a nice hold on the outside, trying to challenge in second. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds, and here's No More Talk. Moving up on the outside, third, a gap of 3 back to Bust and Shout in fourth, followed by High Tone. Another 2, Gandy Dancing is retreating, passed on the inside by First Deputy. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. It's Airport in front. And No More Talk on the outside, wandering while trying to mount a bid with a furlong left to go. Down on the inside, battling bravely. Coming to get the lead is Bust and Shout. Bust and Shout, I mean, just hugging the rail and taking command. Busting Shout. Here's another for Kendrick Carmouche. Beautiful ride. Wins it by 3. Very close photo for second. That could go either way between Airport and High Tone. In behind that, it was between First Deputy and No More Talk.
Beautiful ride is right, Frank Mirmati. Kendrick Carmouche, 2 wins on the afternoon. Bustin' Shout, Andy's top selection at 9-1, scraping paint coming through on the inside.
This was a beautiful ride. He came out running, couldn't outfoot the 7 Airport. He dropped back, looked like he dropped back a little bit more because of the kickback. And then when he settled, you saw, okay, he still got horse. And Kendrick married the fence, skinned his way through, and this was a really nice effort. I'm not surprised the horse won. I am surprised he won in this fashion.
And nobody riding was interested in the rail. And they left the rail wide open. Andy said the rail was okay today, and he was sure right. Bust and Shout, the 2-horse comes through on the rail and draws away from the rest.
JK, how loud was he cheering? How loud was Andy cheering?
He was rooting hard for his man Kendrick. So great pick by Andy. This horse got a great ride by Kendrick. You know, they popped away from there. He wasn't fast enough to make the lead from the 7 Airport. He took back, sat in behind, and then Kendrick was very brave to run him up in the inside.
And we talked about it during the race, you and I, and it was like we both agreed Kendrick did everything he could. He tried to leave. He's not fast enough. He's not as fast as 7. He wasn't fast as 10. But he kept riding him into the race, and he kept going in there. And listen, I did not think, like Richie said, that he could rate from 4th and win this. But he did get it done, and just thought he was a little bit interesting horse, a horse in old class. And like Tom said before the race, these kind of old pros are the horses you got to love in this game.
Throwback. In his 30th career start, an 8th lifetime win, trained by Bruce Levine, the Roddy Valente homebred, Bustin' Shout. And yeah, I think all of us thought that it was game, set, match after he broke well, but then found himself shuffled back behind horses inside about 6 lengths off the lead.
This is new for him. And listen, he is set just off of horses outside, but for him to come through inside, take the kickback rally, and there's nobody in Saratoga that wants to win more than Roddy Valente. He lives for Saratoga.
Well, he was one of the guys on the feature that we showed the last couple of days, talking about how wonderful it is to race at Saratoga and how winning at Saratoga is icing on the cake.
Showman.
He gets his icing and his cake.
He's going to enjoy every moment of it, as everyone should. Any win at Saratoga, whether it's a Grade 1 Diana or a $16,000 claimer, who, by the way, is staying with Bruce Levine, not claimed. Bust and Shout. Stay tuned. Also, first installment of this summer's Cart Talk. Weren't sure if this would happen. JK, he held out, eventually took the franchise tag, and now we're good. JK, Frank Mirmati, Cart Talk, next.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live Day 2. As always, brought to you in part by Hale & Dale, Atalapa. Dead heat for 4th between numbers 3 and 6. No more talk, the favorite and first deputy, the flex. See that? Kendrick Carmouche, second win on the afternoon, down to Acacia in the winner's circle.
I'm very happy to be joined by owner and breeder Roddy Valenti as Bust and Shout gets the victory. And Roddy, the first thing that you said to me when you came down was getting back off the turf and onto the main track has made a difference.
I really, we experimented. A lot of the Bust and Stones would go both ways. But I said to Bruce, I really think his better races are on the dirt. And, at his age, he's getting up in age. And, I love owning a horse like this. He's honest as the day is long, and just puts him over 300,000. And he's by Bust and Stone, so he's like a family member at this point. So it was very rewarding, and it was nice to hear from Kendrick. And he said I had a lot of pony underneath me, so it's a great day.
Beautiful ride by Kendrick coming up the inside too. And this was a horse that had a lot of back class as well.
He did. One thing I'm going to do before his career is over, I really want to stretch him out. You see the size of him, right? I want to jack him out on a lead one day going like a mile and an eighth and just see what happens, and who knows? Look at Bustin' Bay yesterday. He fooled a lot of people yesterday. So Bustin' Stones he's to me, he's my baby, so I'm so proud of him. And when I watch every one of his offspring run, no matter where they are and what part of the country.
He's been an incredible stallion, and this is a 7-year-old New York bred by Bust and Stones that you bred. How special is all of that put together? It really is kind of a breeder's dream.
I say it all the time to my family, because like I said, every one of them where they run, they're like my grandkids. You know what I mean? And anybody that knows me know that I love my grandkids. So it's like watching these horses run under Bust and Stones it's a day in paradise for me.
And into the winner's circle, even better. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And Lafitte, I think Bust and Shout is going to be on the Christmas card for the Valenti family this year.
Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it. At 9-1, Andy Sterling, well done. You got to love it, Tom. He's a 7-year-old. He's run 30 times, and Roddy's still talking about experimenting and trying new things here with Bust and Shout.
He's enthusiastic, Roddy is.
Right.
And
Extremely.
you know that probably better than anybody.
Yeah, extremely enthusiastic, and I've known Roddy since he first got in the game. Rode his first winner, helped him get his first horse, Gravel King. That's the business he's in, and he loves this. I'm not a big one for reinventing the wheel. When a horse does something good, I tend to want to continue to do what they do well, but hey, he's never tried it, so why not give him one go going long?
Are you talking about the dilemma between owner and trainer that's coming up between Bruce Levine and Roddy Valenti?
I'm staying out of that. I'm friends with both of them.
A perfect example of how a $16,000 claimer can have class. That's not just for the grade 1 types. You can see that fight, that will, that determination in these claiming types. Bust and Shout. $20, Andy. Well done, my friend. 2 left. 3 left in the sequence for the pick 6 with the carryover. Turning the page to race number 8. $50,000 claiming sprint older horses. 3/4 of a mile dash. Big scratch. 8-5 morning line favorite. Dot's Dollar is out along with Jake Rocks. Current favorite. C's Get Degrees. 9-5 with about 24 minutes to post. Whether it's this upcoming $50,000 claimer or tomorrow's grade 1 Diana, the voice you hear here at Saratoga call the race. It's a new one. Frank Mirmati. He called his first race at Hollywood Park back in 1992. He has come a long way since. He winters in Southern California calling at Santa Anita. And now he summers up here calling the races at Saratoga. It's a good life that got that much better when J.K. reached out and invited him on Cart Talk.
The Mirror Man at the spa. I didn't know if I would ever say that, but I like it. It sounds good.
Thank you, my man.
Very excited.
You know, I was hanging out with you during your journey of the competition you guys had to get the job at Santa Anita. That didn't work out the first time around from you. Then you had some health issues that came up. And to think about it now, you are the race caller at Santa Anita, and you're also the race caller at Saratoga Racetrack.
To get that job a couple years later at Santa Anita, which was always my dream because I grew up in Southern California. I was going there in the 70s. You know, before I was 10, I was a big racing fan. So to then have this opportunity here, and it comes with a lot of responsibility, as you know. This is a serious job, and it's time for me to come with it. You know, they say the old line, put up or shut up, right?
You've been more than a fan since before you were 10.
No doubt. You know, look, I grew up in LA, so born and raised. There were Dodger games, Rams games. I always wanted to go to Santa Anita or Hollywood Park. We lived in Beverly Hills, so it was about a 15-minute drive to Hollywood Park. Every single day that I was out at the races as a youngster made me more of a fan.
When I hear your calls, it's a race caller who is speaking to a fan that wants to be excited, and I love that about your calls.
I appreciate that, and interestingly, I started my career imitating others, so I was kind of a jokester. And I take pride now in being very serious about it with one objective, celebrating winners, Jonathan. That's what it's really all about. I want to do them justice.
What kind of honor is it for you to step into a booth that was occupied by Tom Durkin, and then your other job at Santa Anita to occupy a booth that was occupied by a legend and Trevor Denman? I mean, some pretty big shoes to fill.
They're unfillable shoes, and that's not just some hype speech I'm delivering. The good news is I have no shot of ever being the best guy to call races at Saratoga, not even close. The only thing Tom does better than me, he's got a better voice, a better vocabulary, and a better delivery, but other than that, I might give him a run for his money. The guy is an absolute legend, and he has done in his storytelling what no one can or will ever do, because it's all seamless.
Well, you've hinted at it a few times, and there's no way we're going to let you get out of here without some impressions, so I'm going to just rapid fire you here and give us what you got. Let's go. You started with Trevor Denman. Let's go Trevor Denman.
They come for home in the Travers, and let's see, who does Jonathan Kinchin have?
Marv Albert.
No question. I'm sitting here with JK in one of these shirts, and the only question I can ask, do they make a size 4X for yours truly? Because there is no way I'm fitting into the average man's shirt.
Let's go Rodney Dangerfield.
I tell you, I'm okay now, but last week was a rough shape. I went to my psychiatrist. I said, Doc, I don't know what to do. I'm depressed. She said, don't worry about it. You're not worth it. I said, I want a second opinion. She said, okay, you're ugly, too.
De Niro?
What I say to you, Jonathan, don't ask me tough questions. I haven't even called a race this mean. You're all over me like gravy on rice. What's the matter with you?
Dave Johnson.
And down the stretch they come.
And the coach, Dwayne Lucas.
Well, we've always felt that this is the kind of place where the greatness comes to the top. And so what we do in our program, we of course have the north, the south, the east, and the west, but our program is focused on championships. And the championships begin right here in Saratoga Springs, and I gotta believe we'll be double tough.
Frank, we appreciate you. We're proud of you. We're excited to hear you call, and good luck on Thursday and for the next 8 weeks.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you so much. I'll tell you one thing I've learned is that it's not fake. You really are driving around. You know those movies, the green screen? I never knew if it was just the green screen.
Car Talk, sponsored by Gainesway. Epic. Frank Mirmati, a 3-decade journey crisscrossing the nation. Impersonations alone worth the price of admission. From Hialeah to Saratoga and everything in between, JK. Like, if I was a sponsor, I'd feel much better if it was a green screen and you weren't actually driving the golf cart. As much fun as that was for us, the viewers, to watch, that must have been an absolute blast for you.
Well, Frank's the best, right? And you can tell by listening to him, he's a huge fan of the game. He loves this game, and it comes out in his calls. And he touched on it a little bit in there, but Frank, it wasn't an easy road, right? He lost the competition first time around to take the Santa Anita job. He did have a health scare that was a serious health scare, and now he has the job at Santa Anita, and he's the race caller at Saratoga. It's a beautiful story, and we're very proud to have Frank here and to continue his passion through his calls.
Yeah, JK, and a terrific first day and a half for Frank Mirmati, and you can sense that a genuine sense of appreciation for the opportunity, not only out at Santa Anita, but now this chance this summer, moving forward, of course, at Saratoga.
Yeah, look, I mean, we didn't get it all in that little 3-minute clip, but he tells stories about sneaking into Santa Anita when he was a kid and finding some older guy to like act like his parents, going under the turnstiles, getting stopped by security guards, going to Hollywood Park on a bus. He took a 3-hour bus from his home to Santa Anita as a 10-year-old. I mean, he loves the racetrack.
That's a fan. That is a fan, and there he is. You can barely see him there, Frank Miramati, and it's a look. It's a lot of pressure. Calling races, you get one shot. There are no do-overs, and here with the most prestigious individual race meet in North America, and he has the right temperament and the skills and talent to do it at the highest level.
And he earned this. I mean, this was a culmination of a lot of hard work and plying his trade in such a great fashion all over the country, and him understanding and taking that responsibility so seriously, but he's also having a good time.
Oh, yeah. Look, I mean, calling races, that's an art form. I mean, you don't just sit down and start doing it, and he is so skilled and so clever in his race calls. And, you know, it's not just shouting out the winner at the end of the race. That's not Frank's style, and I like that a lot. You know, he tells a story, and he tells it well.
Yeah, guys, like coming up in 17 minutes, you're watching at home, like hit the mute button, which might already be down anyways, and maybe you're reading subtitles, you know what I'm saying. Try to call a race. Try to call a race. Incredibly difficult skill, and we so appreciative to have Frank Miramati here this summer and moving forward at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. C's get degrees, do they?
Well, I did.
What major? Racetrack U? 8-5 the favorite. Much more on Saratoga Live. Coverage continuing opening week on Fox Sports 2.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Downtown Saratoga, Broadway, lots to do there, lots to do here. And the fans, energetic fan base, taking it easy right now. Have a little time in between races. More than 29,000 yesterday for opening day. Horses in the paddock, as you can see, this 8th race, this claiming event, $50,000 claimer. The purse is right, $80,000. Older horses, 3/4 of a mile sprint. You're looking at C's Get Degrees. Acacia, why do I feel like you never got a C in your life?
If I got a B, Lafitte, I was asked what happened and why wasn't it an A. But talking about C's Get Degrees, this is a horse that did face significantly tougher competition and was part of that entry with Gunnett last time out who got the win. So he's taking a drop in class and he does have early speed. Now, I know that the last time I was in the paddock and I saw him was at Aqueduct, so it was much colder than what we are experiencing today. But he's gotten himself very hot here in the paddock, and I just feel like I've seen him with his weight looking a little bit better. Maybe he is just better than what he faces today and versus the company he's been keeping lately. But at a short price, there were horses that I did prefer physically here in the paddock. One of those is the number 5 Emerald Forest, who's first off the claim for the Cantor-Massey brothers. And he was really sharp, really keyed up when I saw him last time too. And in that race, it looked like he was kind of reacting to the crop a little bit late. Got a little bit reactive, a little bit high-headed, a little bit erratic. And they had a pretty tricky time getting the tack on him, but now that they have, he's swishing his tail a bit. I think he's a horse that's maybe just a little bit girthy and that he's a little bit almost kind of ticklish underneath too. So if he can keep things together mentally, I love the appearance that he's making here today. And Jonathan, I know you have some interest in this horse too.
Yeah, Keisha, I really do like the 5 Emerald Forest in here. For a couple of reasons. One, the Cantor-Masseys do an outstanding job. I think that they're very under the radar in terms of getting the publicity I think they deserve for what they do with horses. And this horse ran well for Tom Worley last time, being wide all the way around there. They claim this horse for 40. They come back here. I think this horse really could take a step forward. And to be fair, I also think that the cutback from 6.5 to 6 helps quite a bit, Acacia.
I would agree with you there, Jonathan. I like this spot for him. Wanted to touch on the number 7 Ram, a horse that I actually got to know quite well when he ran in the 2021 Preakness for the coach Wayne Lucas. This is the right level, though, and he broke his maiden for 50. So I think he's been at the right spot. Now, he just missed last time out, and he broke in a little bit at the start. Was kind of leaning on his foes, and then you could argue he hung a little bit last time. He's wearing what we call that Houghton bit, where there's that extra bar underneath the chin, where it's particularly useful for horses that have the tendency to drift out a little bit or maybe are a little bit tougher to steer. I don't know, as I haven't seen him in the flesh in a while, if that's something he's typically been wearing, but watch for this horse and see if John Velasquez can keep him on a straight course. Lafitte?
Ram at 6-1, bird's eye view. There's Andy and JK. Hey, guys.
Well, yeah, check them out.
There they are. Hey,
they wave.
You got to love that it's 2023 and we're still talking about John Velasquez riding for D. Wayne Lucas.
Well, it's just incredible. And, you know, when I watch riders, Tom, I look for signs of, you know, father time catching up, right? I don't see that with Johnny Velasquez. His legs are still just as strong. And usually that's the first thing I notice. You start to see a little extra movement in the rider's legs. They start kind of adjusting their star-ups a little more, trying to find a comfort zone. Johnny still rides short, and his legs are tight. That foundation is still there.
I mean, wouldn't you, if you were coming up as a rider, wouldn't you want to just have your locker right next to his and just I mean, it's
like
not only his physical abilities, which are great, but his knowledge through the years of how to ride and his techniques. I mean, he is beautiful on a horse.
He really is beautiful on a horse. And the way he conducts himself in every facet of this, it's just all class.
Yes, no,
and
for
and
sure.
he's always thought outside of himself. He's always giving back to the racetrack, to other riders. You know, he's involved with PDJF. He's involved with Jockeys Guild. I don't know how he finds time in the day.
Does it all. Does it all. See him in the post parade. These $50,000 claimers. We start with a 14-1 shot. Think about it. First after the claim, Ray Handel.
Yeah, Ray's had him before, and he actually ran okay for Ray, but isn't good enough to be competitive here.
Dylan Davis aboard. Scratch number 2, a key scratch. The 8-5 morning line favorite, Dots Dollar. C's Get Degrees, 8-5. You saw Smiling Arad Ortiz. It's a quick gelding. There he is, the current favorite.
He's the controlling speed in here and the horse to beat, but I don't trust this barn right now. I'm going to let him beat me at short prices.
Proceeding with caution is Andy on the favorite. Happy Farm, first after the claim, Antonio Arriaga.
I like Happy Farm in this spot. He was in an aggressive pace that collapsed last time. I like him off the claim for Antonio Arriaga, and I think he's very dangerous.
Emerald Forest and Acacia like what she saw.
Yeah, this horse has a couple of races back at Fairgrounds earlier this year that will absolutely blow this field away.
Prime Factor 10-1.
Yeah, another one who I think is a little bit interesting, has some back dirt races that make sense.
Ram, Velasquez, Lucas.
Moving out of conditional claiming races against many, many multiple winners. But, hey, at least it's easier than the Preakness.
And Nifty, first after the claim, Robertino Diodoro.
I think this is a horse that we have to give a little bit of talking about because he's run some good races. And Robertino Diodoro is better off the claim with routers, but this is a dangerous horse off the claim. And unlike yesterday when Flying P failed on a drop down, this horse is not dropping.
All right, so as I understand, this is no fun when Andy and Tom agree. You both like Happy Farm, yes?
We got a lot of agreement here. We heard Acacia say she came home with a B. They asked what happened. I had the same situation in my house when I came home. If I had a B, my parents asked what happened too.
Well, look, you guys talking about C's get degrees. D's didn't get me a high school diploma.
I was asked what happened, but from a completely different perspective.
When you
like,
gotta
man,
be.
you studied this. You studied.
Well, let's talk about the 4 Happy Farm that Andy mentioned. So, you know, one of the things you can now use in your handicapping, which a couple of years ago you couldn't, when a horse gets claimed in the last start, as you see with Happy Farm, that horse has to go through a rigorous soundness exam after he's finished cooling out at the test barn by the state veterinarians, and only if after that race he is a physically sound and good animal is the claim actually made at that point. So you're going into a race knowing that this is a very good, sound animal. He's got a great record, 43 starts, 13 wins, 14 seconds. He moves great on the track. And, you know, I'm with Andy. I think that this horse, speed, yes. Does he have to be one-dimensional speed? I don't think so. Where C's get degrees, you know, right to his inside, I think that horse, and although he's very fast, is a one-dimensional speed type horse. He has to get to the lead to run his best race.
Also, Tom, he breaks outside of the 3 C's det degrees, right, who's faster than him.
Right?
But it makes it a lot easier for him to get that good stalking spot. And listen, I don't think anyone here is going to say C's degrees can't win the race. But I don't really trust him. And to me, Happy Farm, Arriaga is very under the radar. I love this claim.
Well, also, you look at the 2 riders. You got Irad and you got Flavian. Who, in your opinion, is a more aggressive rider? So, to me, you know, Flavian's going to send away from there when Irad is a little bit more comfortable taking horses back.
He did what to do with Randomized earlier today. He looked
did.
good on him.
Absolutely.
But I hear you. I agree with you fundamentally. I think that Happy Farm is very dangerous in here. He ran much better than it looks last time in the race that collapsed. Can we talk a little about Nifty? A horse that, in my opinion, if he can get back the races 2, 3, 4 back, granted 2 of them were at Sam Houston, but one of them was at Keeneland, I think he's a major player here.
Yeah, you know, he won for Brett Calhoun. His numbers kind of slowed down a little bit, but if you look a little bit deeper, he's got numbers that make him competitive in here. He's drawn towards the outside, which is always dangerous in these dirt sprints, especially here at Saratoga. It feels like being able to see what's happening to your inside, not getting stopped, being in the clear. This is a horse that, when I first looked at this race, I wanted to ignore, and the more I looked at it, I realized I had to include.
And there are no absolutes, Tom. This is his win at Keeneland. But I want to ask you a question as a claiming trainer who's claimed many horses in his career. What do you think of the fact he was claimed on May 12th and it's taken him 2 months to get back the races? Good, bad, or hard to know?
So I think a couple of things. Number one, we can use what we used earlier when we were talking about Happy Farm, about soundness, because he was claimed his last start. But I always look at the work pattern after that. Andy's horse has a multiple number of workouts after that. I think they're just getting him ready, and like you said, they're putting him back on the race. So I think this horse is a player. His race 2 back, where he sat behind a wave of pace setters and angled out with a really strong finish, very, very good race for Nifty.
Javier Castellano, a couple of wins yesterday, now a 3-time Schuylerville winning jockey. Acacia, a couple of things. Wanted to circle back with C's got degrees. You mentioned how hot he was, the favorite in the paddock, and your observation on Happy Farm, who is now the co-favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, Lafitte, out on track, I still was underwhelmed by C's get degrees. And as Andy said, I don't think any of us are saying he can't win this race. Just from my pure vantage point, my job is to look at them from a physical perspective here trackside and in the paddock. And I preferred others over C's get degrees. He was kind of pulling. He stayed with the pony, just never really seemed completely settled. So we'll see what kind of trip he gets. But I think at a short price, it's worth maybe taking a look at some others in this field. And I think that Happy Farm is one of those who's actually a co-favorite now. He, by contrast, won the warm-up. I mean, he framed up beautifully under Flavien Prat. And this is actually a reclaim for Antonio Arriaga, which I really like this angle too. One thing that has always bothered me about Happy Farm is that last time he finished on his left lead, and that's a bit of a habit that he has, not necessarily switching to his outside right lead or maybe switching back to the left lead late. But Flavien Prat is familiar with this horse. This will be the second time in a row that he's riding him. He's piloted him to victory before. And again, just he is framed up so nicely on track, and he is one that is not too slow out of the gate early, as he's now your favorite, Lafitte.
And Richie, nodding in agreement with what Acacia's discussing regarding the warm-up in Happy Farm.
Yeah, just what she said about how he framed up. I mean, he just warmed up beautifully.
I got a question for you, Richie. So when you look at the three, C's Got Degrees, Flavien Prat rode that horse last time. C's Got Degrees is right into his inside, and he's the favorite here. Prat is now on the outside horse of him, the 4, Happy Farm. He knows C's Got Degrees. He knows his vulnerabilities. If both these horses break well, do you see any situation where Flavien Prat is not pressing C's Got Degrees, knowing that he's a horse that will collapse if he doesn't make the lead by himself?
Oh, I think Flavien will be very, very aggressive. He is in general. But I think in this situation you're talking about, when you have knowledge of your rivals,
right,
and maybe you can put that kind of pressure on and make them uncomfortable. That's what a jockey's job is, to make his rivals as uncomfortable as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
And so there's some great riders in the saddle, but to be a truly great rider, you got to be a great rider out of the saddle. These guys all study the races. Yep. They do their homework. If both these horses break well and the 3 gets away from the 4, Happy Farm, and Prat is just sitting on the 4, I'd be really, really surprised.
Give your horse the best possible chance to win and make it as difficult as possible for others.
What makes this even
better
more,
if it's contenders.
But what makes this even more interesting is that both of these horses, the 3 C's Get Degrees and the 4 Happy Farm, usually break very sharply. And that's something I used to study when I'd be handicapping my races. You look at a race, you see 2, 3, 4 speeds, whatever it may be. But then go back and watch replays. And who has true gate speed? Who leaves the gate with run in their mind? Who needs a stride or two to find their footing? Both of these horses tend to leave running.
Filing into the gate for the 8th of 10 on day 2 from Saratoga. 2-1 C's Get Degrees, 2-1 Happy Farm. Frank Miramati standing by with the call of the 8th from the Spa.
Emerald Forest with the red blinkers. Prime Factor coming up. Ram. Nifty completes the line. Walking right up. They're in the gate. And they're off. C's Get Degrees broke so fast, it's almost like he was ahead of the gate. He's opened up 3 lengths in the first few jumps. Happy Farm second, Think About It along the inside, and Emerald Forest is 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Prime Factor, Ram, and Nifty at the back of the field. C's Get Degrees, the leader by 1.5 lengths, as Emerald Forest takes second. Happy Farm, the 9-year-old, on the inside, third. Then it's Prime Factor 4th, about 3.5 lengths off the pace, followed by Think About It with the lime sleeves. Another 2 back to Ram, and Nifty at the back of the field. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. They're heading toward the quarter pole, and C's Get Degrees. Emerald Forest on the outside. There's room at the rail for Happy Farm, taking that inviting opening as the field turns for home. Think About It is just behind them, followed by Prime Factor. They're heading to the 8th pole. Happy Farm comes to engage. C's Get Degrees. Now Think About It angles to the outside, and on the outside, Emerald Forest still battling away. Think About It on the outside to C's Get Degrees. C's Get Degrees. Think About It on the outside. Think About It, indeed. At a big number. C's Get Degrees, Happy Farm, and Prime Factor.
Lots to unpack after that one. biggest price on the board, the upset, 20-1. Think about it. And Dylan Davis in the 8th at Saratoga. Let's go right back to the start. You're looking at post 3. What's going on with C's Get Degrees post 2?
He absolutely beat the starting gate. He was starting to move forward as the doors were opening, and he hit it perfect. Then he was trying to get out. I mean, he really compromised Happy Farm there. You saw Irad corrected him, but he was getting out the rest of the way. He's out, what, about the 5 or 6 path now, Tom. And even around the turn, Irad was having to fight him, and it looked like Happy Farm got that beautiful run up the inside.
Yeah, but Happy Farm had to do a lot to get back into position to win this race. And you just only have so much gas in the tank. For Happy Farm, you know, he was compromised at the start by C's Got Degrees. I don't know if there'll be if they'll look at this at all, but certainly he was compromised at the start and had to come from off the pace and did a lot to get back into position. For our horse, C's Got Degrees, he got his race. He got everything he wanted, but they just went quick and it just set it up for a horse to come from off the pace, have him be the one, think about it, who ran a terrific race from off the pace.
Andy, JK, this will shake things up in the pick 6. Think about it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but you can start at least whispering the words double carryover.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and I agree, 9-1, though a horse that was lower in the other pools, and then this horse at 20-1, who had to be every bit this price. But you look at the next race, 4 horses. The last race, 5 horses. So it's not going to be easy. Are there some uncovered numbers? Maybe. We needed a little bit more of a weird horse into one of the other legs.
Well, beating the Danny Gargan helps, right?
Yeah, that was probably a little better than 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. I will say this, though. The one ran extremely well. Yep. On the turn, or right before the turn, about the half-mile pole, he kind of got shut off a little bit by the 4. The 4 kind of came down on him a little bit, and he had to check out of there. And he came running again. This horse ran extremely well.
Oh, as Tom was talking about the 4, the trouble when Irad, but maybe Flavien shouldn't have gotten in that spot. And you pointed out to me right away that Dylan got in trouble behind him. And there's Ray Handel, and I'm very happy for Ray that he gets this win.
Big win for Ray Handel. All smiles. Dylan Davis, 20-1 outsider. 1, 3, 4, 6 results when we come back. Speaking of upsets, yesterday's opening day feature, the Schuylerville, the maiden. The first-time starter. He'd never done this before. Becky's Joker triggering the upset in front of 29,000 plus on opening day at the Spa.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And today's sneaks right on the inside of Jack. Forte has come under a ride now. And he's going 3 wide. And he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure. And he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside. Cape Rock along the rail. And Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What are you waiting for?
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It had been fairly formful this afternoon, and then this happened. Think about it. Waiting for him to enter the screen. There he is. Zilla Racing, Ray Handel, first after the claim, biggest price on the board, 20-1. Dylan Davis. It has to feel good for Dylan, see that big smile to get this win here and get things rolling early on in the meet.
You want to get the monkey off your back, if you will, right away, win up here, and he delivered a really nice ride here on Think About It, that inside-out trip, and a real nice effort from Think About It.
42-20, winning trainer, Ray Handel with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And with a horse that he's actually claimed back multiple times. Ray, this is the third time you've had this horse. You claimed him twice before, Think About It. What is it that appeals about Think About It?
He's just a real honest horse. He's very sound, clean-legged. Usually has a pretty good mind, although today he was on one in the paddock. He's kind of having a little bit of a, I don't know, a sensor overload moment. But it certainly didn't bother him in his run.
He came flying late, and as you said, were saying to me, got in trouble. Not the easiest trip today either.
No, he was like 5 lengths the best. I thought we were just taking a shot. We didn't really have a great spot for him from the claim, the jail rule and everything. So I was like, let's run here, and we'll see if we need to correct. We can correct in the book too, but let's get a run in. He's ready to run. He was really doing well, but I didn't expect this.
You said to me, too, it was a big surprise as well. And I saw Dylan coming back to the winner's circle with some very exuberant hand motions of what happened today.
Yeah, this sounds like it was a little chaotic in the backside. I'm sure there'll be films for the jocks tomorrow, but we made out okay, so it's all that matters.
And a good way to start the meet.
Yeah, always important to get off the duck here early.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Dipping back in for Think About It, paid off right away, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Tom, can you speak to that? She was just discussing the reclaim. What's that all about? Why so significant?
Well, first of all, the trainer knows the horse. He's had him once before, knows what he's good at, and has a value in mind in his head of what he thinks that horse is worth. And if that occurs and he wants to come back in, you heard Ray talk about the jail rule. And what that is once you claim a horse, for the next 30 days, whatever the number was you claimed it for, in this case $40,000, you have to raise 25% after that. So he's looking for a spot to run. He can run for no less than $50,000 with this horse. And so this ended up being the spot. The pace set up well for a horse to close, and he got his money with Think About It.
And then, Richie, heard Ray Handel reference the jockeys tomorrow probably having to look at some film based on what happened on the backstretch. What's that all about?
Yeah, there was a lot going on, but to me, the culprit in this case was the horse. He's Get Degrees. He was trying to get out pretty much the entire way off the break with Irad Ortiz. And, listen, these riders are going to race ride. That was not Irad. That was the horse trying to get out, and he was doing the best he could to control him. And every time I see Ray Handel getting interviewed there, all I could think of is Crockett from Miami Vice.
and so by films, they're going to come in and they're going to be with the governing body, the stewards, to watch the films, explain what occurred, and the stewards are then going to decide should they enforce any kind of penalty against any of these riders, or if it's one of those things that just happened.
Stewards want to know the riders are making a proper effort to stay straight.
We don't have the Miami Vice theme like on deck, like ready to go. Come on, man. So, yeah, it's gotten real interesting. I think we need one more spoiler to start having that 2-day pick 6 carryover. You had Andy's horse bust and shout. Andy's top selection, I could say $20. And then right there, and a huge upset. Think About It in the 8th. We turn the page. And yeah, the Coronation Cup, 3-year-old fillies. It looks a lot different than it did this morning. You have the 5 defections, 4 are left for L Street Lady. Tom, it works out beautifully. The only one entered, main track only, off the turf on the main track now for today's featured event.
Look, she's the horse to beat. She's got a great post on the outside to take over this field. If there's any vulnerability at all, maybe it's that she may not be quite as tactical out of the gate as some of the other horses in this race.
Stakes races, though, at Saratoga, like you never know. What we saw yesterday, the Schuylerville, right? Pick up the action, top of the stretch. Carmelina, she's right there. Saratoga Secret, the favorite, Wine on Tap, ready to pounce, Richie. And look out for this massive filly who's never done this before, Becky's Joker in her career debut.
The 2-year-old filly making her first start in a graded stake. That's skipping a lot of conditions, right? She broke hair slow, was kind of hustled up into position, and then settled in that position, Tom. And I thought, to me, that was the impressive part. Sitting in that pocket, finding the room, finishing, and she's got size and scope to her that makes you feel like she'll go on.
Showing no hesitation, going between horses, turning for home, ran like a real pro. As great as she ran, and Becky's Joker ran great, You know, she's beating horses that not only have experience over her, but they've all won. And they've all beaten fields that she could have been in, but she chose to take on the winners as a debut horse in our Schuylerville yesterday to become a graded stakes winner. There was some disappointment in the horse that were behind her.
Yes.
When they turned for home, you know, our favorites were all in position to fire that last quarter of a mile, and no one did.
And trainer Gary Contessa saddled a 2018 Spinaway winner Zibican Harbor. Told Acacia, if this was a maiden race, I wouldn't be afraid of any of those other fillies, so why should I be afraid now just because it's a grade 3 Schuylerville? And guys, I guess the question now is, because we have such limited data, Richie, in terms of like, how good is she? What is this the start of?
Well, I think she proved that she's good because, just like Tom said, she's taking on winners. And I'll go back to the analogy I lean on a lot. Mike Tyson, everybody knew he was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still fought 20 or 25 guys that were okay fighters, but not champions by any means. She jumped into the deep end of the pool, comported herself very well.
Well, look, the naysayers will talk about the time of the race, and they'll say, you know, it wasn't that fast. There was a maiden race that ran better earlier in the day. All true. But for horses, you know, for this filly, the jump from a debut start to the second start is usually the biggest jump we see in horse racing in terms of ability. And she did it first time out the box. What do we got to see next? And
Can't wait.
How about going a little longer? I think both those things are exciting for her.
Big, big filly in that water truck, don't care, going right over the winning colors of yesterday's Schuylerville here at Saratoga. Andy J.K. So, yeah, it's a great story. A first-time starter winning the Schuylerville, but how can we put the performance into context?
I have a very different opinion than everybody here, and, you know, I give a lot of credit to Gary, and a lot of times horses break the maidens first time out, take a big step back. So maybe she was ready for that big performance first time out. I'm not knocking it. I'm going to give Gary a big compliment. Gary Contessa had a lot of horses, trained a lot of winners, been out of the game in a lot of ways. Most of the last, 5, 6, 7 years? Been around, but not with training horses, just recently got back. Gary's very clever. Gary took a shot. I'm going to run a horse in the stake race, the first-time starter. A lot of upright. The horse runs badly. Yeah, maybe some people say, oh, that was dumb, he should have done it. But by winning, the amount of attention that he gets, and he's trying to get more horses. He's getting back in the game. So I think he took a calculated gamble, and he was successful. So for that, I give him a lot of credit.
Yeah, it's a move you don't see very often because it's just traditionally people want to, quote-unquote, run through their conditions. And I'd be curious to hear Tom's take on if he's ever done something like this or thought about it or what would be the negatives of doing it. But, like, why? Who cares? What are you going to run against a Todd maiden that's a monster anyways in a maiden race?
Absolutely, right.
Run against this horse that's running 70 buyers. Why take the chance?
I totally agree. He knew who he was going against. There were no killers in that field. And he took a shot at a time when there was a lot of upside for him if it worked out. And the downside was just so limited. But there's still something else I want to ask the set. You guys mentioned Miami Vice. Tom, could you wear some of your Miami Vice gear that I know you have in the closet in some of the shows coming up?
A lot of aqua, a lot of teal.
It's down in Miami at the Miami Vice Museum. You know, all my shades, my open shirts, my gold chains. It's all down in the Miami Vice Museum down in Miami. Come see it.
It's only day 2. It's only day 2. And we have the Coronation Cup coming up next on the first Friday of the meet. Off the turf on the main track. Worked out beautifully for that filly, an L Street Lady. The only one entered, main track only. Manny Franco to ride. She is 3-5, and understandably so. Friday feature, Coronation Cup, next on Saratoga Live.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
My role as director of sales at Lane's End is to place horses where they're going to be at their commercial best in the market. Flightline, as a young yearling, or a short yearling as we call them, really separated himself as an individual, both from a physical standpoint and a mental standpoint. He was a big, well-grown colt with a lot of bone, a big frame, and with that, he had a lot of intelligence, a lot of presence. You know, when you see those qualities in such a young horse that's not even 12 months of age yet, it's really exciting. And it inspires you as a consignor to say, okay, where am I going to showcase this horse? So in terms of placing him, Basing-Tipton Saratoga sale in August was the one and only decision.
Kind of like the NFL draft and the stars of tomorrow. A highlight of the meet, Basing-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 7th and 8th. Welcome back, everyone. Time for the Friday feature in the Coronation Cup and the 4 3-year-old fillies remaining. Chasing the winner's share of this $150,000 purse. That is the favorite, the odds-on choice in L Street Lady. Acacia is in the paddock. But let's start, Acacia, with Anna's Arabesque, this dangerous Kentucky Invader. What are you seeing?
She is dangerous, Lafitte, and being your resident ballerina, named after an arabesque, which is a ballet move. You know, I'm going to have a little bit of an affinity for that one. But I know that it was an off-the-track race last time out, and it was a very wet track in which she won. But she did so pretty easily for Phil Bauer, who we've seen have a lot of success up here at the spot. And she just has that typical Munnings look. She is stout. She's compact. She's so powerful, particularly in her hindquarters, which I love to see. And I think Munnings can certainly go either way. And she's the first foal of a dam whose only win was going long on the dirt. This filly is definitely a sprinter, though. She was a little bit green in that last race, too, a little bit erratic reacting to the crop. So I think she's still figuring things out. She's been the ultimate professional here in the paddock. But so far, I'm very intrigued by this new face. Now, you do have the 3 coming out of the Jersey Girl. We'll start with the winner, the lone main track only runner, L Street Lady, for Brittany Russell. And she's a smaller, handier type. Once again, looks like a true out-and-out sprinter. She was last early in that Jersey Girl and went widest, and she seems like a little bit of a grinding type of filly. We'll see what kind of trip she gets in here. I am encouraged by the fact that she did show some speed when she broke her maiden early on, though typically her running style has been from off the pace. She looks like she's perked up a little bit more now that they are putting the tack on, but she was very quiet and laid back when she first came into the paddock. Also out of that race is the number 7 Unified Alliance, who was the speed, and I think should be the speed in here too, and maybe that's just going to be the key for her. She was 3 wide pressing last time out, and it's interesting, I know she's only raced once on the Naira circuit, but I wasn't in the paddock that day, so it's my first time seeing her in the flesh, and watching her replays, she looked to me like a horse that had gotten a little bit hot in the prelims. And while she hasn't gotten hot, she hasn't gotten warm in the paddock today. I could see how that could potentially happen because she's on the muscle. She's energetic. There's a little bit of nice scope to her as well, but she looks like she has run on her mind and wants to be forward. And Andy, that could really be the key.
Yeah, I mean, we have some disagreements, Jonathan and I, as we often do, on who's going to be the speed. He's hoping it's the 3 Anna's Arabesque. I'm hoping it's the 7 Unified Alliance. And there is something important, though, to remember about the Jersey Girl, Jonathan. It was a 5-horse field. Look at the horses that ran 1, 2, 3. They're in here. 12-1, 17-1, and 26-1. That's because the 2 heavy favorites, or the 2 short prices, heavy short prices, including Chocolate Gelato, were just complete no-shows in here. So how strong the race was is open to interpretation. I just thought Unified Alliance has some back races that are fast enough, and I'm hoping she can speed pop the field. We'll see if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't really talk anyone off of anyone in this race. I think it's a pretty wide open affair. I do think that on this day, L Street Lady was best. I do think that she's had some back races. I thought her race in the Miss Preakness against Maple Leaf Mel, I thought was an impressive race considering the circumstances that day. I think she's the most likely winner, but like you mentioned, the 3 Anna's Arabesque, just one that drawn on the inside with some really nice turf races. Her dirt figure wasn't that fast last time, but with some of these young horses, and sometimes at different racetracks, the figures can be a little bit tricky. I think she could take another step forward.
Yeah, my concern is a similar one to the off-the-turf race, the 3-horse field. I don't like dirt horses that win off the turf horses win off the turf races when they get into this isn't a scheduled dirt race. I guess that one goes out the window. But at least the other ones have run well as dirt horses, and one's an MTO. We'll see.
Anna's Arabesque. Good to see Florent Giroux in town, riding Anna's Arabesque as we get right back to Acacia in the paddock.
He's kicking back.
Yeah. Pleased to be joined by trainer Phil Bauer, who sends out Anna's Arabesque. And Phil, I know, of course, a carded turf race, but the fact that she won on the dirt last time has to give you some encouragement.
You know, I was playing weatherman the last couple of days, and I thought we'd have a sealed track today, so maybe a little bit unknown with the fast track in the race. I mean, she breezes well on it, but definitely thought maybe she was a little better with a sealed surface. So kind of wait and see maybe, but you know, she's quick, she's talented, so perfect world we draw outside, but we can't choose our post. So, you know, she's back on quick rest because she's doing well, and you know, hopefully we can get some black type here.
You had such a strong Saratoga last year. Do you feel any pressure coming into the meet this year?
Maybe a little bit, but I think it's self-inflicted. Richard and I discussed before we came up here, I think a realistic goal is 2 wins up here. Sometimes 1's good enough, but 6 is just probably setting the bar too high for you and just setting you up for disappointment. So, you know, I think if we can get a couple wins with the numbers that we brought up, we'll be happy. But, you know, it's just nice to be back here.
Well, here's to getting it rolling. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Phil Bauer, the damage he's done at Saratoga that they referenced, and played hard, and a Grade 1 win on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks. Look forward to seeing her before long, perhaps here at Saratoga. But yeah, the Kentucky shippers and what he's done the last couple of years here is really impressive.
And played hard's a good one. She's a good mare, that's for sure.
A fighter, classy mare, played hard. Phil Bauer did seem a little bit concerned, anticipating a wet track, right? And you sense some hesitation, and we'll continue that conversation. Let's see these fillies up close and personal. There she is, Anna's Arabesque and Florent Giroux.
Yeah, this is a horse that we talked about, the success that Phil Bauer's had recently here at Saratoga. I think this horse is interesting, drawn on the inside.
Wild Hawk pictured. Kendrick Carmouche looking for a third today.
Yeah, another one. Kendrick with some speed in here, ran in that Jersey Girl. This is the one I like the least out of the horse in exiting that race.
Unified Alliance, Javier Castellano looking for a second stakes win of the meet.
Well, I'm hoping Javier can keep it going for Tom Morley, and a house horse can win.
L Street Lady, the favorite, odds on 4-5.
She's the horse to beat. She ran well. She drew well on the outside. I mean, the rail is good, but I think it's a relatively fair racetrack. I just think we have a situation where the rail is playing well, and she's the one to beat. No knock.
Jersey Girl winner, handled Chocolate Gelato amongst others. Tom, but it's been that kind of hour. It was a $20 winner, $42 winner. What are your thoughts on Wild Hawk here? Pictured currently 5-1.
Well, nobody likes her on the set other than me, but you know, there's some things that I see as vulnerabilities amongst the field that, believe it or not, Wild Hawk might be on the lead by himself. You heard Phil talk about it with his horse, Anna's Arabesque. This horse was not always a good gate horse. In her first 2 starts, she had the rail, didn't break well either time. He said specifically, I wish we weren't down on the rail today. With the scratches, he is down on the rail. She doesn't have to leave there great again. She might go back to those old habits. She's wearing 4 bandages today, which is a surprise to me. She's been on the dirt and on off track. She's never worn front bandages before. The confidence wasn't there from him in that interview, and I see some things that make that horse perhaps a little bit vulnerable to run her race, which is towards the front end. You know, look, there's not a lot you can say against L Street Lady, the 9-horse, Richie, other than they're going shorter in distance. It's a 5.5 furlong race today, 110 yards less than a 6 furlong race, which was the Jersey Girl. And she's a horse that likes to pick them up on the end. She wants some pace up front, needs those other horses to kind of get going out of the gate and give her a target.
And a 16th of a mile less, 5.5 furlongs, right? Quick run to the turn. I'm going to bring up something, and I've seen it over time. Manny Franco, who I think is a tremendous rider and a tremendous athlete, he demands from horses. He doesn't ask them. He tells them, this is what we're going to do. And I don't see a lot of fillies win multiple races in a row when Manny Franco's been riding, because he rides them so hard that I think sometimes there's a tendency for them to regress a little bit. And as much as L Street Lady is the horse to beat, looks great, I'm taking a little bit of a stand against her because I think she was ridden so hard last time. Where do you go from there?
So for our viewers, don't necessarily watch racing on a day-to-day basis, what specifically should they be looking from that jockey, Manny Franco, and L Street Lady early on?
Well, she wants to get her feet underneath her. She's not going to be rushed off her feet. And she's a closing type. She's hoping the other three chew on each other early and set up her late run. I kind of like the way Tom's looking at the race. And the other thing about Wild Hawk is she's really got a pedigree that says she should want to go further. She's from a trainer, Tom Albatrani, that tends to race his horses into condition. Usually they get better with racing. She might have a big step forward in her still.
Okay, so we're going to discuss Wild Hawk number 6 and the favorite L Street Lady, but just have to appreciate the candor from trainer Phil Bauer in that interview. Quick to point out, concerned about the fast track she's never been on, that he was expecting a wet track, concerned about being drawn towards the inside.
And they're valid concerns, Lafitte. I actually was leaning towards picking Anna's Arabesque, and I agree with Tom. The front wraps did concern me a little bit. The wet track last time concerned me, and then especially hearing from Phil. And we'll see if that all plays out on the track in here. But the number 6, Wild Hawk, is the one I haven't discussed as of yet. And to Richie's point, I actually saw this filly down at Tampa in her second start when she had cut back in distance. And my note said, I'm not sure shorter is better. She is by Helmet, who we don't see many of his offspring here in the States, but a very talented multiple Group 1 winner on the turf, with the sire most notably of Thunder Snow. So a really, really talented and intriguing pedigree that this one does have. But that said, I know she broke her maiden sprinting on a wet track, and she got an aggressive warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, which is typical. I'm curious of what kind of tactics they will take, because she did break sharply last time out. I just thought Unified Alliance, with the just demeanor that I've seen from her today, I did prefer. I wanted to go back to the number 9, L Street Lady, because, again, it's a short field. It's 4 horses versus 3, but once again, a rider's race. And I just really think it's imperative that you're not stuck with too much to do and coming from off of it and hoping that some race dynamics play out, because that's not always the case with a short field. Manny Franco gave L Street Lady a big, strong, aggressive warm-up. She's broken slowly in the past, particularly 2 starts back. Last time she was a little bit sluggish, and he has just kept her moving throughout. So maybe if she's not as quick early as some of the others in here, I don't think that she's going to be off slow, and he doesn't want her left with too much to do, Lafitte.
Good stuff, Acacia. Yeah, Manny Franco getting set to coax L Street Lady, the favorite, to do exactly what he wants during the course of this 5.5 furlong sprint.
Yeah, listen, you know, Manny is a guy that's a position rider, and again, he puts horses in position, and he doesn't ask questions. He's a pilot. He's not a passenger.
Even money favorite L Street Lady. Then Unified Alliance, Tom, 3-1 with Javier Castellano for Tom Morley.
Second best in Jersey Girl to L Street Lady, our big favorite here at even money. But remember, we're going shorter in this race. This is not a 6/8 of a mile race. It's a 5.5/8 of a mile. And so that football field difference in distance could be a difference between a horse that's going to be forwardly placed, like Unified Alliance, the 7 horse, and a horse that needs that ground, needs to make up that ground and have some speed up front to run at in our big favorite, L Street Lady, the 9.
He's making a beautiful physical impression on the racetrack. And I like Javier Castellano riding horses back for a second and third time. It feels to me like he's really cerebral about it and thinks about how he can improve on an effort. She ran big last time. I think she can improve this time.
Andy, key to success here, Unified Alliance.
Yeah, I think it's to go to the lead. I think Javier's going to take no prisoners. He has the fastest horse if he wants it. I am very surprised that he's a bigger price than Jonathan's horse and his Arabesque. I'll be surprised if the 7 or 9 don't win this race, but I know that others disagree.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really going to be a situation from a pace standpoint of what's going to happen. I mean, the 3 Anna's Arabesque down on the inside. I mean, a horse that's run well on the turf, I don't think you necessarily want to take this horse back, stick her in behind horses. I think you want to kind of send away from there. And then Wild Hawk and Unified Alliance, another couple that have some early speed. And it feels like those 3 should kind of line up right in front of the favorite, the 9 L Street Lady. I think the 9 L Street Lady, like I talked about, is the most likely winner of this race. I just thought the 3 would be a little bit more interesting from a price standpoint. But if I'm being honest with you, as close as the prices are now between 2-1 and even money, I'd almost prefer the 9 at even money, considering the price.
Aren't you surprised the 2 is the second choice in this race? I thought, or the 3 is. I thought that she would be a third choice.
I'm guessing maybe it's a Phil Bauer thing because of the success he had, and I think people are kind of wise to that. But I don't like it this close of a price.
You're going to be right with her, and I'm going to be wrong. No doubt about it. One way or another, one of us will be right. The other one, it's horse racing.
Florent Giroux in with Anna's Arabesque. It is post time for the Coronation Cup. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Unified Alliance takes up her spot. Here's L Street Lady to the outside. And they're off. Anna's Arabesque and Unified Alliance start to duel right out of the gate. 2 more back to L Street Lady. On the inside of her comes Wild Hawk. 2 by 2. Unified Alliance on the outside, narrowly in front. Now opening up just a little more than a length. On the inside, Anna's Arabesque was in just a tad tight. L Street Lady inches up on the outside of Wild Hawk. They're covered by just 2 lengths. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Unified Alliance, L Street Lady now called on to challenge as they reach the top of the stretch. Unified Alliance appears to have plenty in the tank. Anna's Arabesque is on the inside third, and they're followed by Wild Hawk coming to the 8th pole. And now Anna's Arabesque comes out to chase Unified Alliance. Unified Alliance 2-length lead. Anna's Arabesque in hot pursuit. But as they come to the 16th pole, Unified Alliance is still loaded. And Unified Alliance and Javier Castellano all the way in the Coronation Cup. Anna's Arabesque second best, L Street Lady third, and then Wild Hawk.
The embrace after a stakes win, the celebration here at Saratoga. Unified Alliance, Javier Castellano let her rip from the start. She takes down this Coronation Cup, closing at 5-2, second stakes win in 2 days for Castellano.
Javier's been riding in great form. His confidence level is sky high. Derby winner, Belmont winner. And the key to the race was him taking the racetrack away from the 3 Anna's Arabesque and being able to control from the lead. It essentially, Tom, put L Street Lady in that chasing position that probably isn't beneficial to her.
I think that's exactly right, Richie. When you watch those horses around the turn at the 3/8 pole, you could see our favorite L Street Lady, and Manny Franco was tapping her on the shoulder with the whip, trying to keep her encouraged and going. She was out of position. That's really not where she wants to be. She wants to make a chase on these horses, but Unified Alliance, what a big race on the lead. A little bit shorter in distance, was able to take advantage of that today with her speed, ran great.
Might not be that grade 1 ballerina win. Tom Morley, favorite moment at Saratoga. You could tell how excited he was. Jack Reagan Racing, Unified Alliance. Strong under the wire. Andy, Richie, Acacia locked in on this filly, and Tom Morley had her cranked up and ready to roll.
But she looked the part. I mean, he really had her well prepared. She made such a nice physical impression on the racetrack. And I'm sure Tom just feels like, I could put that behind me. Not only got my first win, my first stake of the meet.
Win.
We're good. We can, I won't say relax, but at least feel good about ourselves for 24 hours.
Had like a $40 winner last year in the Della Rose, one of those smaller stakes races, undercard of the Whitney. This one's not going to pay that much. Tom Morley here with Unified Alliance, and you could tell that the favorite, L Street Lady, was in deep water rounding the far turn. Much more to unpack following today's Coronation Cup. Tom Morley with Unified Alliance gliding under the wire as he watches the filly he trains. The high five, the embrace, and a trip down to the winner's circle at Saratoga following a stakes win. The Coronation Cup goes to Unified Alliance.
Eclipse Champion Blame, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
set Win Early Pick 5 as one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Connection to Secretariat, 73 Triple Crown winner. Seen that impressive statue at different venues, and now here for the summer at Saratoga as Unified Alliance takes down this Coronation Cup, and the winner's circle lead-in, smiling, Javier Castellano, thumbs up. Winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the 102nd phase of Tipton Saratoga sale of selected yearlings on August 7th and 8th. Where will you be? Tom Morley, Javier Castellano. It was the lure, that big upset that Morley triggered last year here at Saratoga. This time, the Coronation Cup, 750, Anna's Arabesque, completing the exact, and look like L Street Lady, you could tell around the far turn, Richie, Tom, in deep water.
Yeah, he was asking her to actually do the dirty work and was on that hard chase, which is an unenviable position to begin with, and especially on a horse that wants to be more of a closing type.
Yeah, I mean, the winner was on the lead on her own, doing what she likes to do. And we're talking about a race that, again, was shorter in distance. And it put our big favorite in chase mode. And rather than letting the race come back to her with a lot of speed in the race, she had to always be kind of after the lead horse and try to get to that horse. Horses have styles. I mean, you don't press a hyperspace button, you know? Sure. They run the race they're going to run. And so she was out of position today. It just wasn't the right race for her based on setup.
Opened things up for Unified Alliance. Right back to Acacia in the winner's circle.
Very happy to be joined by owner Rob Hickey as Unified Alliance gets the victory. And I was just joking with you, Rob, a nice way to start the meet. And you said to finish in the middle, whatever it is.
I don't care. Whatever that was fantastic. I loved it, start to finish.
What a nice filly she's turned out to be, too. Were you confident when she secured the lead?
Actually, Morley was yelling at me because I was confident before the race. I thought we were going to win. I mean, so, yeah, I was confident the whole way around.
Of course, this race was taken off the turf, but given that she had such strong dirt form, it seems like she's very versatile, too.
Yeah, we really wanted to see her on the grass. That's what everybody's kind of been telling us, and that she worked on the grass and seemed to do really well. So I kind of wanted to see both, but I'll take this in a heartbeat.
A stakes win at Saratoga, nothing wrong with that. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Lafitte?
Keisha, thanks so much. And for Javier Castellano, yeah, the beat goes on for the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning jockey.
The biggest thing that stands out to me watching Javier ride is how much fun he's having. And I think there was a period of time, and an elongated period of time, where he just wasn't physically as healthy as he is now. And it plagues you. It wears on you. You're not having as much fun. You're managing how you feel. And I think that it detracts from your riding. Not because you're riding scared or you're riding different. It's just that you're managing pain at the same time you're trying to do a very demanding job.
Well, he's back in form now. There's no question about that. 2/3 of the Triple Crown with two different horses. They look like they have a big chance to meet in the Travers. And if they do, he's got some big decisions to make.
We'll see which way he winds up going. Both have to prep, so maybe that'll make things easier for him in terms of a decision. While it took him a while to win that first Derby in Belmont. The Travers, that didn't take long at all. Javier Castellano, 6-time Travers winning jockey. Meantime, Unified Alliance, that's going to play bigger, Tom, than it would have otherwise here with the small field, with the favorite defeated 750 here in the 4-horse field.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, even though we've had some big prices here, the fields are so small due to coming off the turf in a number of these races. The combinations that are available to the big players, I think it's going to take something really weird to see a carryover after today. I think they hit it.
I turned my past performances, and I saw, oh, the Sanford's next. Now, those are tomorrow's. $35,000 claimer off the turf of the main track. A mile and an eighth. 1 mile, correction, 1 mile out of the Wilson Chute. And that's the key here, Richie, and the reason for the presence of the Wilson Chute, part of it, having it reconstructed last year. When you have these days, when you're off the turf of the main track now, in the past, trainers with their horses, they'd have a choice of a much shorter sprint or running a mile and an eighth, like
That's right.
Nothing in between. Now you have this middle distance option.
It's just such a great option to have, and I love the way they configured the chute. It's so much fairer than what we call the chute in the 90s. We actually ran some mile races where we started on the outside rail, Tom, and if you were outside, you had no shot, and if you were inside, you better break clean because you were going to eat some wood if you didn't. I mean, it just wasn't a fair race. This is a fair race.
And we'll see when they show the starting gate that there's a temporary rail that they put up so that the horses have a place to follow along. We've been using this configuration since last year, correct?
Yes,
yep. Yeah.
And it seems like it's worked out very well without any problems out of the gate at all.
So this 10th race moved to the main track out of the Wilson Chute. Fingers crossed we have our grass racing tomorrow because we have a very good edition of the Grade 3 Kelso. Mile, the distance. Older horses, $175,000 purse, 9 deep. And number 2, Annapolis. 8-5 morning line favorite. This is part of the reason why a couple of days before the Kentucky Derby at Churchill, the opening verse, you see English B and you see Annapolis. Tom, he has found his best ride, but he's going to have to work and gut this one out.
Yeah, well, I mean, this pace was slow that day, and so, yeah, he guts it out, but it's actually a prettier win than you might imagine because he's got to pick up horses that have saved a lot of energy for the last part of the race, and he does a great job of doing that. He looks really, really good, and if there's one thing about Annapolis that I noticed about his riding that I wanted to ask you about, Richie, is he seems to respond to the crop, and with that in mind, I'm not going to call him a lazy horse as much as I'm going to say he's a horse that needs to be encouraged. And with our new rules that we have this year, even though, and they had not started back there, it might be a bit of a problem.
Well, it's something rider has to be mindful of. Irad Ortiz, you know, he can't go to it too early because you're going to run out of numbers you can go to it. So you're going to use it more judiciously, more thoughtfully. I'm a big fan of this horse. He's by Warfront, the incredible, you know, Claiborne Farm stallion, son of Danzig. He runs in those iconic colors of Avatar, who won the Belmont Stakes. Bass Racing uses those colors now in the family. I'm just a huge fan of the horse.
Easy to root for. Annapolis, 8-5. What a good addition to the Kelso. Casa Creed, 5-2. Casa Creed last year, Grade 1 4-star Dave, same distance. Casa Creed here, Tom, you see him swinging to the outside, and he is motoring.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the distance he likes, this mile distance. It's not that he's not effective at other distances, but in my opinion, this is his best distance. And he looks so good finishing up here last year over, you know, what's going to be probably the same course. Oh, it's going to be the inner, yes. So I like him quite a bit. I think it's I hate to call it a two-horse race. It's Saratoga. So many times horses step up, but between the 2 Annapolis and the 8 Casa Creed, they look like the 2 in there.
Big Everest may have something to say about that here at Monmouth Park. Big Everest, Richie, dictating up front and able to hold on in the end.
Key to Big Everest is getting him to settle. Now, people say, well, he's a front runner. Yeah, but settle on the lead. There was a time when he was younger, he would be a little bit rank, a little bit keen, run through the bridle, pull too much. Now he's going to the lead, Tom, flicking his ears up, using himself so much more efficiently, and he's got the right rider to fit that bill in Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I mean, assuming we're on the grass tomorrow, we're looking at an 8-horse field here with no scratches. Half the field wants to be forwardly placed, if not on the lead. Oh. So it makes the job a lot more difficult if you're a speed horse to have that much company up front challenging you all the time.
We'll see about the weather. I'm really hoping we have a chance to see the Kelso on the turf course here at Saratoga tomorrow afternoon. When we come back, the 10th and final from the Spa, winding things down on day 2, 38 left. And a look back at Randomized, making it look all too easy for Seth Klarman, trainer Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz. Earlier today, out of the Wilson chute, right to the Wilton Stakes winner circle.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
The flavor, taste, unique. That's one way to describe it.
I would tell anybody coming to Saratoga the first time, you need to go take a big swig of water from the Big Red Spring, and it has such healthy healing properties. My first agent had Ron Turcotte's book through Secretariat, had me as an apprentice, Joe Shea. Used to fill up jugs of it and would bring it back downstairs, but he said it helped his cataracts. He would soak his eyes in it.
All right, full disclosure. I don't like the water at the Big Red, but last year when I was getting to my 4,000th win, you know, I needed some luck. I didn't want that thing to prolong day after day, you know, and it was making me miserable. But I literally gargled with it the day that Isolate won the 4,000th win for me here at Saratoga. So you know what? It's okay in my book.
It's a great, great moment. And JK, like, it's proven to help with driving. Like, you're a mess in that golf cart. Like, the spring is what that's the answer to all your problems, man.
I mean, I think I do a great job on the golf cart, Lafitte. I know all the rules of the backside. I stop when horses are coming. I do accelerate a little bit.
I would get in the golf cart with you before that guy. But
and
now,
I'm not drinking that water.
You're sort of verging on a Saratoga these days. Are you drinking the water?
No.
Okay, you're going back there with me. You're going to start drinking it. If you want to call yourself a Saratogian, you've got to start drinking the spring water. You know, I'm so old, honestly, I remember when they put it in. It was in the mid to late 70s, before it was even there, and I love the water. Now, it's not that sulfuric. The one down near where your Salevo, that one's much more sulfuric. There's different levels of it. I actually like that water.
Like you'll pull get a whole glass of it and have it and like just enjoy it. While
I think if you live up here, you drink it, and you know I'm the guy not on the screen. You get used to it. I do genuinely like it. You know, I do. And if you're going to call yourself a Saratogian, you're going to have to start embracing the things that make you a Saratogian.
Okay, I thought just walking around was enough.
No, you got to start partaking in the important, great parts of Saratoga. The rest of you clowns, you don't have to drink any of it.
Listen, I'm just going to tell you right now, I've seen those guys downtown in the evening. I don't care how much of that water they drink. After 10 o'clock, they're not driving any better no matter how much they drink. Water I'm talking about.
You know why Andy likes it? He just said, he described it as sulfuric. I think that's a good way to describe Andy, sulfuric. I don't know what it means, but it sounds like he's sulfuric.
You know, he's very salty. There's no doubt about it. You know, his sense of humor fits him well, I think.
Yeah, Acacia, there is no existing segue in the world that's going to make this toss to you for the Paddock Report work.
There's no smooth way to do it, Lafitte, but being that I am now a 6th month of the year Saratogian, I do agree with Andy, but over by the state park, there are springs where there are literally lines for people with jugs to fill up and stock up their homes with the natural spring water, and that is amazing. Not the one in the backyard. Not a fan, personally. But anyway, talking about horses here in the nightcap with this off-the-turf event, you do have 2 main track only runners, starting with Magnolia Midnight, one of many horses that we saw Linda Rice claim in Kentucky, and she immediately stretches this horse out. He's never gone this far since that lone try going 1 mile and a 16th in the Iroquois back at the start of his career. Is he a horse that immediately strikes me as one wanting to go longer? Not necessarily, but one thing I will say is I'm sure Connections are very glad that now that races coming off the turf go to the 1 mile Wilson Chute instead of the 2-turn mile and an 1/8. The 1 mile, 1-turn race is much better suited to Magnolia Midnight. He's a beautiful looking horse, and I can see why he was named that way with that dark bay coloring. He's incredibly fit, saddled with the pony, but he's done everything right here in the paddock. The number 16 Valenzen Day is a horse claimed from Linda Rice, and he does have quite a bit of early speed as he'll go out now for Oscar Barrera. He was really sharp right from the rail last time, and though he drifted a little bit late, he was much the best against that group. Can he continue that form stepping up in here today? I think his early speed certainly will help him, and he's gotten himself a little bit warm in the paddock. Just something of note, I remember Richie was actually in the paddock last time and said he wasn't sweating much. So I'm going to keep my eyes on him in the prelims to see how he's handling things. The number 7, Invisible War, I was a little bit intrigued by, as he is off the claim for Joe Sharp and immediately stretching out in distance too. He was entered for the turf, and I can see why, as he does have a little bit of a turf hoof, though not an abundance of turf pedigree. I, for one, actually like the exaggerators on the grass. But that said, he is a big, leggy, tall drink of water. What a good-looking horse, and a horse that looks like he wants every bit of the mile distance. Now, last time out, I noticed that he looks very uncomfortable to ride. He kind of runs with his head high up in the air, and Brian Hernandez was just having a really tough time getting him to relax and put his head down. He comes in with a ring bit and a drop noseband, which helps to keep a horse's mouth closed, but not excessive equipment on his face. But he's a little bit of a tricky type of horse. Let's see if he can settle and put his head down as he goes a further distance today.
Just get Louis Saez some spring water. He'll be just fine. Any issues with the power steering there? 10th race coming up off the turf of the main track out of the Wilson Chute. Same as the Wilton Stakes earlier today. Contested opening day last year. And Chad Brown with a strong 1-2 punch coming into this one. Tom, and there is Randomized seizing the lead with Arad Ortiz. And from here, only a question of how far.
Yeah, no, came out of a very tough race in the Grade 1 Acorn. Showed speed out of the gate today. One of 2 Chad Brown horses. Actually was barely favored over the 4-horse. Also Chad Brown's. If you look at the work patterns of both those horses, looks like they've been working together. Randomized, the winner here, the 5, is a better workhorse than every single time that they faced each other. If they did indeed do that, certainly worked the same days, and he ran that way today.
Exceed ran too bad to be true. I mean, I Randomized was best. She took the lead. I think you want to be forward today. Exceed was done a long way from home time. That was out of character for her. She's run some much better races, obviously.
Yeah, but this was a good effort here by Randomized. This is a restricted stake, so it's for horses that have not won a stakes race in their career. So it's when we say restricted, it's not like some of the other big races we've seen, but it's also a stepping stone. Where these are young, inexperienced horses. Randomized, only the 4th start today, and it's a stepping stone to go to something bigger.
Chasing the likes of Pretty Mischievous in her last start, the Grade 1 Acorn, back to the winner's circle, get that confidence going for last summer's leading owner, Seth Klarman, leading trainer, Chad Brown, onward and upward for Randomized, leading rider as well, Arad Ortiz Jr. There's Louis Saez in Invisible War, 1 through 6 out. First horse in the post parade, the 7, Invisible War.
Not the speed, but she can be forward. I think that he's a bit of a dangerous possible upsetter.
Our country, Flavian Pratt, 5-1.
Yeah, he's had a couple of okay races on the dirt. This horse was really, really good way back in the day. Seems to kind of lost his way.
Manny Franco on More Than Work, currently 5-1.
To me, he's the least likely winner, having, one dirt race. It wasn't that bad. I just prefer others.
Magnolia Midnight, we're going to see about the distance.
Linda Rice has scary numbers stretching out horses from sprints to routes on the dirt off the claim, over 40% with a 256 ROI.
Wow. Valenzen Day was claimed from Linda Rice. Just won at the mile distance. First after the claim, Oscar Barrera.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say this is a negative trainer change, just from a percentage standpoint, coming from Linda, who won the Belmont meet. However, runs back in 11 days. Does it really come into play?
Running back on Linda Rice's training a little bit? Is that sort of the thought process, probably?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is a negative change, but has it had enough time to soak in, if that makes sense?
I think it's a smart move. It's not a criticism. It's a smart move. Talking about the 15, Magnolia Midnight, and I don't want to let that Avatar reference by Richie go unnoticed. That was the winning moment of the show. I just want to get that out there. Linda Rice, I pointed out. Here are the stats: 22 for 51 over the last 5 years. 43%, 256 ROI, stretching out off the claim. So while I think the concern with this horse isn't the talent, the concern is the distance. But given Linda's numbers, it's just, they're so outstanding, I can't ignore it.
Yeah, I mean, and those numbers suggest, are pretty obvious. I think what they suggest is that Linda looks for these types of horses. She finds these types of horses, she claims them, and she stretches them out, and she does it with success. And it's not something that she misses at very often. So if you've, and to your point, the one question you have about this horse when you look down at the paper is, does this horse want to go further? And I think the question is answered in Linda's success doing this move.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's it, and that's it in a nutshell. Listen, she's the favorite. I picked her. I don't think any new ground. I'm not way against the 16 here, though I actually am against 16. My problem with Valenzen Day is not just the claim, but this horse won sort of a phony race last time. The speed scratched, walked on the lead. This is just a tougher spot, and probably not getting the lead from the 15.
Yeah, just in the mix from a figure standpoint, I think you probably want a little bit of a better price here. We can get creative like I tried to and explain that this horse is probably running more on Linda's training than you would think. However, the price is the problem for me to take that chance.
I'm with you.
Valenzen Day, 5-2. As for the favorite, Magnolia Midnight, trained by Linda Rice, yesterday won the first race of the meet. Fitting when you consider the run she's been on. 4 straight New York Racing Association training titles. Belmont at Aqueduct Fall, Aqueduct Winter, Aqueduct Spring, Belmont Spring Summer. That's 11 overall NYRA titles for Linda Rice, and the only female trainer ever to capture the Alan Jerkins training title right here at Saratoga.
Remarkably consistent. She's not only a good horse person, but she's a tremendous manager. She really places her horses well. And I think the reason she's been able to, do this consistently over an elongated period of time, Tom, is she's constantly replenishing. Claiming horses, whether it's in Kentucky or New York, she's constantly reinforcing her stable.
Yeah, I mean, she's found a little loophole to go down to Kentucky, and she claimed well over $1 million worth of horses this spring, and those horses came and they ran very, very well for her at Belmont, and really that move is what won her the training title, doing that. And so here she is today with one of those type of horses, claimed back in April, and taking almost 2 months to get him back to the track. We saw him warming up there, jogging alongside the pony. Favorite in this spot. What about the 16? I understand what Andy's saying about Valenzen Day, the 16, but this is still a young horse. He's a 3-year-old. 3-year-olds have a way of improving, and getting better with a little bit of time. I know the pace was light last time. He made the lead and he kept going, but sometimes a race like that can move a horse forward, and so in a race like this where the condition is one better than what he faced, that was a non-winners of, it was just like this race, but because he's a 3-year-old, even though he's won 5 times, he's eligible for this non-winners of 3 lifetime race because the exclusion is or 3-year-old, and he's a 3-year-old in this race, so he can run back in basically the same kind of race. Outside post, good speed. I think he fits here.
And 5 for 13 with 3 seconds and a third. He's honest. I like my horses the way I like my people. Honest and hardworking. Show up. Do your job. That's what he does.
What the hell are you doing up here with us then?
Yeah, I was getting ready. I didn't know where you were going.
Hard-working, honest people. I'm going with the 7 because I think the 16 and 15 are going to hurt each other's chances.
Down to Acacia.
And we'll get back to him in a moment, but wanted to touch on the 13, More Than Work. I know it's a drop in class, but his lone dirt start, if you watch that race, you can see that he moves with a very high knee action, kind of that, what we say, turfy mover. He looks like a turf horse, moves like a turf horse. I know it's a drop in class and anything can happen in these types of races, but just everything about More Than Work says that he is more suited to the turf. Back to the 7, Invisible War. Unfortunately, I don't have a monitor down here in the winner's circle today, so I don't know if he's still doing it. But when Luis Saez took him away from the pony, he was warming up like he was in his recent races. His head was high up in the air, back in Louis' face. Kind of reminded me of like a channel maker who we saw go out to the lead, had his head high up in the air, and won multiple grade 1s that way. That said, that is not an easy horse to ride, and I like that Louis took him away from the pony to kind of get used to that. And question for Richie is, I know that he often talks about these types of horses. Richie, you need to really have your balance and make sure that you know where you are with a horse like that, because they're not putting their head down or relaxing for you at all.
It's so important to have good balance, which Luis Saez obviously possesses, because you don't want to use the reins as leverage for your balance with a horse that's already got a tendency to put their head up in the air. You're just going to make them carry it higher and lose more control. So Louis is a guy who rides with a long, light hold. He's a very well-balanced individual, as all of these riders. I mean, these are the premier riders in the country.
That is the favorite, Tom. Look at that, Magnolia Midnight.
Yeah, what you see on his shoulder right there is sweat. And you can see how wet the saddle towel is from the sweat underneath him, just like an athlete would get a sweaty shirt from competing. And look, that's energy being used right there by that racehorse, and energy that's needed for the race. Does it disqualify him from winning the race? No, it doesn't. But does it a negative as we're looking at them going to the gate? Absolutely it is, Richie.
Yeah, we were watching it while they were warming up and totally took it as a negative. And I'll take it one step further. I landed on the 7 because of his body language and how he warmed up. And I didn't like the favorite's body language, and I certainly don't like the amount of sweat.
Normally, Acacia or Maggie would tell you this is typical, this is different, I've never seen this, don't sweat it. No pun intended, this is what he always looks like, but this horse is in from, he's been racing in Kentucky, Louisiana. We're all seeing him for the first time.
Yeah, I take it as a negative. I agree with Tom. Doesn't mean he can't win. But if I'm looking at 2 or 3 horses, and I have the luxury of picking late, right? Unfortunately, a lot of our handicappers have to put their picks in early and, don't have the opportunity to call an audible. I'm not on the same time clock. I can watch them warm up before I make my final decision. I usually go in with an idea of 2 or 3 I like on paper, and then it's who matches up from the physical perspective.
Man, the 8-5 favorite doesn't look the part. Let's see how he performs. Magnolia Midnight, 10th and final on day 2 from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by with a call. The nightcap.
Thanks to all of you. Valenzen Day to the outside. And they're off. And a quick start for Magnolia Midnight and Valenzen Day. And those two are 1-2. Just behind them comes More Than Work, racing by himself in third. They're followed by Our Country and Invisible War is at the back of the field. So it's Magnolia Midnight, letting it out a notch, keyed up and opening up. It's a 3-length advantage. More Than Work moving through along the inside to take the second spot, and then it's Valenzen Day in third, a gap of 3 back to Our Country and Invisible War. 24 1/5 seconds, the opening quarter for Magnolia Midnight, who's cruising along in front by 1.5 lengths. More Than Work is trying to keep him honest, trying to engage as well, but still hard-ridden, and now 2 lengths behind Magnolia Midnight, who's doing it easily thus far, 47 1 for the half mile. It's a gap of 4 to the next flight, headed by Valenzen Day, who's now joined by both Invisible War and Our Country. They're coming toward the top of the stretch, and it's been Magnolia Midnight since the gate opened. More Than Work trying his best, 3/4 in 1, 11 2, and Magnolia Midnight has another gear. More Than Work trying desperately to just hold second. On the outside, Our Country and Invisible War are rallying, trying to get into that exacta, but Magnolia Midnight romps home. Magnolia Midnight wins it by over 8 lengths. Tight photo ends up going to Our Country, who ended up finishing second. More Than Work and Invisible War.
All right, so now we know. The next time Magnolia Midnight races and is sweating profusely pre-race, don't sweat it, because he can still go out there and do that.
Made the lead, looked really comfortable, and it was no sweat. I mean, it was easy.
Nobody challenged. I mean, the logical players that you thought might show a little speed and give a challenge to our favorite, they never appeared. Big race by Magnolia Midnight. Linda Rice continues to do what she's been doing for the last few months, taking these horses from Kentucky, bringing them up here, and showing just how well she can do with them. A real credit to her and to her team.
Won the first race opening day, wins the nightcap day 2. Does Linda Rice first after the claim? Jose Ortiz, prop uncocked. Magnolia Midnight gliding under the wire. Results when we come back, winding down Saratoga Live.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold off Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Big night tomorrow at the Big M, Meadowlands. The Meadowlands Pace, live coverage on Fox Sports 1 late into the night. 10 Eastern, on-site coverage. What a day of racing. Between Saratoga, the Thoroughbreds, 3 stakes races, and a big night of harness at the Big M in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Meantime here, Saratoga Springs. The Belmont leading rider, champion rider, Jose Ortiz, big smile entering the winner's circle. Didn't look the part, but performed accordingly as the favorite, Magnolia Midnight. Tom, at this point right here, only a question of how far.
No doubt. I mean, no one's doing any running. She's there. All these horses are in Magnolia Midnight's wake and just cruising along. Looks really good doing it to the wire, Rich.
He really did, and to be fair to him, 1:36.3 for the mile, a very good time. And I agree, nobody did much running behind him, but Magnolia Midnight was very, very good.
You hear the thunder rumbling behind us?
The Adirondack Thunder.
Summer in the Adirondacks. The pick six, again, 31,000 plus, 31,000 plus for the pick six with the carryover coming in. Yeah, Tom, you just typically don't see horses look like that pre-race and go out and perform like that. It's rare.
What a finish that was, and what a way to end the pick six. 31,000 pick six hit, as you said. Pick five, $182. That would be a disappointment. Struggle through a pick six, get five, get $182 back.
Exciting day of thoroughbred racing here today. Tomorrow, as we mentioned, the 3 stakes races and the first of 17 Grade 1 flat races of the meet. The Diana. Fillies and mares, mile and an eighth on grass. Chad Brown trains every filly and mare in the field, not named Feb Rover. In Italian, number 2 is the odds-on favorite, 2-5. Ran a hole in the wind last year in this race, the Diana. And most recent, day before the Belmont Stakes, Tom, in the Justa game in Italian.
Richie, I'm going to pose a question to you as far as in Italian goes. That's her down on the rail. She's going to draw off here, win easily in this race, using her speed to do it. It's a 5-horse field tomorrow in the Diana. Chad Brown has 4. The other entry is down on the rail, a Mark Cassidy horse that doesn't have the ability to run early with a horse like in Italian. But the rest of the field perhaps could. As a trainer, and I've got 4 in the race, 80% of the field, and I know that my big horse, undefeated this year, both Grade 1 races, I'm not about to let any of those other riders that I control as a trainer get near her early in the race.
And if I'm riding one of the other horses, I want to continue to ride for Chad Brown.
That's
so
right.
I'm going to do my level best not to get in her way. I'm going to try to give my horse their best opportunity to win, but I'm not taking on another Chad Brown runner early.
The stakes record holder in this race last year, and it's hard because we know all about her now. And she's rattled off these Grade 1 wins in Italian. Hard to fathom. She paid like $18 or something last year when she won this race.
Yeah, look.
Unbelievable.
Look, treasuries pay 4% annually. She's going to pay more to win than a treasury would, and you only have to wait a couple minutes.
Fun day of thoroughbred racing. We have the Sanford 2-year-olds. We have the Diana and the Kelso. If the rain holds off, fingers crossed. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live earlier today. Out of the Wilson Chute, the Wilton Stakes randomized. Strolls home. High-profile, world-class connections. Klarovich, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz, and later, Unified Alliance. Broke, running. Javier Castellano let her rip and never looked back. For trainer Tom Morley, the win in the Coronation Cup on the main track. Thanks so much for joining us. See you tomorrow on Fox Sports 2 and Fox Sports 1. That Diana is early, race 4. We'll see you then.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a 2-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com.